Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Lakeside Pitch and Putt Club in Templemore, County Tipperary. We're at the final day of the National Inter-County Championships, ladies and gents. We're going to pick up the second tier in the Gents Championship. Limerick playing with Meath. Perhaps surprising that these two teams find themselves in Division 2. Philip, after yesterday's play.
Yeah, absolutely. I suppose some of the bigger names across the circuit that we're seeing and going to take in over the next half an hour or so. Very surprising, of course, yeah, but look, I suppose they're still in contention for a medal, so no doubt they'll be all pushing to their best and their capabilities. So, yeah, I suppose it's going to be a good standard of pitch and putt in the next half an hour or so that we're going to take in. So, yeah, even though it's for the not so admired second or first division, rather.
Well, I think it is a help for those who don't do well on the Saturday, isn't it, to have the Eamon Birchall Trophy and the gold, silver and bronze in that category as well. So I'm sure they'll be just as competitive as they are customarily.
Yeah, absolutely, John. Look, I suppose with it being a long weekend, it's great that we've got this division as well. You know, there's a lot of players that mightn't play too well on the Saturday, and I suppose it can be a little bit disheartening if you're, 20, 30 shots back and having nothing to play for on the Sunday. So this obviously adds a great element of competition to Sunday for the guys that haven't played so well in the first day.
That's a tee shot from Thomas Hanley from Limerick there, fairly adjacent to the flag on the short 14th, one of the shortest holes on the course.
It just backs up the comment that the standard is going to be excellent in the next half hour or so, which is great. Again, it's a 37-metre shot, but again, that bunker in front, plenty of trouble there, and you certainly don't want to be long. So, two good balls into the green there. You'd imagine there'll definitely be a birdie, and potentially two.
Meath have a very good record in the Inter-County Championship overall, although perhaps their best days were quite some time ago. They've won it 4 times altogether. This is Paul O'Rourke from the Dunshaughlin Club representing Meath. This looks like about a 9-footer, slightly downhill, Philip.
Yeah, and just having a look there this morning, even with the rain over the last couple of hours, green's still rolling out quite well. Guys having to hit putts, I suppose would probably suit someone like my game in terms of putting, because the lightning quick greens that these guys are so used to, it can be fairly challenging for the players that probably aren't to the standard that these guys are. So as you can see, tidies up for par there. So yeah, just looking there on the videos as well, the greens look in excellent condition, which is great to see too. So fair play to everyone at Lakeside.
Excellent birdie there, finished off by Mike Farrell for Limerick. So Tommy set up the birdie and Mike did the necessary. Didn't need to take the flag away with him, so he's doing the repair work there before the next group play 14.
John, it's always just while we're waiting on the next group to come through, it's always been a big part of the pitch and putt calendar, this particular event. Everyone always seems to really enjoy the trial period, and it seems to take up a good part of the year. What's your experience on it? How have you found this competition over the plenty of experience you have with it?
Thanks for that, Philip. Yes, absolutely wonderful competition, and it creates interest, as you say, right through the season, because counties gradually came round to the trial process. Back in my day, shall we say, it was a selectorial situation, and that obviously caused problems in a way because it was subjective. Now, I'm sure the selectors were operating from the best of intentions, but it is more transparent if there's a trial process, and It's the blue ribbon of pitch and putt. The top players in the country are here every year. They brought the ladies and the gents together in the mid-70s. The ladies were separate in the early part of the 70s. And it's a wonderful festival of pitch and putt, really bringing all the top players together. It used to be just singles, 4 best scorers out of 5. I think it has been enhanced by bringing the Scotch Foursomes element into it as well. It probably accentuates the team element.
And certainly, there's always great crowds, particularly with this competition. My first experience would have been at Garvan a couple of years back, where the car park was flooded and they needed extra spaces in the other car park across the road. And it's the same this morning. The place is absolutely jammers from early first thing, which is great. And look, as you can see, with plenty of pictures around the course this morning, the course is absolutely packed. And then obviously you've got the production today as well, which is great for those that aren't able to be here. So hopefully it's going to be an enjoyable afternoon for yourselves.
Absolutely. That is a Limerick birdie putt that just lipped out there. This is the Martin Keohane James Ryan combination. It's actually a par putt. This is Ireland's team manager, Philip, at the European Team Championship.
Yeah.
Paddy Kelly.
Yeah, Paddy's been an ever-present on the pitch and putt circuit. But yeah, I suppose he fully deserved to take up the managerial role and obviously led the team to a comfortable success in Lucan earlier in the year. And yeah, as everyone knows, Paddy, he's always a chirpy guy and is one of the really, really good characters across the pitch and putt community. Great
Brilliant.
to see him participate.
He's a convert back from golf, isn't he? He played pitch and putt, then he went to golf and had great success, I think, as a manager of teams in golf as well as a player as well. But he did a fantastic job in Lucan. He obviously had a great team to deal with, but he did a fantastic job in bringing them over the line in the European Team Championship there a few months ago.
Yeah, it certainly helps when you've got the calibre of player that the Ireland team did have, which was great, and obviously that was all on show as well over the course of the weekend through YouTube, which was great. But yeah, no, look, I've been very fortunate to have many a games with Paddy in my short time in pitch and putt, and nothing but praise for the man, and he does a great job with the juveniles as well in the club up in Meath. It's eluding my name, it's eluding my brain there now off the top of my head. He is from the
Trim Club,
that's the one. Yeah, brilliant course. So Paddy down the hill here now. And that's trouble in the bunker. Just mentioned a couple of moments ago, it's not really where you want to be. Can easily take a couple of shots to get out of there with the lip as well, just at the front of the bunker. Just had a peek outside there. You might be picking up a little bit of rain as well. It did stop there for about an hour or so, but the forecast has been changing for the last 24 hours on several occasions. See a good ball in there from Limerick. Should have a push just off the apron of the green.
Straight foursomes, Philip, the most difficult form of the game, really, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And to be fair, it's quite challenging. I've played it a couple of times, most notably out in Spain in the doubles out there. Played it a couple of years now, and to be fair, I've always found it very, very difficult. Even the senior players, can find it difficult to score. As you can see on the scores here with these guys this morning, not the strongest scores, but you wouldn't associate these scores with these sorts of players, and that's just down to obviously the format of the weekend. But this particular event can really knock players back. It's only one bad tee shot, and all of a sudden your score could be really, really looking like it's in trouble. So yeah, definitely one of the harder formats in the game. I'm not sure if the front of the bunker has anything to play with here, but yeah, that's not a bad effort, even though it's just evaded the green. It's out, and I suppose a chance of a chipping in for 3.
Yes, better to be out and still in, isn't it?
Yeah.
Even though it's probably a bit unlucky that he didn't get some check there on the second bounce.
Mm. Suppose with the sand being so wet, probably takes a little bit of spin out of anyone that's hitting with a wedge out of the bunker. But yeah, look, I suppose I wouldn't put it past Paddy to go and chip it in for 3 here now.
Preferred lies, of course, given the sodden conditions. So lift in place within 6 inches.
I think the course has held up really well as well, given the weather over the last several weeks. Not just at this weekend. It's been a lot. We've had a lot of rain recently, so it's done really well to hold up. And it's credit again to everyone involved here at Lakeside and the Tipperary County Board as well. I'm sure they had a big input on supporting the team here at Lakeside, getting the course ready. Paddy not too happy with that, but look, I suppose when you're in a bunker, you're always looking at a 4. So the guys will go first again here. By the looks, it looks like they're just outside. Oh, maybe I've picked up something on the green there that looked like a marker. So yeah.
This one will be reasonably fast downhill, probably breaking a little from his right. 20 feet.
Yeah, it's very important to get the pace right here. You really don't want a 3 or 4 footer back up the hill because there is a bit of break in it still. So yeah, we're just looking to get that close, and he's done really well there. Well, I suppose it's actually pulled up fairly quickly. It looked like it was going to release out to the hole, but he'd be confident they'd be tidying up there for 3.
Yeah, good line, but slightly short of pace. Work to do for a 4 here now for Meath.
Maybe just outside the left.
Outside left, I would think, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a good push.
Good putt.
Just see the flag in the background there, John. The wind seems to be picking up as well with the morning kind of going on. Wasn't as windy here this morning. That's a surprise. It's a real surprise.
Just broke across the hole. Yeah, I think hopefully it's an indication that the squally showers are blowing through and we'll have dry weather for the climax of the 2 main championships.
Yes.
Here's
absolutely.
hoping anyway, Philip.
Yes, absolutely. Here come the Meath team here now.
You mentioned juveniles, Philip. This is the greatest juvenile that ever played the sport. Evan Carey from the Castletown club. What a record he had as a juvenile.
Yeah, unbelievable. And, just has really brought that on. Probably others would have said he'd probably gone and won more at this stage, but given how young he is, he's been absolutely exceptional since stepping into the senior game from the juvenile scene, where, of course, he was, as you mentioned, he's been the most successful juvenile. Had a couple of games with himself since he's taken up the game and gone senior, and I have to say, not a bad word to say about him. A really good guy. Pitches a super ball, lovely swing as well, as we've just seen there a couple of seconds ago. And I think a real strong point of his game is his putting. It's really come on as well over the last 4 or 5 years, in my opinion. So that bunker seems to be, again, swallowing up another ball. So I'm sure not the first, certainly won't be the last in there today. This is Limerick out of the bunker here. Obviously, the ever-presence on our screen this year, Kieran Earls. Obviously, we mentioned a couple of moments ago that Limerick would have been extremely disappointed to be playing in the first division. But yeah, John, in terms of Kieran, the year he's had has been absolutely phenomenal.
Tremendous. He was just sensational in the match play all the way through. Beat Eamon Gibney in the final in Erie, and then of course a huge part of the Ireland team that won the European Team Championship that Lucan played incredibly. But it's been like that for the last 3 or 4 years. I mean, Irish Stroke Play last year, Irish Match Play then previously in 2020 down in Larkspur Park, World Cup win in Spain last year. So he's really done it all in recent times in pitch and putt. Kieran Earls,
exactly,
classy player.
Yeah, and I suppose even just that little short list that you've mentioned of a very long one that he's got, I'm sure most players could only dream of winning those sort of competitions in their pitch and putt lifetime. And
that's a career in itself, really, isn't it? And he's only getting started. That was Eamon Gibney, one of his colleagues in the European Team Championship win. Went close for birdie, but has let Evan with a little bit to do for par. This one is probably about 5 feet, slightly from the right, coming across the green.
Hopefully I haven't got the commentator's curse. I was very complimentary of his putting here, so I'm hoping he goes and backs that up. Himself and Carl from the Dublin team will be competing in these internationals in Spain, hoping to retain their title. They were very successful out there last year, taking first place and beating the guys from Cork. So I know Carl has a baby on the way, but there's been accommodations made in order for them to go and defend their title, which is, I'm sure they're both playing really well this year from what I've seen of them, and I'd be putting them really, really in with a great chance to go and retain that title out in San Saria.
They did brilliantly last year. It's a wonderful tournament. I think there are over 30 players from Ireland playing in that thing in San Saria. It's really taken hold in the Irish consciousness.
As he does go and back up the comment there on his putting. Fair play to him. Again, a putt here, similar distance, but there's a bit of a swing on this.
Yeah, this we've seen it's going to swing from his right to left as he looks at it.
Oh, it just dived at the hole. I thought it was in. It looked like it was in the whole way, but again, I suppose that just goes to show that, you know, these greens are tricky enough, and, you know, Kieran's one of the better players in the country, in my opinion, the best player in the country at the moment, and, you know, even those sorts of breaks are catching guys like him out. That just goes to show how difficult it is. So I think we're going to move over to the 18th in just a second. Going to take a very brief break as the crew reposition. We're going to take these final three groups in. These three groups in as they finished the 18th. So yeah, we'll be just back in just a moment.
That was Ty Harrington's tee shot. Pitched the green but spun back.
So I think we're taking the scores in as the groups come in, John. It seems like at the moment, based on what we're seeing, there's one shot between Meath and Limerick. Obviously that will change as the groups filter through. But yeah, it seems like it's fairly close as these guys head in, finishing this round off.
You'd expect it to be close. Limerick are the Munster champions. They played incredible stuff with Arden and crushed it there a few weeks ago. Meath were a close-up third last year in Oldcastle in the Leinster Intercounty. So they're two class teams, probably evenly matched, and fair share of European team championships winners and ex-juvenile champions in both sides. So should be evenly matched. And obviously Limerick are 2 over here and Meath are level. So as you say, that makes up 2 of the 3-shot deficit that they went out with.
Yeah, absolutely. Not an easy hole, this 18th. As you can see, another bunker. Plenty of bunkers around the Lakeside course. But as you can see there as well, towards the back wall there, that green does slope away as well. So your pitch really does have to be spot on, or else you can find plenty of trouble very, very quickly. But as you see in there just a second ago with Tig's pitch, plenty of spin when you do hit the greens as well. So it can be quite hard to control where you're trying to. It's hard at the best of times, John, to control where our balls are going when we're pitching off, but not more so when the conditions are like this and you've got a real championship course of this nature for a great finals.
Yeah, spin I think bedevils some of the players. The guys who really thrive in these conditions are the guys who just bring it down like a stone and stop it in the pitch mark.
Yeah.
And don't get the excessive spin. Very difficult not to get spin because obviously you're playing to spin the ball anyway, but the guys who can stop it dead on the green are the guys who make hay this time. I think yesterday John Walsh and Owen Shannon and the Scotch Foursomes, I think John was basically stopping them dead on the greens, and that's what created all the birdie chances.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's just second nature to John at this stage in his pitch and putt career. Yeah, I've seen it myself as well. Even out in Spain, he's stopping it on an absolute dime. As you see, the ball is putted here, bit of a jump out the.
That seemed to break counterintuitively there. I would have expected that to break for Paul, but it actually broke the other way. That's a safe par for Meath. Ty Carrington tapping in.
So again, this is a big putt here for the Limerick team.
Yes, this is Mike Farrell, and that one again I think should break from his right to left. Looks like about a 15-footer.
He certainly gave it a go. Would like to think that you would tidy that up, but I suppose you always have to give it the greatest of respects, whether it's 2 foot or 20 foot.
And Tommy will. Interesting that Tommy he pitches right-handed and he puts left-handed, but obviously it works for him.
Yeah, as he tidies up there for par.
So it was 2 over for Limerick for that foursomes round and level par for Meath. The graveyard, they call it, Flip. Hope it isn't the graveyard for the hopes of the teams. I think it's named for the graveyard, the old graveyard that adjoins the course here in Lakeside, and they call this all the graveyard. And it probably has been the graveyard for chances for many people over the years.
Many a chances, yeah. I played it a couple of years back. I played the Scratch Cup, and I happened to be doing okay in the junior grade at the time, and I remember fondly that, well, I suppose not so fondly, that bunker where it took me 3 or 4 attempts to get out, and yeah, absolutely destroyed my scorecard, as I'm sure it has many others as well. So, but as you can see, it's a brilliant shot there. Again, the tree's starting to just blow a little, which will obviously add to the conditions as well, and particularly with this hole. But yeah, look, I suppose it's great to see Lakeside getting competitions like that. They've been involved in a few others over the last couple of years as well, which is great to see. And you like to see courses like this getting rewarded when they've got the course in such great condition all year round. I think that's something that's anytime I've been here, it's always been in excellent condition. As we see Paddy stepping up here to pitch the 18th.
It's a wonderful course, wonderful facilities. All the way back to 1989, I hesitate to say that I was here. to see David Hayden, the late great David Hayden, winning the national match play here, 1989. That was Lakeside's first national championship, and as you say, Philip, they've had many of the championship and hosted them very successfully ever since.
Showing your age there, John. I wasn't even a thought at that stage, so. Oh, Paddy's just short. He's found the bunker there now. So.
And it's been a struggle, Philip, hasn't it, for Meath, because Joe Price confirms to us that Meath pairing are actually 5 over par.
Yeah. But again, it shows the format and the course. It does. These are really, really good players. They're really good pitch and putt players, and to see scores like that, particularly for this caliber of player, it just shows that it's a really challenging format. Again, same with the spin from the Limerick team. The ball just pitching to the apron of the green, kicking forward and spinning back. So. Again, that can also be to do with the ball that these players use as well. Obviously, the Pro V1 and the Pro V1X being the main ball across the pitch and putt circuit just generates so much spin, John, and particularly in these conditions, it can just it can put good pitch shots into certain spots of bother. You'd imagine that would be a chance of a 2, given where it's sitting. But yeah, I suppose it's not a putt on the green as you would hope from when you do actually pitch the green. A great shot there as well from just what he's got in front of him. He's managed to get out.
It's out and it's putt.
Yeah. And that's always all you can ask for when you're in the bunker, is just give yourself a chance to get your 3 and get out of there. But look, I suppose it's one part of the game where probably everyone in the country doesn't do enough of is practicing from out of the bunkers. But yeah, I suppose these sorts of players, plenty of experience doing so over many a year playing pitch and push.
Courses have got rid of bunkers, or some courses have, because obviously there's a big maintenance issue, but that probably does militate then against people having experience of playing from bunkers.
Absolutely.
So they have plenty of nice bunkers here and they are very well maintained.
Yeah. Again, just the maintenance part of it. It's obviously a big part of pitch and push in terms of keeping the game going in certain places. And yeah, I suppose there's even in my own course, McDonough, we've got 2 very, very small bunkers, and I think even they might be considered being done away with. I know lots of other clubs are doing so as well, as we see Paddy lining up his putt here, just on the apron of the green. So we're just looking at this ball here as he's about to put it. We don't want to see it jump, because that means it's coming off the intended line. You would like to think that the ball will start rolling end over end, but that doesn't always happen. So just keep an eye on the ball as it leaves the apron, which it does seem to hold its line. He's very unlucky. It's a good effort there from Paddy. Tidy up, take their 4 and have to move on, I suppose, once you're in the bunker. That's what you're always looking at, isn't that right, John?
It is indeed. But it's a 6 over return there for that Meath team. And the 57 for Limerick. Evan Carey sizing one up on the 17th. Three juvenile stroke plays and 1 juvenile match play. Some record.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's gone close and won lots of competitions since he's gone into the senior side of the game, as he
Irish Open champion in Templemore a couple of years ago.
Yeah. And I suppose you'd kind of wonder, and I suppose you have to admire his drive in the game. He travels up and down the country every week. If there's a scratch cup on, you're sure he's going to be there. It's incredible drive, isn't it, considering everything he's won since he's taken up the game. Nice
to see, because a lot of our juvenile greats of the past didn't actually stay with pitch and putt.
Yeah.
So wonderful to see Evan and Amy Galvin as well in the ladies.
Incredible.
So she was a wonderful juvenile player. Good to see her sticking with it, because a lot of them, and good luck to them, they went to golf, and many of them went successfully to golf. But it is good to see Evan and Amy in particular, and others, staying into pitch and putt, into the adult ranks.
Absolutely. And I think, Amy is the future of the women's game. There's no question about it. everyone knows how talented she is, and she's obviously doing some great work already down in Tullamore in terms of, you know, supporting more women coming into the game, which is a big part, and it's a big issue that we have at the moment, is trying to generate the interest, you know. And I think, you know, they've been really successful in the last couple of years, where the women that they have brought into the game have really, you know, enjoyed it and excelled. And, you know, there's other clubs as well that have done a similar a similar idea, where they've tried to set up women's evenings and vice versa. And you know, Royal Meath is one of them, where, you know, we don't see too many of the ladies from the Royal Meath club, you know, travelling up and down the circuit, so to speak. But, you know, they have a very big female membership up there, and that's obviously fantastic. And, you know, obviously the opportunity today to speak about it hopefully gives people that are maybe watching at home just something to think about as they finish, as they watch today, and they finish up, and, you know, go up to their course sometime next week thinking, well, how's our women's game doing, you know, which is obviously just something that everyone needs to be conscious of, because we want to obviously improve the game, bring it on, more participation, juveniles, females, and you know, junior gents as well for that instance too.
You're absolutely right, Philip. A lot of good initiatives in the sport for ladies, the NEC, National Social Days, Munster Social Days,
yes,
Leinster Social Days, because some ladies just want to play recreationally, have a bit of fun,
yes,
and that's great too. They don't necessarily want to play in competitions. Now, those events have brought an increase in entries for the national
huge
championships
numbers
as well. But take a club like Portmarnock, 200 ladies are members there.
Yes.
And we don't get that number of ladies to play in our all of our national championships. So it's good. If they're playing at whatever level they're playing, if they're playing recreationally, if they're playing club, whatever it is, we just need to have lots of participation in pitch and putt. That's what it's all about.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, it's brilliant to see such strong numbers in the Portmarnock club. They've always had a really, really strong ladies membership up there. But yeah, I suppose it's brilliant. It's something that we all need to be conscious of, as I mentioned just a moment ago. But yeah, look, I suppose we mentioned there a moment ago the likes of Amy, who have gone on from the juvenile scene and have promoted the women's game since. So yeah, look, we will hopefully see that continue for many a year to come. You know, there's some really, really good juveniles coming out of the Kildare area as well. You know, Ger Tuig, who, you know, actually, funny enough, you mentioned about players going on to play golf. Ger would have been a senior member in Royston, who done great work with the juveniles over many a year in Kildare. He's actually since departed the pitch and putt scene to take up the golf. You know, obviously we all need some downtime as well, and I'm sure that's what Ger was doing, but he's done a brilliant job. He's set up, you know, we've got the likes of Molly coming through in Kildare. She's been absolutely brilliant as well the last couple of years.
Super. Tough chip for him and Gibney here.
Yeah, just kick
down. Going to break a lot to his right once it gets to the green. What a shot that is.
Nearly hold it. Nearly hold it.
That's why he plays World Cup and European Team Championships.
Absolutely, and as you can see, it's checked up really well.
Yeah. Bit unlucky.
Yeah.
Could have dropped in.
Yeah.
He and Evan are level par, playing 18, and the Limerick team are 1 over.
Again, it's just trying to judge the chip. It's, you know, it's not easy in these conditions. You know, that might look on the screen, it might look like it's a poor chip, but you know, you have to give a little bit of leeway, because it's the conditions aren't easy. You can see the rain is starting to fall there again. I think we might even have some hail creeping in. So I'm gonna go and put my neck on the line and say Kieran chips in here for par, tidies up, and that's it then. There's no worries about the previous chip. But
wouldn't be the first time he's done it, Philip.
Yes, exactly.
Bit of a break on it again though, from left to right, but no better man to do it. When you were commentating so well in St Anne's a few weeks ago there in the National Stroke, you witnessed some super chips in by Kieran.
Brilliant. He's absolutely fantastic, and he's just missed it on the left side. But he did give it a go.
Bit firm, probably the right line, just a little firm.
Yeah, no, Kieran was very unlucky actually in the Nationals down in St Anne's. He was right in contention, and unfortunately he actually pitched the green. He missed the green by about, you know, I'd say a yard, half a yard, and it just took an awful kick off a sprinkler head or something, which just it left him taking a 5. And to be fair, you could see he was a little deflated afterwards, and you know, that kind of derailed his momentum that he had got going earlier in the round. But yeah, look, I suppose it's it's one of his big ones in the calendar, just as that putt lips out.
Lip out on the double for Meath, so unfortunately that's one over. They're going to finish with a 55. Eamon Gibney and Evan Carey. This is Dermot Toohey now for Limerick to save a bogey.
Again, this obviously is quite big in the Division 1 championship that we've got going on here at the moment. And
Well hold.
Yeah, tidies up, well done.
So that second foursome will still give Limerick a little bit of an advantage. Heading into the singles, we'll get the exact scores confirmed. They'll be going out on their singles later on. Limerick will still have an advantage heading out into those 6 singles.
I think we're going to take a very brief break just now, John, just to cross over to the 8th hole, where we're going to take up a new group. So we'll be back with you in just a short moment.
We're joining the Cork and Tipperary teams on the hole that's called Long Stretch here at Lakeside in Templemore, the maximum 70-metre shot. This is Dahi Sexton from Fermoy. He is playing with his Fermoy clubmate John Cahill. They are 1 under par after 7. I'm joined in the booth now by Frank Nocton, fresh from playing for Galway in the Foursomes this morning in the rain.
Yeah, thanks a million, John. It's great to be here in Templemore, but it's a pity the weather isn't a little bit nicer. The conditions are really tricky out there today, you know, especially where we're finding the most problems really is on the chip-ins from off the green. Whereas normally, you know, when you chip it up, it checks up beside the pin. What's happening is it's trying to check, it's skidding, and it's rolling out. And it's rolling out at a distance that's making the putback really tricky, you know.
We've seen that on some of the coverage already, actually, bearing out what you're saying in the Limerick and Meath teams that we were watching. Exactly what you've described. This is James Cleary for Tipperary on the 8th tee.
He's gone big there. No, that's not bad there. It's not dangerous. There's no danger there. It's a chip back. I think the winter rules of the lift clean in place today, and they had them in yesterday. I mean, it's a massive help. I mean, if you took that out of it, I think you'd see a drastic difference in some of the scores there. Do you know? That's a lovely chip there now. That's a beauty. The greens, I mean, Michael Fennell has done some job on those greens. I mean, with all the water they've had, they're remarkably resilient.
It's fantastic, isn't it?
Yeah, amazing. Yeah, here's Kieran Earls. There's a few replays there from earlier on.
Yes, Philip Warner was betting that was going in. But he gave it a good effort, but not quite in.
Yeah, well, I mean, he is very good. And do you know what I noticed, Kieran Earls today? He's using a bag. I was surprised. But it goes to show you that in these kind of conditions, I think if you had a little bag with a little cover on top, it might help you to keep the little grips dry, and you know, anything that would make it a little bit easier. Because what I found, especially on the 8th, right, the 70-metre pitch, you're into the teeth of the wind, right? You're on the mat. The mat is sopping wet, and it's the mats are brilliant here, right? There's no problem with the mats. But no matter what kind of footwear you're wearing, you're going to move a little bit on the mat, and that makes it that much more difficult, you know. John Walsh here for Cork. John Cahill, my apologies. For birdie now, chipping it up. A lot of leaves in the way there, isn't there? Well, I mean, this is part of the conditions, isn't it? You know, you're going to get leaves. I mean, we were on the 12th tee box, and it was raining, and a gust of wind came, and it was raining leaves. I mean, it was shocking. You want to see it, but you can see it there on the course. Like that's one of the things. It's just one of the things you're going to have to go and do a bit of gardening. That's the way it is, you know.
Well, it's autumnal conditions, isn't it? That's what
Exactly,
you're going to expect.
Yeah.
Even if you got a leaf blower, they're going to be back again in 5 minutes, aren't they? So
I wonder
there's
too,
no option.
I wonder, like John, you know, I mean, you're here, and I suppose as a player, from a player's perspective, I mean, is there any argument for maybe tweaking the dates with these competitions and bringing them back a little bit in the calendar, especially from a light perspective and maybe a better chance of good weather?
Used to be played in July, actually, Frank, taking your point. But the difficulty, I think, is the trials process. County boards nowadays use a trials process to select their teams, and to get a sufficient number of competitions in, I think it needs to be September. But you make a good point about dates. Calendar is absolutely saturated with events anyway. Very difficult to fit things in. But I think the reason why it was moved to September was to allow a greater period for the trial process to take place.
Yeah, I understand that. Stephen Shore there had a lovely chip in there, and they just tidied that one up for Tipperary. Yeah, I mean, the word I'm getting on the ground is, you know, I think ultimately the PPI have been very unlucky in recent years, especially Rock Lodge as well. I played there.
And Douglas a few years before that.
Rained off.
Yeah.
We were rained off up in Clog there a couple of weeks ago
Yeah,
too.
the Leinster into county, yeah.
Yeah, that was really frustrating.
Having made a long trip from Galway, that must have been a nightmare.
Yeah, but I mean, listen, from a Galway perspective, I mean, the inter-club now is a little stone in our shoe, because, you know, on the Saturday, our inter-club team have to go to Poulafuca, all the way from Galway, which is a fair journey.
Sure is.
Come back, and then they're off at 5 o'clock in the morning, back up to Inishkeen up in the north, and it is, that's over, well, I'm not even sure I can do the calculations, but it's up near 800 kilometres.
It's a lot.
It's a lot, you know, but it's one of the anomalies out there. Stephen Shore there, walking off the green. Cork, I mean, when you looked at the scores last night, you said they're going to walk away with this, but there's many's the slip between cup and lip. You have to see what these foursomes, the straight foursomes format, can throw up anything really. It's a very difficult format, isn't it?
Foursomes is the most difficult. Philip and I were discussing it earlier. And taking your point about they have an 11-shot lead, but last year they were 8 shots behind heading into Sunday, and they turned around and won. So somebody could do a number on them.
Yeah, it was an amazing performance last year, really. Like, let's face it. I mean, they came there from. I mean, I don't think you would have given them much chance last year, but they did the job. And listen, Cork are in a very good position, and I think, you know, the most surprising thing for me at this year's Nationals is the performance of Limerick. I was surprised to see them where they are. It's not a critical thing. I mean, listen, anything can happen out there, and we've seen it. Even with the scores this morning, I mean, there's some very tricky scores out there. As you say, the straight foursomes is a really tricky format. Every second shot, and, you know, whereas when you have the Scotch foursomes like we had yesterday, you've got that second tee shot to bail you out. You just don't have that in this format, and it makes it so much harder.
Absolutely.
And also the forecast today, I mean, it has backed off a little bit throughout the day. But the one thing that it has picked up a little bit is the wind. And see number 8 here now, this is the 70-metre pitch. It's right into the teeth of it here. You gotta get it, you gotta get that ball moving. But the miss on that hole is just off to the left there. You know, anywhere back there, you have loads of green to chip up onto the green. If you go big, it's a fairly tricky and quick chip back onto the green, and it can be it'll roll off on you. You'd nearly leave the leaves there just to hopefully stop the ball for you. There he is there, just on the right hand side of your screen. And you can see the way the ball has set down there. Now, you wouldn't like to be playing it like that. That's why the winter rules now are so I suppose they're going to have a bearing on today. See Michael Fennell walking there, third man there from the right. He's looking after the greens here in Tipperary, in Lakeside, and he's just done a wonderful job. And you know, I know Templemore pretty well, John. My wife is from Templemore, so they have a great selection of lovely people down here. They're absolutely brilliant, and her father was a businessman here for years. He died there a couple of months ago, Sean Gray. So Gray is of Templemore, if anybody's around. You know, just a bit of shameless advertising there, John, you know yourself.
And of course we miss Helen and Miles McMorrow on occasions such as this, who were so synonymous with this Lakeside club and the Templemore town over many, many years.
Oh yeah, sure. I mean, listen, Miles and Helen were, as the man said, they were the salt of the earth. And we knew Miles and Helen very well because my brother-in-law Martin Gray, who's my wife's brother, Helen minded the kids there for them, and Miles was influential with all that. And they were just great people, and they were lovely people to socialise with. And it was just very sad and tragic circumstances, and they're sorely missed. But they couldn't. And if they were here today, John, they would be in their element. Oh my God,
said it,
they would love it.
Frank. You said
you
it.
know, you see Francis Murphy in there doing the food, and they'd be all over it, and they just love it.
Absolutely.
And it's, you know, but they're great memories. And as I always say, if you talk about somebody and remember them, they're never really gone. You know, and that's the beauty of it, isn't it?
Correct. Absolutely right. So Michael coming in as a sub overnight. What do you make of that, Frank?
Yeah, well, I met him up here a couple of weeks ago when we were having a few practice rounds, and I said to him, I see you're going sub, our manager, and yeah, I said, I bet you we'll see you on Sunday. And he just put the kind of head down. He was looking. I said, I'd say we might. I said the same to Frank Deneen as well, but I'm not sure what he's at. So,
well, when we were talking to Frank in the preview show, he was threatening all sorts that he was going to drop one of the guys. But they played so well yesterday, I don't think that would have been a wise move. What a chip by Michael!
Oh, what a shot! But I mean, that's his MO. I've seen that man chip in more times. What a chip in!
Well, as you say, he knows the place like the back of his hand, and he made it count there.
He knows every little seam on those greens, and it's a great fill-up, isn't it, when you're going around and you're off the green and you just chip that one in, no pressure, move on to the next hole, and boom, away you go. There's something lovely about it. We were just saying, I was with my colleague Dave O'Connell in our foursomes there, going around straight foursomes. Now, we played okay, you know, Dave played better than I played. And, you know, I'd say he was a sore back carrying me around, but we were on the 18 tee box. And sure, I teed off and stuck it to 2 inches. So I looked great, you know, which Dave was delighted.
You did it for the gallery.
Yeah, he was delighted about that, Dave. But
Owen Shannon almost replicating Michael Fennell's. Owen Shannon's a name that mightn't be too familiar to people, but he's a fantastic player in his own right. Won juvenile inter-county with Cork back in 2004 and has won inter-county medal. Not easy to get on Cork senior inter-county teams, but he has won. He won it in 2007 in Lakewood. So
actually, there's a question for you, John. I mean, like in Galway there, you know, we're trying to grow the inter-county team process, you know, because we went for years without a team. So, you know, from small acorns come great oak trees, and that's what you have to do. You've got to start small and build it up. I mean, from a Cork perspective, can you give us an idea about how many people would be trying out for that team?
They have at least 30, I think, trying out for their senior team, and then obviously they have teams down through the grades as well, the intermediate. You might get 15 or 20 more doing that, and about 12 juniors
no, I mean,
for their teams.
They're just awash with brilliant players, and here's one of the greatest players ever.
Well, nobody's won more inter-counties than this man.
The GOAT.
And he won here with Cork. The interesting thing is they won it here 20 years ago, isn't it, Frank? And Ray, John Walsh and John Cahill were all on the team then. So
I
such
mean,
enduring quality to be playing at the intercounty at the highest level 20 years on.
But when I look at pitch and putt now, and especially even when I see in our own club, and especially down in area and places like that, the pitch and putt. Okay, we have a lot of juniors, a lot of juveniles in our club, and it's great. We were in trim; they're awash with juveniles, and that's brilliant, right? But I think the top tier of the game, it's all people between the age of 45 and 50, 55. And now I know you have your Kieran Earls and your Damien Flemings, people like that, but there is a very big cohort of players in that age group. And I was trying to figure out why is that. I just think that they let the game come to them a little bit easier. They're not chasing it. They're not worried about it. You know, they can stand back and go, yeah, this is going to come to me. They have that experience, and they can stay cool. Their heart rate will stay low. They don't get too flustered. They don't get too high, and they don't get too low. And I think that's the thing that comes with just huge amount of experience. I mean, look at the man on the left there. Like, as you said earlier, he's done it all. You know, he's not fazed by anything.
Not fazed by anything. 17, I think. 17 in the county championship.
Incredible, isn't it? just to even compete in 17 would be a feat in its own right. But I mean, to win so much and be on World Cup teams and, you know, just Irish teams playing around the world. And I mean, he is one of Ireland's best sports people. Like, and I think if he'd been playing any other game, more and more people would know about it.
And puts a lot in externally as well. He's the club captain of St Anne's with serious responsibility for the course maintenance. He's the competition secretary of the Cork County Board, so he's not just doing it on the course, he's doing it administratively as well.
But I mean, we saw St Anne's there earlier on in the season there, and it looked fantastic. It's a beautiful course, and but I mean, they have so much going for them there at St Anne's. I mean, you look at the players that are coming through. Now, I was talking to Pacelli Darcy yesterday. I mean, he's a man that's done it all, right?
Well, sure, he's even playing for more than one county, isn't he? He
well,
was on the Limerick team that came 30 or 20 years ago. Now he's playing for Clare.
But it goes to show you, like Clare now, you know, they're getting a bit of a bounce from that, and it's stopping good players from having to sit at home and watch this on the television. They're out here playing. And I think anything that gets players off the couch playing in these big championships, I think that's a good thing.
And the Eamon Birchall Trophy, Frank, has been good in that regard, because at one stage the intercounty was 16 counties playing. They were all in the one. Now it splits after Saturday, and you've got a chance to play again on Sunday for a cup and again gold, silver, bronze. Yeah,
and listen, I am all for that. And I mean, just to give you a quick example, when we were, like, Galway hasn't done anything in these for a long, long time, but in Lucan we were in third place in that cup, and we were done out of third place by a countback on the card that didn't count. Now, that was a tough one.
That
was a rough one now. But, you know, that's the way it went, and we took that. But here's a good one for you now, John, and I'd like to hear your opinion on it. I mean, there is a few people out there that would like to see it split in three, maybe, and maybe the last category to have relegation and promotion, not 1, 2, 3, but maybe something for the winner, just to help those minor counties, because I think with your Waterfords, your Carlows, your Galways, it's very difficult for us to rise. You know, we need everything to go our way on a day, and it's maybe it's something that could be considered at national council level at some stage, just to even talk about it.
It's worth thinking about. We did have promotion and relegation at one stage from Division 2 to Division 1. That was shelved after a few years. What about this man, Stephen O'Reilly?
Yeah, brilliant.
Superb. European team champion with Ireland earlier in the year. National match play a couple of years ago in St. Bridget's. Doesn't live in Tipperary, teaches in Dublin. But still manages to put the practice in.
Yeah, well, I mean, listen, you can take the man out of Tipperary, but you can't take the Tipperary out of the man. And listen, there's some, like on view, even Stephen Shore here today. There's some absolutely brilliant exponents of the game, and it goes to show you that you know, with the example of your Ray Murphys, with people like that are still here and playing, I mean, so brilliantly. It inspires it inspires other players, and even with full-time productions here, with yourself, Frank Deneen, Joe Price, people like that driving all this on, Philip, everybody involved in the commentary team, this is all going towards helping. Now, it's going to take a while to grab on, like anything, but when you get there, you'll get there. And as we've been saying, you know, you cover your big events, And now with the advent of phones and everything else, that's another putt. And with Facebook, you get to just push the game out that bit further to everybody, you know. Because it's a wonderful game.
It is indeed. Nice save by Ray there. Owen Walsh chipped it a little bit far past, but it made the putt.
Oh, look at that.
That's unexpected bogey for Tip.
Oh, listen, that would put you off your tee now. That kind of a thing that happened.
That was unfortunate.
You know, that would sour the milk for you. Like, but listen, that, as I said to you when I came into the booth first, there's the many's the slip between cup and lip, and you cannot take anything for granted out there. I saw good players yesterday missing 1.5 foot putts that had a little turn on them. They give them a little bit of pace, and once they catch the lip, they're gonna horseshoe around, and they could even, depending on what side you miss it, especially now there's the 16th green out there. If you miss the putt just slightly, it's going to keep rolling all the way off the green, off to the 11th now. That's the Cork ball there, I think. Player Stephen Shore now. Fantastic player. National.
Not a European team champion. Played brilliantly at Lucan a few weeks ago. Was absolutely thrilled to be on the team. And with his boyhood hero, as he says himself, John Walsh, playing alongside him in foursomes, it really was a dream come true. And they played so well under the tutelage of Paddy Kelly from Trim. Did a great job.
Yeah. He actually won our Masters this year in Mellows, and he was up against Donald Tarpey in the last group. There was other people obviously out there, but Donald was closest to him. And yeah, he played just awesome. There was the last 3 holes, you know, it was getting a bit tight, and it was like he turned on the afterburners, and he just played so beautifully near the end. And the putt, he had to win it. He knocked it in as if it was over the hole, and it was an 8-foot putt, you know, that kind of way. Not a worry in the world. The great thing, the one thing I love about the top players is they're not really worried about the putt back. You know, you can see it, especially in the morning when we were out with, say, dare I say, the weaker counties, and I don't mean that in any disrespectful manner, but you can see people are almost constricted by the pressure of the putts. And, you know, as Steve Davis once famously said in snooker, you have to play, you know, as if it means nothing, even though it means everything. And that is a great, if you can get that in your mind, you'll go a long way in this game.
Absolutely. James Geary basing about a 7-footer here, slightly downhill, breaking from his right, I think Stephen Shaw was indicating there. Yeah,
there's definitely a break here, and it's a downhill putt. I had the very similar putt now today. It's a quick putt, so you can't run at it. If you go run at it, you see where his putter is there. That's where you'll be. So you have to be very careful here. You don't want a watery putt. You want it to be rolling at the hole, but you've got to give it due respect here. But it's about a cup off his right there.
Well, he's another European Team Championship winner. James Cleary won it out in the Basque Country in 2018, and he's been very close in national championships before, so a solid player.
And John, you know, maybe for the viewers that are out there, lovely
beautifully hold.
Just for the viewers out there, to maybe give them a little bit example about the nuances of pitch and putt on the continent. You know, it's a longer format. It's not quite par 3 golf, but it's not like our traditional pitch and putt here in a lot of ways. There are some longer holes out there and bigger greens, aren't there?
There are indeed. It's a compromise, I suppose, just as Pitch and Putt Union of Ireland was a compromise in the 60s. When we got in touch with Catalonia back in the day, over 25 years ago now, they already had courses that were 120 metres maximum per hole and 1600 metres maximum per course. So we had lots of discussions in committee rooms, and the compromise was reached that it would be 90 metres maximum per hole for international pitch and putt and 1200 metres per course, in contrast to our 70 and 1000. So that's really how it started, Catalonia, and then other countries follow suit. Now, the Netherlands, their courses actually are very similar to ours, but in southern Europe, they are a bit longer, the greens are a little bit bigger, and in consequence, the Catalans, etc., are wonderful putters.
Yeah, and I mean, it even, like when I was watching the footage of the World Cup there last year, see that putt dives away on the left hammer there. There's definitely that break on it, and you're not you're not inclined to hammer that like say as Ander Shoffley or someone like that, because you will end up on the other side of the green. So yeah, that's probably opportunity missed there, you know. But as you were saying with the courses on the continent, I know Netherlands are very like our courses here, but in Spain, the courses they have there, say the FIPTA courses, we'll say, that are outside of the rules of our pitch and putt, they're 120 meters and that. But I was amazed to see how brilliantly our boys played on the compromise courses.
We adapted well, didn't we?
Unbelievable.
But I suppose playing in they've started to play in the international tournaments in great numbers. We were speaking with Philip earlier about the international pairs tournament. It's on in San Sebastian in a few months' time. By going out and playing them, we've gradually got more familiar with them. But even the first time we went and played in Catalonia and played to their rules at the 120 and 1600. That was 1997. Ireland still won the match.
Yeah, there you go. There's Michael's chip
in. What a chip in this was.
Yeah, it's a beautiful shot. Floated it in lovely, and he just bounced it in there. There was no skidding with that one. That was
perfectly
a meaningful
weighted,
shot. He
it?
went for that, and yeah, he's a great exponent of the game too. And
yeah, he's had a lot of success in the Tipperary colours. He was on the team that came second in Lucan 2 years ago. Of course, they were a bit disappointed to dip down into the Eamon Birchall Trophy last year, but they did win it. They played well in Bagnallstown on Sunday.
Yeah, I mean, listen, we were in there. I went around I was actually played with Michael that day on the Sunday, and I know Tipperary were disappointed, but yeah, listen, it was a little controversial too. You know, there's a cohort of people out there that think, should top teams be able to come down there and win that cup? But I suppose that's the way it's structured.
That's the current structure.
I mean, you would like maybe the way they have the world football structured with coefficients and so on. It's a more complicated system, possibly a little bit more fairer in the way. And then when you would have your top 8 teams, that they would remain and that there wouldn't be any dropping down. You would just have it solid over the weekend. That's for another day. Listen, it's a game of opinion, right?
Yeah, that's where the promotion and relegation probably was. Then you were in either the top tier or the lower tier on merit. So that's where that counted. But
I see you have to draw the line somewhere, and it's very difficult to. You're never going to please everybody, and that is the thing. Like from a Galway perspective, I suppose it doesn't make a massive amount of difference to us, but for teams on the margins, in around that relegation zone, who think they might like to win something, yeah, it can make a difference. Tipperary, I suppose, were happy enough to win a trophy. It wasn't the one they wanted, I'm sure.
No.
Especially having done so well in Lucan. Michael here teeing off now. Bite. Yeah, that's a good shot. But look at the tail away there, and that's the story of the day.
Obviously, the right part of that green is the area to pitch, Frank.
You have to be over on the right-hand side.
Otherwise, it's going to dip down as Michael's did there.
Yeah, you have to be over on the right-hand side. And you'll notice here, a lot of the greens, when you pitch up onto them, especially the fall-off is as you pitch up. So, there's lads pitching it at the pin, looks like a great ball, stops, and shoom, it just comes right back off the green. And everybody's using a Pro V1 out there. There's a few Shrixons out there. There's a few Callaways out there, but mainly Pro V1s, and they're the ball of choice. They're the ones we use. I think even if you were using an old Penfold Commando, they'd still pull off the green,
Yes.
And of course, you know yourself, when you're teeing off in pitch and putt, it's completely different to golf. Right, in golf you're crunching down on the ball, you want that low to high trajectory, and then you want it to drop like a teardrop. In pitch and putt, the idea is to get the club face under the ball as quickly as you can, get the ball in the air, so you're really putting a dramatic amount of spin on it the harder you hit the ball. And you see the real brilliant players, even on a 39 metre pitch, they looks like they're hitting the ball very hard, but they're getting that ball spinning, they're getting it in the air, And when the greens are hard, that's what you want, but they're soft today, so it can work against you too.
John Walsh, just one less inter-county win than Ray Murphy. 16 for John. He was missing 1 year for some reason. Maybe that trials process didn't work for him that year.
He's a brilliant player. I went around with him in Rock Lodge, and he was just class. I mean, we see when we went back to it, John, a few years ago in Rock Lodge, the PPI, I think they were happy to see us back. We were gone for a few years, and they put us out with Tipperary and Cork. So for us, it was an exciting day, I mean, we were out with Ray Murphy, John Walsh, the Stephen Shores. It was a great thing for us. The only problem was we didn't get to play the Sunday because the rain scuppered us.
Terrible rain on the Sunday. Yeah, they had to cancel the whole thing or declare the result on Saturday scores.
It was biblical.
Here's Anthony Culhan, a man of immense experience. I think he won a Munster Inter-County here in Lakeside with Tipperary back in 1996. So he's been playing at the top level for over 30 years.
I mean, you come around the Midlands here, in the Munster region, the amount of good players is just, The only thing is, you would hope that there's a cohort of young people coming forward. The thing is, with pitch and putt, and especially young lads, they like to play a bit of golf too, and that's okay, but you want to keep we need them in our game to be on a greedy point.
We do. We spoke about it earlier with Philip. We mentioned Amy Galvin, who's sticking with pitch and putt. We've mentioned Evan Carey, who's sticking with pitch and putt.
Amy's a great player.
You were playing this morning with a gentleman called John Kelly from Carlow, whose son is, I think, sticking with pitch and putt from what we hear, and he won the Irish Stroke Play this year.
His son is a fantastic player, and he gave up loads of other sports that he was playing in school to keep swinging the pitch and putt club. And listen, that's great. And especially the thing is, John, when it's their choice. That's the thing. You don't want to be putting pressure on them. You want them to come to it themselves. And when they do that, I mean, they're obviously seeing a lot. As we were discussing earlier, actually, this morning, I was talking to Dave O'Connell, my colleague on our own team.
Yes.
And Kieran Earls is coming down to defend his Scratch Cup in Mellows in a couple of weeks' time, around on the 28th of September. And Dave's son, Charlie, he absolutely loves Kieran Earls. And he says, I'm coming down to watch that Scratch Cup, he says. He was only a young lad but the nicest lad you couldn't ever meet. And lovely fella. And he can't wait to see Kieran Earls in the flesh. Isn't that lovely?
That's brilliant. And I think juvenile pitch and putt is seeing a bit of a renaissance. It did dip. We were struggling to get juvenile officers there for a few years, but there's great work being done right across the country, evidenced by the entry for the National Stroke Play this year and the National Match Play Championships. I was very encouraged with that, because really we must invest time. People like Mark Johan, people like Ger Holland, people like Stephen Ennigus, doing those programs with the schools, provided it can be coordinated with the local club and that it generates members. I think they are great initiatives.
Well, in our club now at Mellows, we have a very healthy juvenile cohort playing the game now. Plus, we also have a very healthy green fee coming up as well. And what we're doing with those green fees is we don't charge the juveniles obviously as much as the adults. But what we're trying to do is, say to them, why would you pay a green fee when you could join and get as much out of the summer? And we're beginning to see the things that I saw when I was a kid up there. Loads of juveniles everywhere. And Dave O'Connell and Donald Tarpey, they work very closely. Every Tuesday evening, they're invited up for an hour to play and get a few tips. And we have a little tournament for them, I think, next weekend, before our Scratch Cup. Just 9 holes. Bring them in, a few medals, a cup of tea, a can of Coke, a bag of potatoes, something to give them a memory. And because without them, without the kids, it's just a field, and it'll be a field. You need the young coming through, because they're going to be the lifeblood of the game. Because we're, unfortunately, John, you're aging very well, but we're all all getting older, right?
We are indeed.
I mean, the last time I didn't even recognise the lad looking back at me in the mirror this morning. But we're all getting on a bit, so we do need the young people. We have to have them.
You're absolutely right, Frank. I'd echo those sentiments exactly. And great juvenile pedigree and go in Mellows, in Taylor's Hill back in the day with
Pierce
Connolly.
Yeah, Pierce.
Used to bring a juvenile team to the National Inter-County back in my time, 90s.
Well, we used to do most of our qualifying for the, to qualify outside of Mellows. We used to go down to Taylor's Hill. Lovely 18-hole course. Unfortunately now, it's an 8-hole course now. It's more for the hotel across the road. The real estate value was so high.
Sure.
Pierce had no choice, really.
Sure.
Then we had Curra Green, we had Oranmore, we had a small place in Digital. All of them are gone. And for Galway, our nearest really is we go to either Kilnamona or Custom, and they're an hour and a half away. It goes to show you how far away we are from everything, really.
Yeah. Well, I remember a fantastic Carol's Club tournament, as it was called, back in the day in Mellows, back in the 90s.
We held it there. I was on that team, actually. I think we came fourth. we were dubbed the Dream Team by Tom McGough. And when we didn't win, Tom came over to me, he said, Frank, He says, I think you should give up this game for a week, he says, and then give it up for good. I said, thanks a million, Tom, for that. But yeah, Thomas still
Patron
with us.
Pitch and Putt Ireland, wonderful man.
Thomas still on our committee. He's our link to the army there in Mellows as well. And we've some brilliant people up in Mellows. We've people working on the greens. A lot of work has gone into the greens. We've a guy called Brendan Coyne down there, and he has put in a power of work there. And I'm sorry to say as well that our chairman, Paul Conroy, who's been there since time immemorial, he's retiring this year. So we're looking for a new chairman, a new secretary. Adam is going as well. But they're going to stay on in other capacities because we need them. I mean, I'll put it to you like this, John. If we didn't have the likes of Porrick, we wouldn't have Millis. Simple as that. Sure. There's another man there now on the course, and these are that's the work.
The lifeblood, isn't it?
Yeah, it goes unnoticed, doesn't it?
This one is going to break from his left as he plays it,
up
probably
the hill,
about 12 feet.
About 2 cups out to the left there.
Yeah. Ooh, probably just a bit firm on that line and bearing out what you say. They're going on a few extra feet.
He just probably struck it a bit.
Just a bit firm, but not that firm.
But it's a nice putt, though. You don't want to be watery because it's just going to dead. Now, listen, this is a tricky one for Ray back here.
Ray, but no better man to sort this out. Again, this will be breaking quite sharply from the right.
He'll tickle
across
this
the hole.
down. Yeah, because you can see the camber there. I mean, obviously, we don't have 3D, but you can see it there. So I'd say if he goes for a weaker pace shot, he's going to go a full cup out here. And just watch this break in now.
That lovely blade putter has hold a fair few minutes time.
Yeah, and I was just thinking about the blade putter too. I mean, if you look at the PGA, 85% of the players are now using the big back putter. Yeah. They like them for the shorter putts,
The mallets have got very popular on the golf tour, haven't they?
Big time. We have a few mallets and mellows, but they're not putters.
Expertly judged by Ray, so they moved to 2 under. Indicative of the difficulty of straight foursomes, though, isn't it? Yeah, -13 yesterday for Shannon and Walsh in foursomes, -10 for Cahill and Sexton.
Yeah, I mean,
seeing nothing like that in the straight foursomes.
Yeah, I mean, even like when we were going around this morning, like I was, getting a few scores here and there, and I didn't get anybody that was under par when we were out there. I mean, it was okay, we're on the lower side of the draw. I get that, but it is one of the more tricky elements of pitch and putt. The straight foursomes, Scotch foursomes, a lot easier, and you see that. Like, I mean, I remember in Rock Lodge when Ray Murphy was out. I can't remember who he was partnered with, but I remember they weren't that happy. They were 13 under, and they were still giving out, and that was Scotch foursomes. So. And this is another, just a little bit off the left there. There you go, no bother.
On hold, Stephen.
No bother, yeah, great putter. And has enjoyed great success,
He's a wonderful player. He played as a juvenile in the mid-2000s, I think.
Don't say that too loud to me now.
Well, but not as well as he's playing now, and he's obviously developed fantastically as a player. And that match play performance in St. Bridget's, where he beat John Cahill of Cork in the final, was just outstanding. And obviously at Lucan, even though he was a bit disappointed to lose against the Catalans, lost to Lewis Cockerell in the singles, he rallied and he came back big style on the final day to make sure Ireland got over the line. So well done to Stephen.
I think what we see, John, here, and what we're seeing around the country is competition just brings you on. It brings everybody on. So if you don't have that competitive element, and you're just a course that takes green fees and you have a few members and all that, and it's great, and place looks nice, you're not going to bring on your local players at all. They're just not going to come on. You need the trial processes. You also need good club competitions with strong fields and good beefed up fields, and you do anything you can. Like in our club, we tailor our trial process in a way to try and beef up our regular competitions as well, and to try and encourage more players to play. And even when we're trying to get new members to come in and say get a handicap, we let them play 2 competitions for free. Then we give them a proper handicap based on what we feel is a fair one for them. And listen, we've been doing that for the last 4 or 5 years now, and we're building up nicely. And that's what it takes. Like, it's okay for us to have a good membership. We're always going to have a good membership at Galway because we're the only game in town. But we want a competitive element as well. We're moving over to the 18th now, so the cameras are just being moved around now at the moment. So we're just looking at some library shots, I suppose. Now that bunker there on the 18th, that is not a place you want to be. But I teed off on the 18th this morning now, and
stitched it.
yeah, it was a good tee shot now. But you know, we were happy to do it. But the one thing I'll say for the club here, it's a little depth perception is difficult here. You're looking at 53 metres on the tee box, and it doesn't look it from when you're standing there. I don't know what it is. It's maybe the trees or whatever give you a false sense of what's going on. But definitely you need more. You see most people, what's happening to them, they're coming up short. There's you see very few people through the greens around here. If they're coming anywhere, they're coming up short. And that's what's happening. And there's some very tricky bunkers here. So I mean, I think I'd rather be big, to be honest. I wouldn't like to be playing out of the bunkers too much, you know. I mean, even in my singles yesterday, I went in 2 bunkers and it scuppered me a little bit, you know, and that's what happens. That's just the way it is. And have we any update on the ladies? What's happening with their scores at the moment? I must just look up on the...
But I identify a lot of what you're saying about encouraging people to play with players that are better than them, Frank. It's what we're trying to do internationally as well. We're trying to persuade the Slovenias and the Norways and the Andorras that it's okay to come and play in the European Championship and the World Cup, because it's only by coming and playing with the better players that they will themselves improve and see the techniques.
I know there's a financial commitment and investment needed, right, from, say, clubs. Like, we'll just take Mellows, for instance, right? Mellows, we've been in existence a long time. We've had our challenges. But we're a very efficiently run club now, and when I came back to Pitch and Putt, I was gone for 20 years, like so many people my age now, and they came back. You know, we were there for years. A lot of us came back. There was a new momentum and impetus brought to the club. We went to the club. We said, "Listen, will you please invest in our teams to go and travel around?" We've always had good investment in individuals travelling to competitions and stuff like that. There was always some financial support. But now what we're looking for is, we're looking for support to our teams. And we've been getting that. And John, to say that that's important is an underestimated how important it is. I mean, it's huge, because it stems off to everybody. Because everybody then can see. What I just said to people is, if you want to come down to Tipperary and play in the inter-county, go for a trial. Try out. Give it a shot. You don't know what's going to happen. And if you get there, come down and you can enjoy the game, play, be competitive. And it's that financial support that means so much to us on the ground level. Because, listen, there's plenty of lads in our team that could pay for it, and loads of lads, and I'm sure you could. It's not about that. It's about the club showing a bit of commitment and belief in you. I must say, the course is really looking beautiful here. It's a lovely part of Templemore here, John. I don't know how well you know it. As I was saying to you, my wife is from this part of the world, and there's a wonderful lake here and beautiful park.
Man-made lake, isn't it?
Oh, it's beautiful.
And great for fishing, I believe.
Yeah, listen, and there's the amount of geese and ducks and everything that live down there is unreal. The wildlife everywhere.
Yeah.
And then there's a huge walkway all the way around. And if you end up back here, it's, I don't know, about 1.5 kilometres. Beautiful it is, absolutely fantastic. So Dublin here, they're Dublin are 4 under. That's not Dublin there now. That's we teeing off now in a second. There he is. Look at that spin I was talking about earlier.
Yeah.
So Dublin on the tee now.
JK Brackens as well, the GA club, a neighbour here of Lakeside.
Fantastic. Do you see the facilities they have over
Wonderful.
there?
I was having a look at it this morning.
It's like something you'd see on the continent, you know. It's just fantastic. And they've the massive cages as well for discus and all that kind of stuff. The shot put, unbelievable.
This is George McGreal of Dublin.
Dublin have another rude health of competitive pitch and putt players, I mean, they would have a very good sign-up as well for their trial process, I'm sure.
They do. It's a difficult team to get on as well, although there are a cohort of them now that have been on the team regularly. McGreal, Stephen Murray,
but you
John
can see a few that
Rostrangle,
have
Chris
moved
Gallagher.
over. Yeah, you can see again, not quite like what happened with Limerick and Clare, but you can see there's a few other Dublin lads that are kind of maybe defected here and there. You know, none of them are defecting over to Galway. Like, I don't see anything going over our way.
Yes, Tyke Harrington moved to Meath, Sean Harkins moved to Kildare. Yeah, it does happen, all right.
There's John Ross there. Good exponent of the game too, isn't
He is wonderful. And a great man on the promotion of our sport as well. He's a member of our commentary team, even though he can't do much commentary because he's invariably playing at the business end of championships. But he does great work in promoting our coverage.
I've never seen a man to do a poster as quick as him, anyway, I'll tell you that much. He'd nearly do it there in between shots. So he's a chip up here now. This is the 18th hole. This is all uphill here now, but it's quite a long chip. So I think he can be a bit more aggressive here. I had a very similar chip here yesterday and nearly chipped it in. So it's a very straight. There's not much movement in it, so he can have a go at this. Yeah, I suppose, you know, you can't go nuts, but it is all uphill there. But as you say, you know, I mean, it's great to have these guys involved in commentary, but you probably won't have them at the business end because they'll probably be out there playing. And
Exactly.
That's just the way it is, you know.
Exactly.
That gives plenty of room for myself and yourself, John, you know. Here.
But
You know
maybe
what I mean?
maybe you, Frank.
Yeah.
Similar line, really, on this for the putt for Kildare.
He's going to put it. And problem is when you're putting just off the fringe here, when it jumps down off the fringe, it can go either way, left or right. So it can be tough to judge it. He's got it.
Good read.
Oh, that is rough.
That is definitely unlucky.
That is rough. Little replay here. You can just see. Just dies a little there. That was so unlucky. Maybe if you just roll it back again, it might go in.
Kildare played well in the Scotch Foursomes yesterday.
Very good, yeah. Listen,
Did
there's
well
some
in the
good
Leinster
players
as well.
there.
They were
good
third
players.
in Leinster, which is better than they've done for a while. 25 years ago they won this last, so they're overdue a win, aren't they?
Well, we were talking as well yesterday, and I mean, I'm not trying to make it Galway centric, but we had some competitive teams back in the day. You know, we'd you know, your Tony Boyles and you know, your JJ O'Sullivans, Christy Egan's, and John McCormick's. You know, there were some good players back then, Tom McGough's, and you know, they didn't quite win one, but they did okay over the years. You
Absolutely.
know, and of course that's, as I say to you, that's where we're trying to get to now. You know.
And we wish you all the best with it. Great finish there by Crangle and McGreal, -4. That's one of the best
Yeah,
scores
very
we've
good,
heard
yeah.
so far in the straight
4
Foursomes.
under in
So
the straight
Dublin
Foursomes.
making some progress.
4 under in the straight Foursomes is a brilliant score. But I mean, we've seen Kieran Earls there out in the course, like, and when you see a guy like him, and you see the scores they're coming in the Limerick team, it goes to show you how difficult conditions are out there. It's just tough.
Yeah.
I mean, nobody's entitled to anything, right?
Got to go do it on the day.
You get what you get. But as I was saying, you know, I saw Kieran with the bag, and I was surprised. But I can see the appeal of it a little bit as well. You know, you can get a cover for the top of it when it's raining. Keep your clubs dry. You can keep your car keys in there.
Towel dry,
yeah,
etc.
yeah.
as well, because it's important to clean the ball every time this.
You're not going
on
to
a day
stop
like
it.
this.
You're not going to stop it. It's coming, and that's it. It's here. It's here. It's arrived.
But thankfully it's okay. It's playable. We can get on with it because
Oh yeah.
we don't want a Douglas or a Rock Lodge or a Clog. Really, we want to try and get it done on time.
Well, we were in Clog there like last couple of weeks ago. In the last 4 holes, and just to give you an example, between myself, I was out with a guy called Tony O'Connor. He's one of our players in Meath, and we played the last 4 holes beautifully, but we could not get a putt because the greens were absolutely soaked wet. No matter how hard you hit the ball, you couldn't get it to the hole. And listen, the right decision was made in the end. You couldn't keep playing. Like, there was just too much water on the greens. And you know, we're a member of a group there, John, you and I, the commentary group, and I sent in a few photos because there was a bit of a chat between everybody on it.
Yeah.
And as soon as I sent in the photos, the chat stopped because people were, I think, a little bit shocked to see
It
the
was a
amount of water.
no-brainer. Yeah.
When you see the amount of water on the greens, you know,
And it's a hilly course as well, Clog, so you'd have safety concerns as well about people just walking around and going
I
on to
nearly
tee
came a
boxes.
cropper on the 4th, just going down the hill. I mean, it is so steep, like, and that's not the only one. There's, I think it's the 13th hole where it has the massive 20-foot drop. I mean, just getting down to that, you know, you nearly want a cable car to get down to it. It was so steep, so it was not good conditions, and I felt so sorry for the people of Clog because they had nothing but sunshine for 2 months, and then when we needed it, I mean, and it was biblical rain now. I mean, we were looking over the mountains of Moran when we arrived at the course in the morning, and within an hour you couldn't see anything, and that'll just tell you how bad it was. So I was just looking there at the leaderboard on the ladies. So the Offaly ladies, they're currently in the lead on 10 under, and the Dublin ladies are 2 under behind. They're 8 shots behind. What do you think? They're out for singles now in a while, are they? Or are they done?
They're currently playing their singles, which is the final round for the ladies.
So because I didn't think the scores were in yet. So they're out there now at the moment. I mean, is there any way Dublin can turn that over?
It's going to be difficult. It's a great story developing. Offaly third round 2014, I think, on Tullamore. Didn't have a team for a good few years at all. Net winners last year. Were Division 2 winners when there was Division 2 set up back in around 1999. But really, it would be fantastic. They played so well in the Leinster. In fact, they had the best single score in the Leinster in Inniskeen this year. Amy Galvin, obviously, fantastic player. Margaret Hogan, a player of enduring quality for decades. And Denise Pike and then the Flanagan, tremendous intermediate players in their own right. Both both Leinster champions. Denise won in All-Ireland. Linda was second in an All-Ireland. So it's a great story. They were fantastic yesterday in the foursomes. I think they'll hang on.
I mean, when you take even just an example, you mentioned Margaret there, like, you know, you bring somebody like her with her experience in, I mean, and then Amy as well, another like a rising star in the game, really, you know. I watched her in the match play against Chrissy. I mean, they have wonderful players there, and listen, they won the net. They want the gross now, and they're going the right way.
Looking
around
good.
it. They are.
We've got James Cleary with a chip here for Tipperary. It's probably going to be pretty speedy. And in it goes.
Look at that.
Wonderful chip. The Tipperary chipping this morning is certainly making for good scores.
We're starting to see it on the scoreboard, though.
Yep.
I mean, this is making a difference.
They're clawing it back.
And, you know, this is making a difference. And if Cork are watching the scoreboards, I'm not saying it would rattle them, but it'll definitely give them cause for pause.
So Daithí could do with this one. Breaking from his left, 15 feet.
Oh, so lucky.
Well, again,
there was a lovely pace on that putt
that's
there.
another one back for Tipperary.
There you go. So the chip in. We've seen 2 beautiful chip-ins from Tipperary in the last little while.
Michael Fennell and James Cleary, 2 superb chips. Obviously familiarity with the course, but it's class play.
Yeah, well.
So Cork 1 over par.
It's a funny thing, you know, you talk about chip-ins there, like people who watch a lot of golf, well, we're just seeing some library pictures here. People who watch a lot of golf, you know, they see a chip-in here and there. Chip-ins in pitch and putt are very common, and some people are almost expertise. That's their expertise, is chipping in, and it's a very gettable. There's sometimes you walk down to your ball when it's just off the green, you say, yeah, this is chipping, and more often than not, the really top guys, you know, they'll do that, especially match play things that that'll break your heart.
I played a good bit with sadly gone from us now, Eamon Birchall. The trophy for the Division 2 is named in his honour. I used to play a lot with him, and if the ball was half an inch off the green, Eamon would bring out the chipper and he'd expect to chip it in.
Yeah, we have one of them in our place as well.
James Cleary here on the 50 metre 18th. The graveyard, this is known as, Frank.
Oh, listen, there was no graveyard for me today. It was a swimming pool.
And that is a class pitch right into the heart of the green.
Yeah. And I must say, like, when you were on the greens now and you repaired the pitch mark and you just tap it down, you'd swear there were never there was anything there. That's a sign of a good green, isn't it? Just bounces
Absolutely.
back immediately.
Absolutely. 3 under par Tipperary, so 4 shots recovered in this group alone. So
And the singles, anything can happen. You know, if you get lads having a good day, and if you get momentum is a thing in sport. It's a good shot.
The spin helped Dahi there, kept him within. Probably John Cahill will put that.
And
up
that's
the
an easier
slope,
putt.
and it's an easier
I
putt
would argue.
up the slope and breaking from the left.
I'd argue it's an easier putt than the other putt. You know, because anything uphill here, it just enables you to have a go. You know, you can really just have a little rattle at it. And but I mean, with the singles, momentum in any kind of sport, no matter what it is huge. You get off to a good start, and suddenly your wheels are turning. You know.
Worked in Cork's favour last year. They were 8 behind Kerry going out in Sunday in Bangladesh and were absolutely immense in the foursomes.
And let's face it,
got back to within 1 and then brought it home in the singles.
Yeah.
So momentum is huge in any sport, I suppose, but particularly in inter-county pitch and putt.
So I would argue that if I was playing, I'd prefer this putt. I really would. I mean, it's off the left. Depending on how hard,
uphill, whereas the other one is
on
slightly downhill and braking. Well, I suppose people like Brut's braking from the right, but downhill you've got to be careful with.
But here, like, if it depends on the pace he likes to go at. If he's going to give it a bit of pace, it's probably maybe half a cup out. But it'll be interesting to see what he does first. They want this putt.
This would help get him back to level par at least.
No,
broke across.
Didn't keep it up.
Yeah, didn't give it enough.
So that's one of those ones where you get caught in. Do you give it enough pace, or do you just will it into the hole, more or less? So if you're going to will it into the hole, you've got to give it loads of break, and that's just the way it is.
Yeah. So this would be 5 if Stephen Chore could make this, and he's made a lot of these in his time as well. Irish stroke play champion over his home course recently at Riverdale.
You fancy him for this one, wouldn't you?
You would. Oh, broke again. That was a real opportunity for Tip to add another.
That's going to hurt. Because he knows the significance of that, especially when they've had them on the run a little bit.
Still a good return. 51 for Foursomes in those conditions.
I mean, in that case, if your opponent is drowning, you go over and stick a hose in his mouth. You know, and that's what they want to do, right? You don't give them a second. You don't let them breathe for a second.
Small bit of heat on this one now for Dahi, even though it's a short putt.
Yeah, but I've seen these missed. I mean, all day yesterday there was lads missing ones like this, but he'll knock this in. I'm confident. There you go, right in the middle.
Tough times for Fermoy at the moment. They're a tenant of the GA club down there in Fermoy, and there's a planning application in for a car park for the GA, which is going to impact on Fermoy's course if it goes ahead. Now, there had been mediation about it, I think, and discussion, and Fermoy Pitch and Putt thought they had one solution, but the GA seemed to have gone for another solution. So we wish Fermoy all the best with that. Hopefully an amicable solution can be found, because Fermoy is one of our top championship courses.
And it's really vital that we hang on to places like that. I mean, because, you know, we look at the likes of Furban, and they have done nearly miracles in the last season, because the year before that the membership was down, it was difficult for them, but they're beginning to rise a little bit again, and to keep the likes of Furban, Fermoy in that part of the country, it's so important. It's because we're a direct example of what happens when all of the clubs around you are just taken away. You're completely isolated for years, and the only reason we're back now is because of the work that's been going on in our club. The club was always there, the membership fell, but now we're beginning to push into road health again. We're not going to get other clubs near Galway. It's just not going to happen. Who's going to come along and invest money in land that they can get massive money to build houses and do whatever? But we're hopeful in our modest club. It's an army barracks club. It's built on I suppose it's almost like a peninsula out on the edge of Galway Bay, and it's an absolutely godsend place.
Beautiful place.
And our hope is that, you know, it will remain in our control for many's the moon coming, because Galway sorely needs it. I mean, it's much more than pitch and putt, John. It's a men's shed. It's a women's
It's a
shed.
community, isn't it?
It's
a huge community, and so important there in Renmore, isn't it? Is your
I mean, and we have your man from the PPI Peoples. What's his first name again? I can't think of it. He's been coming to us with a lot of different projects. We've had active retirement groups with us. We've had people who have certain illnesses or getting over illnesses.
Hill, yeah, he's doing wonderful
mental
work.
illnesses.
Yeah.
And we're having them down every Wednesday morning, giving them a bit of coaching, getting them out, getting them, as I said to you, getting them off the couch and into some fresh air. Looking around, as I just say, even with pitch and putt up in Mellis, if you're not playing that well, at least you can look out at the view.
It's incredible. We always enjoyed playing Mellows.
I'm always sending in the cruise ship pictures to you on the commentary group, and they just look brilliant, But the place is it's a special place. Like, everybody loves their own course, right? I was going around with a lovely guy, Ron, there from Bagenalstown today, and we were chatting. He said, well, listen, I'm not biased now, but he said, I love my own course. I love, and of course he does. And we're all a bit like that. We're a bit biased towards our own,
Bit of trouble for Cork here on 18, it looks like.
That's 17 there, yeah. There's John Walsh there now. They're surveying I suppose you want to call it, damage. The problem here is there's not an awful lot. Like, you've got to get the ball up, and really you'd like to be landing it maybe just on the fringe and let it roll out. If you go any further in, it could dangerous go off the side. Now, you could try and bump it in there, but you're taking a risk if you're going to be bumping it. You can get any kind of a bounce,
Yeah, bumping it's tricky given that it's so soft, because you're going to get probably a soft bounce depending on where you hit.
When you can have a good lie
but then
here
if you flop it onto the green, it's going to be difficult to stop it at the flag, isn't it?
You just want to drop it just in around the fringe, just after the fringe, and let it roll out to the hole.
No better man to do it than John Walsh.
Exactly.
5-time All-Ireland stroke play and match play champion. What a chip.
Very good. He was able to go at more aggressive actually there, and he bypassed the fringe there beautifully, and he got a little bit of check on it, which was good. So I suppose maybe that's one of the times where the lift clean in place worked to his advantage in a big way.
Absolutely. A bit of mud on that ball, it wouldn't have been easy to do that. Here's a man of immense experience, Tipperary Hills man, Anthony Culhan.
If he can knock this in here, and he could.
Wouldn't put it past him. Bobbled a little, didn't it? Just after leaving the club face.
Yeah, and we're seeing a few bobbles. Yeah. But it's funny, the top players there, they want everything, don't they?
They certainly do.
They want the cake, they want the crumbs, they want everything off the table, like, really. Could you blame them?
Could you blame them, indeed. Now Owen Shannon lining this one up, so obviously he's not dead. John did get it pretty close though, maybe 2.5 feet.
So, John, I'll be heading out myself to play at 1 o'clock, and I'll probably be joining you again later on, but it's been a pleasure to be here with you for the last
Likewise, Frank.
hour.
Great to spend an hour with you and
yeah,
see these top players in action. And wish you
great.
all the best. Play well.
Thank
Enjoy.
you very much. Yeah, I feel like I could break 60 out there today,
another
maybe.
bogey for Cork. I've no doubt you'll break
But that's
par.
another shot gone
That's
now.
another shot gone.
And
Tip
as you said,
Cork were -2, so they'll be finishing with a 53, -1.
but you read it well. You said John Walsh was overlooking at that putt, so there was nothing easy about it.
Yeah, you know by the way they're studying it, you know it's not absolutely dead.
But I will leave you and love you.
Good to talk to you, Frank. Enjoy. Anthony Culhan on the 18th for Tipperary. John Walsh on the tee. Short left. I'm going to take a little break, and Derek O'Driscoll and Philip Warner are going to take over commentary.
Get two and get one for me and get one for everyone. And
Okay, guys, welcome back to the Philip Warner and Derek O'Driscoll. We're going to take you into the next few minutes till our break for lunch. This is our Cork group and our Tipperary group. This is the John Walsh owned Shanahan group, and they are 1 under par, as you can see in the graphic there, on the 18th. Looks like Owen Shanahan's going to be chipping John John's ball. These guys had a massive 13 under par yesterday in the Scotch Foursomes, which has been the highlight of keeping them in the lead. Owen. That's a good try. Yeah, leaves it dead. John will be happy with that. These are two Collins' club mates. So they play a lot of pitch and putt together, play county leagues together as well.
Just shows how difficult the straight foursomes is, Derek, isn't that right? When you think of it, like 1 under today, 13 under yesterday.
It's a massive contrast, all right.
Yeah.
This is Michael Fennell. I believe he's putting for birdie, is he, Phil? Yeah, he is. Michael came in today for Tipperary. He didn't play yesterday. Michael's does a huge amount of work in this course, and he's a Lakeside man. This is his course. So they've done well. They're 2 under par. Put for birdie. 51 be very respectable.
I think the objective going out against the Cork groups this morning for the Tipperary guys was just win their match, just try win their game, try consider it match play nearly. You know, even though we're looking at stroke play here, kind of saying go out and beat our guys that are in front of us, and hopefully the other groups are going to do the same as well. Might leave us in a similar position to where we were at before this morning started, but look, I suppose it's not a foregone conclusion yet. You know, Tipperary are still in this, although they do need to start making inroads.
This is big, I think. There you go.
That's it. Well
51.
done.
You can hear the round of applause. We can hear from the van here. We heard the round of applause from the locals. And I think the Tipperary fans need to give them something to get them going. That's Anthony Culhan, his partner. So they are happy. They're fighting battle. So, you know, Cork had an 11-shot lead going into this. So that's 2 back there. Okay. So there's Stephen Shore, Brian Cahill, who played yesterday. And they're trying to get themselves going.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see Stephen, he looks like a man on a mission there at the moment.
He's talking to his team. It is good. Brian Cahill, who played yesterday there, they're supporting his players.
That's really good to see as well.
Yeah, it is good to see that. Yeah. Maybe not, it can't be easy for him now not playing today, but I suppose it's about the team. We'll fly over that lovely 18th hole. This is Joe Danaher pitching the 18th, and that's not bad. That didn't spin as much as we've seen the other ones.
Absolutely, I thought it might have ended up in that kind of area just short of the green. It's been a very popular space this morning with the spin.
Well, there you see him. GOAT, as we've all called him, Ray Murphy.
Absolutely.
Pitching the 18th. It's great to see this man still doing it at the top level. 3 under par with his partner Owen Walsh, which is a nice solid score. Again, Cork tend not to give much away, even 3 under there. The lads 1 under there. They're all still under par. They beat the course each time. Now, Ray would have this drop and stop, Phil, but he'd want to get up by the flag, I would think.
Yes, absolutely.
Steep, high follow through. And
stops on a
good
sixpence.
Ball. It does. So, birdie putts.
And we've just had a note passed in, so we've got a break coming up in around 10-15 minutes, and then when we come back we're going to take in the ladies in the afternoon session, which obviously is still all to play for, Derek, considering yesterday, especially with Offaly's superb score.
Superb stuff. This highlights, is it? Michael Fennell chipping on the difficult 8-hole.
Unbelievable chip for birdie.
It just goes in, does it?
It does
I
indeed.
didn't see. I was
yeah.
driving down there,
And
yeah.
There was a big cheer on the course when that happened, and
Okay.
as you can see, look, the guys are right up for it.
Yeah. Because that's one against the head getting the birdie on that 70
Exactly,
metre pitch.
yes. And the guys from the Cork guys are short as well. I think there was a shot
really?
swing in that there, yeah. So, yeah, I think this group, Stephen's group here, will be a little bit disappointed. There's a couple of missed putts on 7 and 8 that probably should have been converted. So another couple of shots that could have really swung here in the favour of the Tipperary team. But look, that being said, they've made some headway. That was the objective this morning.
The objective.
And again, look, it all comes down to the singles.
Well, it is good, Phil, because coming in, when I was here last time commentating, coming in the last while, it looked it was all over.
Yes.
And the Tipperary boys, we were trying to work out, I think they were 16 under for the last 21 holes.
Yeah, the
of
guys
team,
were saying that, yeah.
and they brought it in and they've made a match of it, in fairness to them.
Yes,
And
absolutely.
they've gained, as we said, a couple here again, so we'll get a clarification later on, see what the gap is. But it does look, to be honest now, this time I'm going to say a 2-horse race, because I think Westmeath have gone into 3rd place.
Yes.
Dublin 4th, but there is a gap.
Yeah, and again, like, you know, if you were to take a look after, maybe when we finish coverage, if you take a look at some of the scores, you're going to see some names there this morning, and you're going to have to blink twice because you won't believe some of the scores that came in. You know, some top seniors finishing over par in the stray foursomes, and it's just down to the format. You know, we call it odds and evens. Myself and my own Scotch foursomes playing partner, you know, certain holes just don't suit certain people, and that can result in, you know, big scores.
For birdie, he's always solid. Oh yeah. But I do know, even as a partner, you don't mind seeing your partner do that.
Yeah, of course,
you know,
leave it past the hole. Yeah.
Ray will definitely mark. He's playing far too long to be tapping that in.
Yeah.
Stephen O'Reilly likes his yellow jacket. We won't miss him anyway.
Yes. That might replicate the duck for singing in the rain.
Yeah.
But the weather has seemed to clear up here as well, which is great because
it is great.
Yeah. It was a big factor yesterday, Derek.
Like you would have seen, we had everything, but the showers that they came were very tough. And then we did get sunshine now as well, but the showers are tough. Yeah. But I definitely think himself, Stephen O'Reilly, and Shore need credit for the 247s they brought in yesterday.
Superb, yeah.
This, I suppose, it's a tighter match if we play like that, Phil.
Yes.
And
it's just dived at the hole, yeah.
So it's 52, but it just shows the credit of the 10 under combined from the Westmeath team.
Absolutely,
yeah. Now, when we look at it like that, Cork, what did Cork do? 3 under and 1 under and 1 under, yeah.
Speaking of blinking twice, I definitely did when I seen that on the phone this morning. 10 under, absolutely superb. Credit to them. And, you know, again, it's all on the day. You know, there's certain teams yesterday that were expected to come out and shoot big scores, and they didn't do it.
No.
You know, I'm sure that there weren't many people assuming that score would be put in by that team this morning. So, you know, well done to those guys.
See how Ray never changes if it's 2 foot, 10 foot, 15 foot. The care he gives this.
Oh.
Now, I heard you saying the commentators cursing the way down, Phil.
Yes.
Have I just done something even worse? Said the greatest player that's played. That's going to hurt.
And it adds a lot. It does.
Yeah.
It does add a lot. You know, the guys need to tidy up here. And to be fair, he's missed a couple of these this morning, so he just straight in.
Okay, so that's if we call it 2 2-unders.
Yeah.
Ray doesn't look happy.
So what looked like would be a stroke gained has turned into a stalemate in that particular game.
Yeah.
So 6 shots in total were accumulated back by the Tipperary team this morning. So that brings us down to a 5-stroke difference.
Okay.
So
that's gonna
all of a sudden it's all to play for.
So I'm thinking Cork were 50 going out, so they must be 55-ish. Phil might confirm that for me later on there now, but they were 50 under starting, and we might think they're going to about 55. I'm just going to talk about myself and Phil. We're both from McDonough, so just going to talk about our own Kildare Scotch Foursomes team. We covered a lot of them yesterday, but they were second after the Scotch Foursomes. They were fourth after yesterday, but they they've drifted back a bit. But they battled hard. But Ian Dillon and Martin had a 6 over 60, which is kind of surprising for a pairing like that. But they're not the only one. And the other two pairings, we had a 1 over and a 1 under. So we've gone back to 25 under now. Kildare have.
Yeah, and to be fair, again, we were speaking to Martin a short while before we joined up here online, and Martin mentioned it was just one shot where he had pulled the tee shot and
out of bounds on 9. And would you believe they had a double bogey that yesterday in the Scotch Foursomes, and they took a 6 there today. So that, I don't know. The lads want to go back to that hole.
Yeah, definitely not. But look, I think the singles obviously will be a huge factor. The guys will hopefully be, trying to take third place. Obviously, it'll be a big ask from now. But
how we Westmeath, what are they on?
I'm just looking at the scores here now.
So we're going to give you a rundown on the scores. Now the website is excellent. Really, they have it well updated. You get them after 9
so just looking here, Westmeath are 38 under. They're joint third with Dublin.
Okay.
And at the moment, so we've got Cork have gone to 55. And then we've got
Tipperary.
Tipperary. Just double checking here. It says they're 43, but that's for our 198. So there's a couple of cards still to go in there.
So Cork 55. So we were Cork were 5 under on the straight foursomes there. Which was I think 2 2s and a 1 under. On the 3 groups.
And then there's a 6 under to go in as well for Tipperary, I believe. So
which will put them to the 49.
Yes.
Right. Which is a 6. So we think 6 shot gap for Cork, and then you're going down to 11 shots further back for the Dublin and Westmeath for the third. So you might have heard that great presentation this morning from Skinner Malone and Frank Deneen, and Skinner was saying, leaving before they went out this morning, that Dublin were looking at a podium finish. So that's probably still their aim, and it looks like the hosts and the holders for the coveted prize.
Absolutely. And Kildare at 25 under would need to shoot the lights out in the singles. But look, stranger things have happened. It's probably very strange, but if it were to be done, but singles, it's a different game. 1 or 2 players go out and play poorly, and especially after this morning. Obviously Westmeath will be on a bit of a high after shooting so low in the straight foursome, so they'll be hoping to take that positive set of scores into the singles. Dublin obviously haven't played too bad this morning either.
No, I just think with the fact you're allowed to drop one of the singles, it does take a bit pressure off top teams there, that one of their scores won't count. So you're looking at 5 singles out of those 6 in the afternoon, and Cork, that's where they normally excel. The singles in the back 9 is what I would have grown up knowing them as. That was their strength always. For the team from last year, they're on it. So Frank Deneen is our manager. He played last year, and Brian Delaney, they're not here this year, but they've Dahi Sexton's on it this year, and Owen Shannon. So they know how to win. Which is all important. And look, I suppose you're probably, if you were to put a panel of players together across the country, it would probably be that Cork team. It would.
I think it certainly
Frank
would.
was saying this morning, now obviously Frank will be biased, and I had a good interview with him yesterday, that is there any county wouldn't take any of their 6 players on their team now? And then he kind of separated them into the big 3, which was Ray, John and John Cal, and all the titles that they have between them, 3 of them. So
and I'm looking here just before we finish up, Derek. Obviously we're going to take in the ladies in the afternoon, and obviously this is absolutely fascinating with what happened yesterday, what a lot of people didn't expect. What was your take on it after kind of seeing it unfold in front of you?
I didn't see it coming. That's the honest. I'll be honest with it here. I knew Offaly have potential, and they are doing great, but I did think that the host Tipperary have a strong team. Our own county Kildare with the girls are always so strong, and then you have your Cork in Dublin. But Offaly have blitzed that field. They're 8-shot lead, 10 under par. Largely due to that super 47 from Amy Gallivan and Linda Flanagan. Super round. So yesterday the ladies had 2 Scotch foursomes. So today's their singles, so all 4 to count. And Phil, that's the one for me. All 4 to count and singles. Can they hold that 8-shot lead? They're 8 ahead, I think 12 back to Cork. But they've since we came into the commentary, they just about to tee off there, and we will follow them home in the afternoon.
And what about Kildare? Obviously, I suppose hugely disappointing yesterday.
Yes. No, they just really have got to. I think some of them have got to break 50, and I don't know, is it on out there?
Yeah, absolutely.
I just don't know. It's that type of score on in singles, and like all players need to go under par as well. Like so, I'm never say never, but I think that it's too much of an ask for them. Podium finish again would probably be their ambition.
Yeah, absolutely.
If they could pull off third place.
And then also, look, I suppose the one team that probably, well, Tipperary certainly have a chance, but Dublin ladies, obviously I've seen Geraldine outside there this morning, and obviously they've got an incredible team. Skinner mentioned it this morning that he thinks that they're still bang in there with a chance, which I believe they are, and I'm sure you do as well.
Yeah.
What do you think is going to come in the afternoon from this Dublin team?
I think as a team, if they can finish under par with their 2 under, I think they have a chance.
Okay.
I do think a chance. I think Offaly need to be looking at that and thinking all 4 of us score in the 50s, nothing going mad, nothing in 60 plus, but even for if they can have an average of 56 for the 4 ladies, I think that will be enough for Offaly to get home.
Yeah, super.
But
and then obviously Division 1 then, we've obviously got a very, very close affair for first place, Louth ladies and Meath ladies. I spoke with Suzanne Jordan this morning, and optimistic about their chances. This is going to go right down to the wire, isn't it?
It is, and again, it could be exciting finish, because with all 4 counting and this difficulty of dropping shots out here, it really could be an exciting finish coming in there.
Yeah.
And even in the men's Division 1, then I think we have it's quite tight between Limerick and Meath for the Division 1 and the men's. They seem to have pulled away, but that could be an exciting finish in the singles in the afternoon between. Am I right there, Phil?
Limerick and Louth. Limerick and Louth.
If
I'm looking at this correctly, yeah. Meath have actually.
Oh, they might.
Hang on, sorry. Yeah, this is not updated correctly. You are correct. It's Limerick and Meath.
Limerick and Meath,
right.
I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it'd be in
2 shots in it.
2 shots in it.
Yeah, 2 shots in it.
Over 5 singles.
You won't rule Louth out either, because Louth are only 4 back from Meath.
Yeah, I think they had a terrible morning that day in the straight foursomes. I saw they were all 3 pairings were well over par, so it really set them back. I saw actually when they drove in there, Phil, in there.
Yeah, 100%.
I saw them talking, it looked like an emergency team meeting. They were all at their cars. A lot of post-mortems going in because this morning didn't go well, and if they want to have anything in Division 1, they need a massive singles performance today.
Absolutely. Well, look, I suppose that kind of brings us to the conclusion of this morning's session. It's been really, really enjoyable. I'm sure myself and Derek will be back on with you guys later on this afternoon. We will share the link online to the afternoon session very, very shortly. And I suppose it's been really good entertainment so far, and we look forward to the afternoon.
That's great. Thanks, Phil. See you all in the afternoon, guys. Mary Murray. Okay, guys, so we are picking up the 11th hole. This is a 48-metre pitch. It's Mary Murray from Cork. Pitching the 11th now. She's playing with Chrissy Sheedy. Mary's playing out of the Rock Lodge Club and has been on the Cork team now for a number of years.
That's a super ball.
Oh, it is a super
Yeah.
ball, yeah. Into what, 6-7 feet?
Yeah.
Gettable putt too. Just give you some Cork scores there. See how they making a fist of it. 86 and a very credible lead from par after 9. Sarah Neal is +5, but Eleanor Walsh is 2 under par after 9. So combined, we're coming in at +3. It might be enough to get Cork this podium finish. So we're just kind of, myself and Phil are going to working on the scores here and try to get help from outside. So after 9, we just go through the teams who we think are in contention. Chrissy Sheedy is +2 after 9, which wouldn't be great. Tara is even par after 9, but Marion is 4 over. Marion Courtney's 4 over after 9, and Marion Gannon Keller 6 over after 9. That's not going to get the job done for them.
No, it's not the start that they were looking for specifically today.
No.
Yeah, we were kind of chatting just before we finished up the morning session. They really needed to be shooting in the 50s, and it looks like a very significant battle to get even anywhere near that at the moment with the way they're shooting.
Yeah. There was just too much to be asked for with all 4 scores to count in the singles. Chrissy, I was going to
It's
try.
not a bad effort, yeah.
Just broke from her.
I suppose, Derek, perfection doesn't always last forever, and I suppose they've been brilliant, haven't they, over the years?
They have been, and even when we're looking at them here now, like that, they have drifted back. So it does look between Offaly, Dublin, and Tip for the first 3 positions. Cork are outside 4th at the moment, and I think Kildare will have to wait for another year.
Yes, and I know just from being out on the course earlier and chatting with Skinner, the Dublin ladies have had a strong start to the front 9. Those scores will start to filter in,
They
but
will, yeah.
I know, I believe Margaret had birdied the first or second. It was one of them I'd heard she'd birdied. So good start there for Margaret.
Oh, Mary, that's unlucky. I thought that was a good positive putt there now, but just going to skim the edge of the hole.
For Geraldine, rather.
For Geraldine.
To Geraldine Maud,
Okay.
yeah, sorry.
Actually, we're just watching. I won't betray the man's trust, but off the first, we had a bit of an unusual slice, and the ball didn't miss Geraldine Ward by much, so we didn't have any drama there. But Geraldine didn't even see it coming; she was concentrating on her chip shot.
When we were talking to Frank in the
I won't
preview
be
show,
crazy.
he
This is
was
Michael Fennell's chip from earlier on the 8th.
Brilliant.
Absolutely superb.
Really got it up in the air and released.
Bang.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's a lot of emotion for Michael Fennell's show.
Exactly,
You
yeah.
know,
And
that shows how much they're in it. Like, you know.
yes. And so we're back down to 6 strokes, I believe, Derek.
We are 52-47. I was checking after there a while ago. 52 for Cork. Is that right? 47 for Tip. So Cork were only 2 under actually in that straight foursomes.
5 strokes.
5
Yeah,
strokes.
Geez, okay.
Yeah.
So from maybe a half an hour before finishing yesterday evening, it looked like it was all done and dusted.
It did. It really did. Like, there was not many of us left at that stage. You know, it was a long day. And people were saying, sure, it's over. And if we were saying, if the rain comes tomorrow, sure, look, Cork have won anyway. But no, not now.
No, absolutely.
5 shots over 6 singles plays in the next hour. It's definitely not over. I do notice, Phil, one thing. When the teams finish their sessions, they leave. There's no hanging around watching other players playing, or they kind of regroup themselves, I suppose, as a team.
Yeah, 100%.
So everyone's different.
Yeah, and I suppose that's a big thing in pitch and putt at the moment, isn't it? Like, I suppose that's probably why a lot of people who do favour the 36 holes do. It's because they want to play their rounds and they want to get on then up the road wherever they're going. These are some pictures from St. Anne's a couple of weeks back.
That's one you did great work on.
Oh, well.
There's John Carl.
Yeah, it was a super weekend. Obviously, the boys.
3 lads there.
Yeah,
Great view actually in St. Anne's from Cork, the top of the north side. You can see everything from the top.
yeah. And to be fair, they did do some great work to get the course ready. They were, you know,
Phil, just on your opinion there, the mats, those mats, I know we have them up in Royston. I'm being controversial there. What's your own opinion on those?
I'm not a fan of them, and I suppose it's just my own game. It's my own game. I find that they can be advantageous to people that actually do hit mats, that generally tend to hit mats with their swings, because they're not being punished. The club tends to bounce through them, and it's not decelerating as it would do as if you were hitting a regular black mat. So, you know, it does take the spin off when someone hits it with a wedge, and they hit the mat. But yeah, in my opinion, it's not my cup of tea. What about yourself, Derek?
The effort to put the tee in and the wobble of the tee and trying to get that in, that part alone is a thing. I'm not mad about them either now, because I'm trying to think where Royston up in Newbridge, Laxer Park, have them.
Yes, have
St.
them.
Anne's. Can't think of many others. Can you top your head there
off
now?
the
with
top of my head, there are a few now out there for sure. But they seem to. They seem to.
Tullamore, I think.
That's right, yes, Tullamore do have them,
yeah.
Now, to be fair, now, I don't know what it was about Tullamore's now, but they seem a little bit bigger.
I thought the same.
I suppose there may have been a period there for maybe a couple of years back where people were changing and they decided to move away from, as you can see on the screen there, the original black mats.
Yeah.
In my opinion, now they're the bread and butter, they're the best ones.
Yeah.
You know.
Right, this is Dublin, +2, so we have Dublin and Tip playing together, and they have reached the 11th hole now. Well, if that caption's right, that's an excellent score, 4 under par.
We will just get some clarification on that from the team. That is correct, 4 under. That's absolutely
that's Margaret
unbelievable.
Hennessy pitching here.
I did actually see her pitch. I believe it
this
was
could make a this could be a massive difference from Tip. That's well short, is that?
Now,
but it's some 10 holes of pitch and putt.
Yes, absolutely. No, I did see her. She nailed the 7th, I believe it was, as I was out on the course, and I did get a good round of applause because I think it had a look at the hole on its way by. But yeah, no, that's super shooting.
This is Glenda Hoy pitching here. On the left, Glenda had a nice woolly hat. Keep yourselves up. Throws it up. A high ball. Is it up? Just judging from the swing, I didn't think it looked up either to me now. No. They had a bit of work to do for their up and down pars there now.
Yeah, both of them. Yeah, and look, I suppose it's getting to the nitty gritty stage as well. You know, 4 under there for the first 10 holes. That is some shooting.
6-shot differential there between these two ladies,
and that's huge.
That is bring Tipperary back into it, wouldn't it?
Yes, well, I suppose, there was only one shot in it as they had went out and started their second rounds today rather. But yeah, I suppose that really will. I suppose if you can keep that score on the boards, that really is going to bring them into contention, depending on what the Offaly ladies do. Obviously, you've got the other Tipperary ladies as well that are out there. They need to be scoring, but it's all to play for. I think it's going to really be an exciting afternoon. You can see some top seniors in the background there.
You can.
You know, they're taking it in. That says a lot as well, you know, which is great to see.
These be tough up and downs now, because both of these chips, I know you preferred lies, but it is running away from you when you get the ball up onto the green.
Yeah.
Talking to a few of the players over the weekend, they're saying, the Frank Nocton commenting a while ago was saying when you chip on, what he found it wasn't digging in, and it would release. And it would continue to release. Yeah. And that's the part where they're dropping shots.
I think that's probably down to the moisture as well, Derek. It has to be, you know. There's no friction as the ball is hitting the green, so it's preventing it spinning.
Tip. Yeah, it's Margaret Hennessy now chipping.
So Margaret's chip.
That's a fine ball.
That's fine. Just there's a bit of work in it, but
another little trivia for you. I don't know how you could put with a ball with half white, half yellow. I've seen some funny kind of balls out there.
Yes.
Dean Gran, did you see what Dean Gran was playing with?
Was it an orange one?
Pink, I think.
Pink, okay.
Cerise pink, some colour,
He has all sorts of colours in the locker, so.
So, Glenda now. Can she get that inside that ball of Margaret? No, I don't think that's.
Oh, look at this.
No, it is.
It's released right up.
God,
and it's just outside it
Yeah.
now. So that just goes to, back
That's
up your point of
yeah,
what you've
what
just
Frank was
said.
saying, yeah.
Everything releasing.
So both ladies have quite decent putts for par now.
Believe there was plenty of talk about the west of Ireland this morning with Frank in the boot.
Oh, okay. He's a great man for a bit of history on Mellows.
Absolutely, fountain of knowledge.
He's not done yet, though, Phil. I think he's going to be relieving us later on.
Yeah.
He's actually going to play now, and he's coming in after he plays.
Yes.
So he'll take ye home there for that.
He has plenty of knowledge on the game, and I suppose
He loves talking about clubs, about what the people play, which is probably
absolutely.
good. We all have different angles on what we were going to do with this
Yes.
commentary. But he loves finding out what the players actually play with.
So what are we thinking here, Derek? Is this maybe just outside the left?
And firm. I think don't leave it, take the break. Oh, that's unlucky now, yeah. It looked a good strike. It's going to drop Glen to +3.
Yeah.
So we were thinking, myself and Phil were talking that once you're +4, +5, you're not going away from that for your team with every score to count. I don't think you're going to hurt your team, but it's just keep it in around there.
So just as we're taking this in, the Division 1 results are starting to filter into us. So we will keep
the
you up
ladies?
to, yes, in the
Yeah,
ladies.
Loud, I
that
think, have
is.
Loud
It
ramped home
looks
there,
like
yeah.
Loud have got home, yeah. We will update you as they're confirmed, but we're just getting some scores in here now. We will filter in their final results once they arrive to us. I'm sure they
Margaret
will do shortly.
for par. Keep this run going. Well done. Super par. Excellent. Now they will go to the difficult 12th hole, very tricky 58-metre pitch.
That was very unlucky.
Yeah.
Caught a good part of the lip
Caught a
as
good
well,
part
yeah.
of the lip.
So I think we're going to stick at the 11th here. Yes.
Oh, okay, that's
and
excellent. We'll see them go through, so.
yeah, we've the next group coming through.
Round of applause we can hear outside for group finishing.
Is that the sun I see in the background? Just trying to creep out. There she is. The star of the show yesterday, Amy Galvin.
Okay. Yeah. She got her Irish towel on. Irish ladies who were so successful in Lucan this year. Team Stream of Tea, Chrissy, Tara and Amy.
We're just chatting this morning about Amy. She really is the future of the women's game, isn't she, Derek?
She's bringing it forward, yeah. I suppose she's played so much with her dad growing up. And
Another unbelievable pitch and putt
pitch
there
and
as well.
play, yeah.
Yeah.
But she's in her own right now, and I think it crowned her playing for Ireland too this year and
Yeah.
being successful and winning.
It's taking her game on immensely.
Yeah.
Yeah. And couldn't meet a nicer lady either.
Well, I just saw her out there as her partner Linda Flanagan was playing the first. Amy was watching her, supporting her, and Linda was nervous enough, but she knocked it onto the front of the green. 2 putts for par, and you could see the support that Amy was giving her. So they're, it's great to see.
Yeah.
Great to see.
So Derek, just while we're waiting on the next group, obviously it's been a jam-packed calendar. Things are starting to get a little bit quieter now. What's been your take on the season? What's been your highlight of the season so far?
I think the commentary has brought us on another level since where we were June weekend for the match play and now where we are now. It's been great to see Damien Fleming's performance on St. Anne's.
Incredible.
Must be, I wasn't there myself, but I watched a lot of your commentary on it. What he did just seems seconded on 33 under par for 72
And
holes.
he said it in his interview afterwards. He technically pulled up in the last 9 holes.
Yeah, he was being conservative coming home.
He didn't need to do anything. He said that
yeah.
was it. Like,
Yeah. The course, the calibre of courses. Pity boat last weekend up and I was managing to Kildare into team. We got the weather killed us up in Clog and that's been rescheduled. But the season's going well. The game for the young people is going well. See Jack McShane winning down in Fermoy last week,
Brilliant.
which was great under 16s.
Yeah.
And then end number of entries, which was super as well. But this is our blue ribbon, I think. Like, I mean, the 6 Irish team this year, they're all here, so it's great. Lucan was great, seeing all the other countries over.
Yes, really was.
But it is something from March, Phil. I suppose if you're not playing well in April, the season will hurt you.
Yes,
You got to get playing well by April. like the downtime is only a couple of months now. November, December, January is your downtime. Like other than that, you're playing a lot of pitch and putt.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously we've got the grip, the short grass, the Meath scramble was a success as well, from what I'm told. So I suppose that's the other format that we've got.
Yeah, the intercounties, Leinster intercounties, we have that again, and then we've the challenge between Munster and Leinster, which is coming up.
That's going to be in the McDonagh as well.
McDonagh, we're hosting that.
We've got it again. Yeah.
It's
brilliant. We really enjoyed that the last time it was held up there. It was a great day, and to be fair, it really had a Ryder Cup vibe about it.
It did, yeah. I missed that. I was on holidays, but I heard it was excellent, yeah.
Now, so we've got the next group from Dublin and Tipperary coming in, I believe. This is Dublin level par.
It's Tracy Smith now.
It's Dublin and Offaly, rather. Sorry,
they just with the draw, they kind of... I thought you were with the odd number. You have different players from different counties playing with each other.
Yeah.
On the way in.
Playing with the Callaway club.
Yeah, I looked a good pitch all the time.
Yeah.
There's that action. That came back for 4, 5, 6 feet.
Yeah.
Level par for a 10. Good. And this is Margaret Hogan. Okay.
Not the strongest
I was wondering what the side was. Yeah.
Yeah.
+5 after 10.
I seen Margaret in trouble there on the 6th earlier on. She's a fabulous player, but there's no question about it. She has to be nervous today.
Yeah, that's a good ball though.
Yeah,
that's
a
good ball
fine,
there.
Yeah. I'm sure the objective here is just, as hard as it may be, try to get back to level par. That has to be what she's thinking now. Margaret obviously has been an absolute stalwart to pitch and putt, but this competition has eluded her.
Yeah, it has, and all of Offaly, and obviously there's been talk since yesterday that they have this 8-shot lead, and can they bring it home?
Mm-hmm.
So,
now to be fair to her, she did hole a really good push on the 6th hole after getting herself into a spot of bother. Her chip was a little bit awkward. It was kind of lying awkwardly on the...
That's a difficult hole over the bunker, yeah.
Exactly. She was just short of it, and she had kind of left it maybe 5-6 foot past with her second shot, and then managed to I think she actually lipped in rather than lipped out, which was nice to see. So she'll be fighting. There's no question about it. She'll be fighting right through to the end.
Ladies showing good etiquette there, both replaying their pitch marks. And now lining up from the back end. I never do this myself, Phil, actually. And whatever my game, I think my putting would be my strongest point. But
yeah, absolutely.
I don't see the benefit of going to the other side of the hole.
Right.
To have a look, unless it's very, very slopey green now. And I think if you can get your look, have an eye of it, and trust yourself, I suppose. And in pitch and putt, like, you don't have to give the hole away too much. Pace is nearly more important to me.
So this is probably going to go right to left?
Yeah, just go to -1. Just on the low side. Yeah,
that would have actually nearly erased the whole deficit that the Tipperary or the Dublin ladies were up against in this group alone. So, one might say that the singles is going to be the deciding factor. That's for sure. This group alone has proven that.
Margaret could do with this now, couldn't she?
Absolutely.
Get back to +4.
She had a good indicator on what the putt will do.
I think topside, leave it fall in.
Good effort.
That's a great birdie, Margaret. Fair play to you.
Yeah, superb.
Yeah. She looks a big sigh there more than a smile.
I'm sighing her myself. Yeah, absolutely.
But it's big. Back to 4 over after 11.
Yeah. You'd imagine that.
I do find from playing her a few times that the back 9 is easier.
Absolutely.
To score on. There's not more danger holds on. The next 12 is a challenge. The next one coming up in a few minutes. But 13 on the way home.
So you can see down in the corner there, Mark just passes by. You can see the 9th. I believe that's the 9th.
The 8th. The one down there in the corner?
The long one down the corner is the 8th. That's probably one of the toughest shots I've seen on the pitch and putt circuit.
Yeah.
Like when you see, the likes of Ray Murphy and John Walsh short, it says a lot. It really does say a lot.
That was Mark Johan getting information for us now. This is Denise Pike from Offaly. The Dublin ladies is +4. 2 over.
Two-
It's
that's-
okay.
Yeah,
It's okay.
that's okay. Yeah,
We were
not too
thinking
bad.
around there. This is Denise Pike now of Tullamore Club.
Another lovely swing as well. Watch exactly what she does here with the club, nice and high usually. Yeah,
Is that up? I wonder, Phil. Just oh,
it's
well
up all right. Yeah,
Cheers.
it was a bit of a club twirl nearly.
Well up.
Yeah, that kick off the bank didn't help. So bit of an awkward
See
chip.
that man Leo there. Leo shot 18 under last week in Bagnallstown. He's the
Wow.
chairperson of Bagnallstown. But he's intermediate, so he couldn't win the title. So
18
went to Team Grand for 18 under.
I'm playing the wrong sport,
I
guys.
tell ya.
Scores like that's unbelievable.
+4.
That's a good
Good
ball.
ball.
Yeah.
Okay. Tipperary. So- Mhm. Denise looking back. She has a decent chip back here from there. Her ball nearly landed onto the 7th green. So Denise from a famous black family goes back kind of around, but then gets it up and then finishes high.
It's a nice pink club she has as well. It's
Yeah.
my preferred choice of club as well. Pink club is they've
So you can see in the background the men's have started their singles. Well, and that's the 8th hole above there.
Division 1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's you've Galway and Kilkenny out there now.
Yeah.
Now this is not easy. You've got to chip this up over that bank and hope it'll check some degree for you.
Would you nearly use the bank? Hit it into the bank, Derek?
I think you go over this one. Yeah, I think you could. That's
an
a great
excellent chip.
super chip.
Brilliant.
Brilliant chip. Now that's a stone cast par. Be very happy with that. So you see there from Offaly, 10 under par going into this. So the first 2 gone through. After 11, Margaret Hogan is +4, and then he's +2. And then we're waiting for Linda Flanagan and Amy Galvin. But +4, +2 would be solid to keep them in the lead. Good try. And will you like to finish that? Yeah, just careful not to stand in the line. Well done. So we're out on the 11 now, so the course going up the back 12, 13, 14, and then it swings around again and comes home 15, 16, 17 and 18. But 18 is a real gallery green hole, and I'd say we'd have a nice crowd around for that.
It just looks like, now we could be wrong, but from the results it looks like Meath ladies have actually won the Division 1.
Division 1.
Yes,
They've cut loud, have they?
by 2 strokes to loud. So that's
Wow. I was just telling there, Suzanne Jordan held an absolute beautiful birdie putt on 18 there. Thought that was going to be to finish a very credible 4 over par. And
yeah, the scores are filtering in.
so we've Mark Johan out in the course there, feeding us 2 scores, and Joe Price in here. And we're back to our 11th now.
Now in the Division 1 ladies, we're going to chat, but I'm just going to give you the scores of the singles. So this is absolutely superb scoring, particularly in the grade. Kathleen Geraghty shot level
Oh,
par.
what a shot from Louise Grace.
Oh, there she is.
Louise
She's at it
Grace.
again.
She's a 2 over. Oh, that's unlucky to release
Very
down there
unlucky,
now.
isn't it?
Louise, very competitive, +2.
Game's really come on the last couple of years, isn't that right?
And this is Linda Flanagan. Unfortunately, that says 12 over
That
par.
changes everything.
It really does.
So those scores were correct online.
And that's short. That all 4 scores count in the ladies' singles. So unfortunately,
Offaly have been knocked right back down the pecking order.
yeah.
So just whilst the ladies are walking to the tee, I just wanted to call out the ladies score from the Division 1 for the Meath team. It looks like they've won. Ursula Dowd shot 9 over. Margaret Riley also shot 9 over, and Paula Lynch had a 3 over. So 3 over for Paula, and Kathleen also shot level par, which was like really, really good.
Really good.
Yeah, really good in the grade. Suzanne Jordan shot 4 over for her round. Mary Agnew was 7 over. Marlo Everett was 10 over, and Barbara Murphy was 1 over. So that left the Meath ladies prevailing by 1 shot after the final rounds this afternoon.
Well, then to get that up there. It's an important chip, really. Trying to limit damage.
It's gone on as well.
Unfortunately, that's run through the green at the first fringe. First cut there. And you know, when this game goes against you, it's very hard to get a grip of it and get it back. But that's what Linda needs to do now. Just limit
It's a salvage job at this stage, Derek.
Just limit this damage.
Yeah. I was just saying, Louise, she's really, her game has come on so much in the last couple of years.
It really has.
Yeah, and
I agree. It really has. Louise plays an awful lot of pitch and putt and supports. But her game itself, like to make the Dublin inter-county team in an extent with the standard up there is excellent.
Yes. Now this is for par. Excellent leave the flag in. Big putt here coming up.
I think 2 putt would be okay. Sit.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, drop 1. Let's move on then.
So we'll be keen to see how Amy Galvin is getting on, because that is going to be a huge score. She's going to need to be playing really well to bring Offaly back into contention.
Yeah, we're just looking here, scores for you after 9 for the ladies, and then you can kind of see yourself. But Margaret is +5. We know now that's +4 after 11.
Yes.
Denise, we know, is +2, but Linda has gone to +13 now after 11. Amy hasn't come through yet. But the Dublin ladies, Glenda was even, Tracy's +3, Louise is +2, as you see, Ger Ward is +1.
Yeah. That really does change it, doesn't it?
It does change it, yeah.
So I spoke with Skinner just before the Dublin ladies got toward the 9th hole, and I kind of felt that momentum was with them. But yeah.
And even with the Tipperary ladies, Margaret Hennessy is, as we saw, going to it 4 under par. That is a superb round of pitch and putt.
Absolutely.
Margaret Ford is +4, Elaine +1, and Breda's yet to come through after 9.
Tipperary might well be leading.
Absolute might well be leading as well. There's a difficult 12th hole. In the background you can see the 18th. There's always a way. That's Sarah O'Neill and Marion Courtney.
So just a couple of scores in the ladies senior division. Marion Gannon Kelly has finished 10 over for her 18 holes.
Okay.
And
64 for Marion, yeah.
Eilish Sexton was 3 over. So that's respectable.
Yeah.
Especially in the conditions.
There's the lads walking up towards 7. So again, a good stir. Every hole been used all day for the last 2 days.
Greens have held up really well.
They have held up really well, indeed, yeah. So we're looking at Breda White and Amy Galvin, I think, as the final pairing from what I was watching this morning. And Ger Ward is also coming as well. So
this is one of the Tipperary players level par. Another good score.
Excellent score after 10. It's Elaine Quinn.
Can I believe that's a pin wedge? Oh well.
Quick swing.
That's a really good ball.
Yeah.
It looked a bit
the
unorthodox.
Swing, it did. But the result is fine.
Yeah.
And
here she is, the gauche.
Everybody would know this lady. +1. T gone behind her box. And
just
the
a
ball
little bit short.
Yeah.
And I think, Gerline's not had, she'll tell you herself, she's not had her strongest year this year. She's not played much pitch and putt due to circumstances. But even still, like coming up to these competitions,
Mhm.
still produces and shows why she's
Yeah.
got the most national titles. Obviously added with the over 55s earlier this year.
Yeah. Yeah.
Had a super chip in on the 16th hole, I believe it
What team
was,
was
at not Tip
Ri-
Hills.
Riverdale?
That's the one, yeah.
Yeah.
Even some of the
But even I'm
seniors.
sure Dublin are so delighted that she's with them this weekend.
Oh, incredible. And the longevity of it as well.
Mm.
I'm not sure anyone will ever break her
Yeah.
records.
Yeah. Now this chip shot is probably on the easier side. At least you can chip this into the green and hope it maybe release a couple of feet.
It's not half as difficult as the one she hauled in Riverdale.
No, she is a fine chipper that got
Yes.
off the ball though. Just having eyeing up the line from maybe possibly where to land it.
Feet in front of the ball, so this will probably
Come out
release
low,
up.
yeah.
Yeah.
Don't
And
think she
then the short
committed
side,
to it, yeah, to that. Yeah, she was going for that low little checky one.
And release.
So this for birdie. So Elaine putting for birdie now. Even par, which is real credible. But if we're looking at the scores, those Tipperary scores are very impressive. And they were initially only 12 behind going out. For birdie. 15 feet across the green. Good try. Good
Yeah,
try. Just
good
miss on
effort.
the other side.
Didn't break as maybe
no,
I thought. Yeah.
No, she'll elect to tap it in.
Yeah.
And has those great things at the bottom of the back of the putter take the ball out of the hole. And you're for par now. At this stage, every shot could be critical coming in. So oh, well tidied up. Right
good.
right in the middle.
Yeah.
Yeah. well
Never
tidied.
anywhere else.
She'll take her par there and move on. And they'll head to the 12th. So we're getting great coverage of this 11th hole. It's a lovely shot. Lovely shot, this one. Normally this would be, when we're playing the courses and we'd be playing the Scratch Cup, this would be a birdie hole all day long, 45 metres
Yeah.
over the bank, big green. But today it's showing its difficulty.
Yeah, the whole course, I suppose,
Yeah.
that's to be expected.
I was out with the Scratch Cup, must be a couple of months ago, and I think I was average enough, but I was a couple under par for the two rounds. But it was played in the morning at 8 o'clock. It was absolutely beautiful morning now, and we had a very enjoyable game. But conditions were easier. So
Yeah, it's probably one. It's got a couple of big competitions in the last couple of years, and I suppose no harm because it really does separate the champions from the rest of the pack.
Yeah.
You know.
oh, it deserves it.
Yeah.
It deserves it. Yeah.
And I know Michael's involved with the greens here. Michael Fennell does an excellent job.
That's
Anytime
I saw
Mike
Noel
been here.
Stapleton there. He's with the blower. He's chairman. Gone senior actually as well in his own playing very well. Was beaten in the final of the match play intermediate this year. But
That's right,
fine
yeah.
player, yeah. Shanks, I think they call him. So we're just having a quick look at the predicted scores here, and for holes played anyway. If I gave you that tip, 1 over, Cork 5 over, Dublin 4 over, Offaly 8 over. Cork have Dublin a few more holes played. So anything could still happen.
Yeah, the next group coming
but
through is crucial.
Offaly's lead is eroded.
Yes,
It
it's
is.
gone.
It is gone. Yeah.
Um,
So they'll have to do it the hard way if they're going to pull it. If they're going to get it back now.
Here she is.
Amy Galvin approaches the 11th.
The scoreboard's going to pop up in just a
And
second.
that will tell us a lot.
Yes.
And
3
Yeah.
over.
and Amy is +3. And Breda White +5. So it's hard to. It just shows the difficulty. It again shows me the 4 under par for Margaret Hensey after 11.
Incredible.
Incredible.
Yeah. Yeah.
The only person under par that we've seen through, yeah?
Yeah, that's true, yeah. Nobody else has been under.
No, Amy.
That's a good ball.
That's a great ball.
Has a
It's great
chance.
chance.
Oh,
Okay, I
super.
think we can say she's back to 2 over.
Yes, I think so.
Round of applause in the background.
Absolutely. And there's Breda White.
I do think Offaly supporters need to get around their players now and trying to galvanise them coming home to not to lose sight of what they still have opportunities. Breda +5. Good
Nice
swing.
yeah.
Yeah.
Short.
And that's
Okay.
Geraldine Ward place. So a bit more challenging even if she's a bit further back.
I wonder if Amy knows what's going on in front of her.
She is a few groups behind her.
Couple of holes,
Yeah, so would you know the way it gets out there quick enough, doesn't it?
Like, she's very capable. She's the sort of player that could turn around and end up with
Birdie
a 3
three or
under.
yeah,
Exactly.
yeah.
Like, so, yeah, she'd need to do something special to.
There's our Frank Nocton in the background there.
Yes.
I believe going down 6.
And if
So as Phil said, if you want to know anything about Mellows and the army barracks up in Galway, you know who to give a shout to. That's Donald Harpy. I played with them. The two of them went a nice game at Mellows there during the summer. My daughter was in hospital up there, and they brought me out for a game in Mellows, so we had a nice round. The two lads, they play pitch and putt differently up there than other. There's
really, yeah.
drawn shots in and all different types of shots. With the
Okay.
wind was fouling. My high balls are kind of going up in the air and going, whoa.
It's a great picture there now from the cameraman. Well done. Breda leaves the ball behind her bag, and yeah, that's not in.
Which we saw, the other balls kind of going to that. We saw Margaret Hensey holding that one, didn't we?
Be great now if we could actually see that image again from where Amy's going to be. It might give us an indicator on what the putt's going to do, but we've an idea anyways because we've been here for a while, right to left.
It's definitely, yeah.
So it's still Breda.
It's still Breda. Amy's,
That's right,
I
yeah,
think
sure.
Amy's into a couple
Amy's
of feet.
nailed, that's right, yeah. So again, we saw one
par.
catch the lip here a couple of moments ago, so
And we saw one miss on the low side.
yeah.
You can go. No, she's well hit
It's
it.
a
in.
lovely
Well
roll.
done. Great putt.
Nowhere else but the middle of the hole.
Great putt.
So that's important.
Yeah, remains +5 to 11. And Amy to get back one.
Now I just need to get something checked, but from
Well
our
done.
from our group, it says that Tara Dillon finished 5 under, and Eleanor Walsh finished 3 under. We'll try double check
Yeah.
that for you.
I knew Tara was even after 9, so that would make sense. Some back 9 if it is, and
That's
Eleanor was
unbelievable.
Eleanor was 2 under after 9. So
That would make sense.
yeah. Do you know sometimes when you're in a group and the other person's playing well,
Yes.
it
we all
can
know.
feed off, can't it?
Yeah,
you
it can, Derek. Yeah, it does. And I think we're.
Do you know?
That's a great shot, isn't it? Sun's coming out as well, Derek.
Yeah.
Yeah, it certainly helps when you've got somebody playing well
Playing well,
alongside you.
Can
Yeah.
bring you on. I don't know, is it guilt or something, or you don't
Oh,
embarrass yourself, don't
yes.
embarrass yourself or
Yes.
something.
I've been in that position
Oh,
many a time.
Too right there. I remember playing with Ian Dillon, Scratch Cup, and I think he beat me by 19 shots, and I was 1 over. So, but at least, it sounds terrible, I know, but at least I said to myself, okay, and look, I didn't play really bad.
Yes.
Well, you'd beat me by.
Yes. Well, I suppose it probably wasn't too bad from the net side of things when
No,
you put it
maybe
into that
not, so,
perspective. Yeah. Well, that's a big thing as well. You know, there's obviously different divisions here today, but there's different grades for all players. I think that's one hugely important aspect of pitch and
Yeah.
putt is that it's not just
You find your
for-
level, don't you?
Yeah,
And then you hope
absolutely.
you try and get up to the next level and, peaks and troughs.
Yeah, exactly. And the big thing is nobody ever plays well all the time. You're talking maybe 1% of this field.
Yeah.
1% of the players across the country will play well all year round.
No, I totally agree. Yeah.
Well, Cork City, not the sort of results they've wanted this season, I suppose. but yeah.
Although Finn Harps the other night,
Yes.
we take that 3-0 cup draw. I think the cup draw is this weekend.
Is it after the game tonight?
Yeah,
St. Pat's are playing Galway.
If we could avoid Rovers and
Yes.
get Kerry.
I was at the Rovers game
Oh,
on Friday
the
night. Unbelievable.
I watched on
scenes.
telly. Yeah.
I
Yeah.
somehow found myself on the pitch after the penalty
Oh, of
shootout.
course
I'm
you
not
did.
sure,
Of course
but
you
we did. So, just a bit of a break here as we get the groups coming toward the final hole. That's a brilliant picture. Fair play to the cameraman. You can see.
Nice to see a big crowd around back of 18 though
Yeah,
already.
it's great. And this event's always well supported,
Always
isn't it,
well
Derek?
supported,
Yeah.
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 Well, everyone's here, really. Like you know,
Mm.
if you're a top player, you're here. Like it's very few top
And that's
players.
why
that
we're in
aren't.
the booth.
That's why we're in the booth. Excuse me. Yeah. So that's our ambition next year to be out
On
there,
the field,
out
yeah.
the field.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
So we normally have Frank Deneen with us, but Frank is the manager of the Cork team and the sub. G.R. Crangle is playing for Dublin. Frank is knocked in is playing for Galway.
yes.
And then on the course we have the roving Joe Price and Mark Johan. Suzanne Jordan playing for Louth.
Yes, that's right.
That's our team.
She had a good afternoon.
Yeah,
4 over
four
in her singles.
And that's kind of our team at the moment. I'm forgetting anyone in my field.
Not off the top of the head.
Mick Cunningham, I saw him out there as well. He's
Yes,
with
Mick.
supporting the Westmead boys.
And he's actually managing the West.
He's
lads.
managed to
Yeah,
and
so-
the lady, I think he's involved with 2 teams he was telling
Yes.
me.
And Mick is one of the nicer guys you'll meet on the circuit as well, which is
Kilbegan.
super course.
Yeah, absolutely. The lawn. They call it the lawn.
Yes.
Yeah. The lawn is
I was just
right.
thinking this morning, I think most people, the Cork team, obviously with the exceptional talent they have, most people will never really understand what it's like to qualify for that team and the difficulty that's involved with
Yeah.
how many players. It'd be almost, you could nearly compare it to winning a national just to qualify for that team here.
I had a great chat with Dai Sexton last week about it, and he was talking about the gap in Cork from intermediate to senior, and an intermediate player. He had just won the All Ireland, and he said, "I'll be with you now next year, lads." And in the qualifying, Dahi qualified 7th with 77 under par over 5 trials. The intermediate player was 32. He said the gap is just phenomenal.
Yeah.
He missed a team with that type of score.
It's unbelievable.
You know, so he was determined this year to make it, but yeah, so it's that competitive.
Do we need another grade, Derek?
Do you know, that's exactly the next conversation we had. He said there's a gap.
Yes.
Senior, super senior.
Mm.
There's some gap. The other ones are okay, but he said, I just mentioned the Rock Lodge Scratch Cup to him. There was 5 players, 16 under to 18 under. The 6th player was 11 under. Just a Scratch Cup I just observed, and he said there's a gap. There's another gap within the senior rank as well
Absolutely.
for these players who can do this. The guys who are out here, I suppose.
Yeah.
You know, who can really, really do it. And there isn't loads there, but yeah, he maintained there's a 2-tier senior division, all right.
Yeah.
These are the dubs.
So we're going to have a very quick change over here, and I think none better than Suzanne Jordan, who's going to join us in the booth now for the concluding holes of the senior ladies. So I'm going to pass on. I'm going to leave you with Derek, and we'll catch up with you later on.
So in the background you can see the Dublin men's team gathering around. They're getting ready for their singles. And Suzanne is just going to join us there now. And you can see G.R. Crangle and Anthony Malone all getting ready up there. They're getting ready for their singles. So Suzanne's just joined us, and after I watched her holding in this massive putt on the 18th for birdie 2 there.
Oh, thank God, it's the only one you watched.
Yeah, that's what I saw. So, and
Yeah.
we're just official. Were you second
Yes.
You were second.
Mhm.
Yeah, we were trying to get the faces
Mhm.
here by only a couple of shots.
I think two.
Oh,
Look at, we played our heart out. It's tough out there.
it is tough. Yeah.
But what a super course.
Yeah,
What a
it's
super
great.
course. And lucky with the weather.
So Meath, it's official. So Meath are
As far as we know,
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
Meath are 2 shots ahead
two
of us.
shots out. Okay.
Yeah. And they're the 2 shots that we will have nightmares about.
I
Saying if
know
only,
between
if only.
over the
Yeah,
3 rounds.
If only,
yeah.
but Meath are a great team and.
And this is
happy
all
for
to play for, Suzanne. Offaly have lost their advantage.
I have just heard that.
Yeah,
I have just heard that. So
We think at the moment there's 4 teams in it, but it looks
Mhm.
Tipperary
I think, are
are
out in
ahead,
front.
and then it looks like Dublin, Cork, Offaly
uh,
in that order.
I think Offaly, I've just heard before I came in that I think Offaly have fallen off the top 3, depending on Amy.
Yeah, they could be depending. And Amy's 2
Depending
over
on
par.
Amy.
Yeah, so she's 2 over at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
All 4 scores to count. I think that's the thing.
That's it. No mistakes allowed.
Yeah, like even in the men's grade with the 6 singles, they
Yeah.
are allowed drop one in
Yeah.
both rounds. So we're just coming through here.
It's like we were just saying, it's tricky out there because the pin positions on some of the greens are
Yeah.
horrific. Great test, but there's not a lot of forgiveness. You go
No.
for your putt and it's missed, you can be chipping back.
Yeah, I think that's Margaret Hennessy there in Tipperary. She was 4 under after 11, which is the result that has really put Tipperary back in the reckoning. So I presume
We have Tracy for Dublin there, Tracy Smith. That must have been Tracy's ball gone off, yeah. So she's playing 3 here, I think.
she is, yeah, so that ball coming through. And you
Yeah.
can see there the Dublin men out supporting her.
Mm-hmm. Damien Creevy there in the background with the leaning on the umbrella.
So this chip must went through for Tracy, so she's chipping for par.
Chips all as well. Today playing very differently. Yesterday Chip would run for you. Today they're just stopping dead.
Yeah, we're seeing that. Yeah. It really depends what side
That's a good chip. That's a good
of
chip.
the green that you're on.
Yeah, there like every course really, there's a
Yeah.
right side.
Yeah.
But then again, you're trying to read the wind, and then suddenly the wind dropped.
Yeah, and made a difference. All right,
So
yeah.
yeah, good old test. But didn't the course hold up very well?
It did now, yeah,
Beautifully.
it did.
So for a birdie, is it?
I think this for par. I think she
It's for
ran
par?
through as well. Yeah.
Okay, I missed that earlier.
Yeah. Left-hander. No, but
she
will be
won't
tapped
have
in for
that.
bogey. Yeah, she's going to elect to
Yeah.
finish. Well done.
Okay.
And Tracy to finish up.
Even these little putts looking easy, and you're thinking just tap it in there.
Yeah, we saw Ray Murphy missing a quite a small one on 18 there a while ago. It finishes
it's the
foursomes.
fall
Like,
off.
yeah.
You just have to hold your nerve and hit them, There
Well
we go.
done.
Well done,
That was
Tracy.
solid enough, yeah.
Yeah.
So we have Mark Johanna on the course is going to drop scores back to us. So as the ladies at this stage, the men's are going off in their 3 balls and they're starting from low scores out.
Mhm.
So Dublin and Cork haven't started yet. That'll be a while to go yet.
Yeah.
Ladies just giving their scores and about the playing day, so 18 hole, which is a very, very tough. Your pitch actually was over the bunker in the front of the green.
That's right. Yeah. And actually,
Did you think you were up more?
I thought I was up a
Yeah,
lot more. Now
yeah.
I pitched about 2 or 3 feet into the green, but it came back.
Yeah, because I was standing over there, I saw it coming up, but
Yeah. I
unless you
thought
were
I was
kept past
well
it-
up.
Well up, yeah. I was thinking
And
that alright.
when I walked up, I thought, gee, I barely hit the green.
Yeah.
Barely held the green, but
You were
Liz-
playing with Liz,
Liz Quinn.
from Westmeath.
yeah, she's Westmeath. Yeah. We had a great game, and Liz is a lovely picture of the ball.
So Tracy's +2 here. So that's a good round of pitch and putt she's putting together. This is 50-meter pitch.
And the rest.
And the rest, yeah. So
you know, and and every hole is like that.
Yeah.
It's the
Very
distance plus.
Fine swing.
Oh, that looks-
Tracy played golf. Did
She's
she
still
that?
playing golf.
Oh yeah.
There's a great pitch.
Yeah.
Lovely
It's
shot.
super pitch. I could see from her swing that I could see that she played golf. Yeah.
And she was hitting up on that ball
Yeah.
to get the height.
Okay,
It's
so
a
Margaret's
left-handed.
2 under par. Still a great round. She was
These
4 under
two.
after 11, but still a great round of pitch and putt.
Well, it's one of the good scores in today, I think.
I think Tara Dillon had a 49
Did
and
she?
Eleanor had a 51, and other
Super.
than that was it for under par.
Yeah, I've just come in, so I haven't caught up on
Yeah.
all the scores yet.
Now, that's also
Again,
a
hitting
good
up on the
pitch, I'd
ball
say.
looks good. Is it? Oh yeah, well done.
Yeah,
Hold.
that's okay there.
It's a putt.
So was anything over that bunker anyway, at least that's safe, and
Yeah.
out the back isn't really great. It's not an easy shot.
No, it's
chipping
not
back.
really. No. And the thing is, playing 18 holes, it's difficult. You're
Yeah.
just trying to get your mind into it as quickly as possible. And, you know, when you finish on the 18th, you're thinking, okay, I'm ready now. I'll go back out.
Go again.
And there isn't a go again.
Yeah, no, that's it.
But good solid game from these two girls
Yeah,
today.
that's a. Tracy talking to the gallery.
She's a great attitude, Tracy, to the game and
Yeah.
enjoys it and plays a lot. It's probably her third year, I think, now playing with the
Okay.
Dublin team, as far as I know.
It's fine pitch actually into 18 there, really
Yeah,
was. Yeah.
yeah. Because 50 metres doesn't seem a lot, but it's a full hit.
No, it's a full hit, yeah. And as you said, anything that's only hit 50 is at the front of the green. It's not going near. It's not going
near
anywhere.
it.
Yeah.
But it's a nice putt from that direction,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah. Again, Margaret goes to the back of the green to get an angle of the putt, and then we'll go back again. So we're coming to the end of the ladies now. This is the first group. So we have Offaly coming in and Tipperary and Dublin. I think 2 putts for 52 will be a fine round of pitch and putt now, Margaret.
I think so. Yeah.
Don't be
Just keep this safe now. There's nothing needed.
She's leaving the flag in as well.
Yeah. She's far enough away to. For me, it's always pin out. It's a
Yeah,
obstacle in my way.
I
but
would. Yeah, only don't have it. Leave it in if I'm chipping down a hill or something like that. But I'd have it out all the time. Yeah.
I think.
Just go 25 feet.
That's a good putt.
It is. That's there.
Yeah,
I think
well
she's
done.
confirmed her a nice round of
That's-
52. I don't think that ball, Susanna. Half white, half yellow. It's hard. The
No,
game's hard.
can't do that.
The game's
Yeah.
hard enough without having
I
balls
saw
that
somebody
are the
yesterday
same
with
colour.
orange and green.
I saw a pink one, and I
God,
did
can't.
see an orange and green one
yeah,
as well.
no, not
yeah.
good. That would drive me
No,
mad.
I think give me a white and
Yeah,
all white.
just plain white.
This would be a great finish if she could hold this for birdie.
Yeah.
You always know when the crowds come around at the end that you must be in contention.
Yeah. And there's a good crowd out
There
there
is a good
today.
crowd there,
It's good
yeah.
atmosphere building, particularly for this afternoon.
So this is 12 feet. Break.
Like,
Oh, it was above
that
it.
looks a
Good try.
putt. Yeah, good effort.
So 56.
Nothing wrong with that today.
No. There's a round of applause as we can see
Yeah.
from across. And the sun is actually shining. I'm
It's
looking outside
beautiful
the van.
out there. The
God.
tsunami didn't happen.
It's different than what I saw when I came in here first. Yeah. So, well done to those two ladies. And we're back down to the 18th again. We're going to show this for the next few holes for the groups coming through.
It's a great finishing shot, that. Now we have Glenda Hoey.
Yes, Glenn is 1 over. Again, another very good round of pitch and putt.
Mm-hmm.
Hoey is the correct pronunciation, is that right?
I
'Cause
think it's Hoy.
Hoy, yeah, I think
she herself will say Glenda Hoy.
yeah, I
but-
did think I heard that
Yeah,
from
that's
commentary
correct.
on.
Yeah.
What did I do? I was doing the ladies up in McDonough. That's
Yeah,
right. Yeah,
It's Glenda
yeah.
Hoy.
So 1 over. Fine round.
It looked a bit heavy. Is it up?
Oh, it's a fine ball.
Oh, well done.
Absolutely.
That's great. Pin high.
Great pitch. That's one of the best we've seen.
Yeah, a super shot.
One of the best we've seen.
Uh,
Margaret Hogan's been
Margaret.
battling, but she got back to 4 over after 12, and she's now +6.
okay.
So even a nice solid strike up here, make her par.
Yeah, she could get one back here. It'd be good. But she made that look easy.
Oh,
wow!
that's a great pitch.
Well done. Super shot.
Super finish. So that's great.
Yeah. Be nice to
Yeah,
pick up one here.
it would be. There are 2 great balls from the ladies there now
Yeah.
into the 18th.
That's great finish for them.
You can see the side of the green there. It's getting a bit caught up. But
Yeah.
let's see the Cork ladies in the background. Mary Murray, etc. And the Loud team. That's your team, Suzanne? Or they're gone there? They're gone.
Sorry,
Get
yeah.
in the back.
I'll come back now.
It's great actually seeing all the different colours from all the different counties. So you
It's really
it
makes
really it
so
does,
it
doesn't
builds
it?
the atmosphere.
It does,
you can
really
see them all
does,
saying,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Looking across it when you're playing, thinking, well, like, where are
Yeah.
my teammates?
Yeah,
How are they
yeah,
doing? And you can
yeah.
spot them. And I think it's a huge part of it to make sure everybody is
It
in
is.
their
Yeah.
county colours.
Even when it was raining this morning, like, and we have to wear the wet gear, like, it
Yeah.
kind of takes up to your colours.
Yeah.
It's grand now seeing them back again now.
I love that we all get T-shirts.
Yeah.
Would we
yeah.
never consider a rain jacket?
A rain, that's our
You
next
know.
thing now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're so Irish. We never have our rain gear.
Never rain gear. So, Glenda, for a round of 54, which would be absolutely a great round of pitch
Yeah,
and
to put
putt.
them in good position. I
Yeah,
think
well-
this will be an important putt now.
So, this is about 8 feet. Oh, unlucky. She's just on the
she
missing the
lost
low
it.
side.
Yeah, yeah. That was a good effort.
Okay, so both Dublin ladies missed their birdies on the last, but
Mm-hmm.
2 good rounds. Margaret to break the infamous 60. Nice of 59 would be psychological. Would be nice to finish with this too.
Absolutely. I actually said that to myself out there.
You know,
Don't go into
yeah,
the 60. Like,
we were trying to say
hanging
stay
on
away
to
from
it.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's like 9.99 in Duns or something. But
Yeah,
there
exactly,
you
yeah,
go.
well
59.
done.
Well done, Mark. That's
Well
a
done.
great birdie to finish with.
Yeah.
Because she was struggling out there a bit early on, went over early on, but
Yeah.
it's done well. Wow.
Back nine playing different today than yesterday, and like we were saying, no, hopefully we'll score on the back nine.
Yeah.
And it became very difficult at times.
Did it well because we were wondering if they got through 8 and 9. They're such difficult holes. 8, 9,
Yeah.
10. Does it ease up? But you found it didn't
We
ease up
found
that much.
It didn't ease up that much. I don't know what was happening on the back line, and we were trying hard.
Yeah.
Both myself and Liz, discussing it and chatting to the girls afterwards. They're all saying the same thing.
Yeah,
You're picking the holes you
There
want
was-
to score on,
but there's nothing
And didn't
easy.
happen.
Yeah,
and you're
yeah.
picking up fours where you should never have fours.
yeah.
It's-
I was even thinking like 13, 14,
Yeah, in around there you
17.
think.
Like you think, okay,
Yeah.
but it's hard to. Now it's awfully the Denise Pike coming over.
There we go. Yep. And
So Mark Cam will be getting a score. So Denise was 2 over
okay.
the last time I checked after 12. So the Offaly team is made up of Amy Galvin, Denise Pike, Linda Flanagan and Margaret Hogan. So
And great to see a new team in contention.
Absolutely,
I know they're
yeah.
hopefully Amy finishes well for them, but
Yeah, I think if it's not going to happen today, they'll
Yeah,
be
but-
disappointed
yeah,
because they
yeah.
had the lead and stuff.
And
but
they had
they
the big
got to
lead,
take. Yeah,
but-
they got to supposed to take the.
But the singles does dictate an
it,
awful lot,
It does. Yeah, like.
But they had a great day yesterday.
So we're just looking at here. At the moment, after 108 holes, you've Dublin +4, Tipperary +6, so it's so close between those two. And then Kildare, Cork, Meath are all 14, 16, 27 over, but Offaly are 11 over. So they're kind of
Okay.
hanging in on third at the moment,
Mm-hmm.
but they need to finish
3
well for
over
that
here.
there. Yeah. So that's okay, 3 over par.
Yeah.
So it looks to between Dublin and Tip for the ladies.
Yeah, she needs to get this up on the green.
I must say, so,
Looks like
the
it's
standard ladies is very impressive.
It was very good.
Very
good today.
impressive, yeah.
Yesterday taught us to hit the ball. You know,
Yeah, coming up short was not the thing to be doing.
coming up
Yeah.
short and reading the distance on the tee box.
And we adding
We
to it.
had to add to
Yeah.
it because we were saying we're not getting there with what we know to be that distance. So you're adding that and then a bit more for the wind. So it becomes a maths lesson.
Okay, there's a bit of work there out into the crowd a
Bit
little
muddy
bit.
in parts as well, which has made the
Yes.
chipping difficult, and there's a bit of skidding going on, but it should have dried up quite a bit now. Louise Grace strolling it. I'm not sure where
Yeah.
she's gone.
Oh, she's on. I presume she's playing
probably on
17. Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
Gee,
So
that's going to
I'm
be.
just having
Is
a
she,
look
yeah, how they
and
look.
see where
I'm
she
looking.
is.
She has to be on 17.
She's on
but
17. Yeah.
That's going to be it.
So
The loud ladies in the background there watching.
against yeah,
6 ahead for Dublin against Tipperary.
the
So
first two. So Margaret has a. Now we're obviously playing preferred lies all weekend, Suzanne. Yeah.
yeah,
They
it's
were
been
in
all
from the
weekend.
beginning. Yeah.
yeah.
'Cause I was just at the start.
And it's
of it.
so important to do that. I saw some players not doing it.
Oh.
You're at an immediate disadvantage
Yeah.
if you don't take up all of the things on offer. you
Yeah.
know.
Yeah, lads were saying to me that the scores would be a lot higher if they weren't playing preferred lies.
Oh yeah.
She got that very heavy.
Oh, she
yeah,
caught it.
yeah. I mean,
Okay,
just settle down. Maybe an up and down
keep
would be
your
okay.
head.
Yeah.
exactly. Just get your 4.
Just when you're playing for a team that every shot counts.
Yeah. And for a lot of people, you're now in front of an audience.
You are.
So
Sit.
yeah.
Oh, God, that's right.
But
But you know how knows we should play them much quicker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, get this over with.
I'm just looking out. There's a good.
And there's a
I'd
big,
say there's a
lot
good
of
100 people out there.
Yeah,
I'd say
yeah.
on
Which-
the other side of the green there watching this.
And it's lovely as players to have that support on the course.
Mm-hmm.
It does make you sharpen up your game. You
Yeah,
can think, I can't mess
yeah.
this one up. Or that's it in theory anyway.
Now to decent up and down would be a nice finish. She's
Yeah,
not
she's
a
putting.
bad play with the putt now. I'd say. Get through the first cut and just release
Yeah,
out to the
she's playing
front.
it safe.
Yeah.
She's holding her score, so it's getting this pace right. If she can get through the first. Yeah.
Go on.
Go.
on.
Oh, yeah.
I
bit
do
of a
believe
putt
that's the
left in
putt Ray
that.
Murphy missed a while ago.
Yeah, it's not the
in
one
the
you want to be left with, is it?
Just in the last.
I suppose that's the fear with the putter. You're afraid it's going to take off. She's just watched the
Yeah,
other ball travel
yeah.
down the green.
So Margaret is this for bogey.
Straight putt.
Yeah, 15 feet
Yeah.
firm. Get in.
Good putt. Oh,
that's a
hard
great
luck.
effort.
It was a good effort, yeah.
Okay, so Margaret would probably like to finish that double bogey finish, 13 over.
Mm.
It might open the door for Dublin. I think.
It
I think
possibly will.
Yeah,
It possibly will.
we're waiting for Louise Grace, Geraldine Moore to come
Yeah,
now. So
I think we have Louise in next. haven't we?
yeah, so
Oh, we
Denise.
can't see this.
Yeah, I'd say the cameraman
There you
just
go, yeah.
politely said, "Would you
Do
mind
this work,
moving?"
yeah. yeah.
And for par. Well, now Denise, roll this in. Oh,
No.
it was the one where you'd miss it.
Yep.
Yep. I have to go on the low side. Yeah.
Gotta keep that left half, really.
Get it. Oh
Oh,
Lord.
jeepers.
Oh,
It just
You'd even-
happens. It's
you
just that
just-
last
it-
hole,
you-
isn't it?
yeah.
Like just somebody put the ball in the hole for me.
you just go
a
in.
horrible feeling.
I know. And like she's
Well
play-
done. Well
oh,
done.
You know,
Hard
Ray had a
going.
smile anyway. Yeah.
Yeah.
5 over.
Now here we go. that Linda?
Linda Flanagan. She took off the hat. This
Yeah.
is Linda Flanagan.
It's the problem
Yeah.
when people have rain gear on and rain gear off.
No,
Tipperary.
I don't think so. I think it's Offaly, yeah.
Yeah.
Dublin
if it's
Offaly, yeah.
Linda,
It's
isn't
Linda
it?
Flanagan, we
Linda
think.
Flanagan from
yeah.
Offaly, I think. Get up. Oh, no, we're not in the bunker, is she?
Oh.
It's not really a place you want
Louise
to
has
be.
drifted a little bit, gone to 6 over.
There's quite a few picking up shots on that back nine again. and
yeah,
This is where we were
yeah.
doing well yesterday.
Like Louise was 2 after 12.
yeah.
We had her there.
That looks short. Oh,
Oh, it's a
no,
great shot.
super shot. Well done, Louise.
Yes.
She
a
might
round
pick
of
one up
applause,
here
yes.
now. That's a great shot. I thought it was light.
Yeah, I did
Whatever
too
way she
now,
hit it, it
yeah.
looked like a flick. But fair play to her. Yeah, that ball is in the bunker there for...
That's in the bunker. Oh, that's great. Going up there now to that.
Lovely, yeah, it's exactly what you'd
Yeah,
want.
absolute. A couple of months ago, I was in Portmarnock playing the singles, and I was in the
Oh,
bunker,
right.
bunker in 18, big crowd around at the back.
Lovely, yeah, it's the great
And I
bunker.
normally go in the bunker, and I said, sure, look, this can't be too hard. And I sculled it out of the bunker, out of bounds, then did it again, and then just
Into
put
the
it,
hedge at the back
and
of the
then
green.
into my
Yeah.
pocket it went.
Oh, yeah.
And I said, I'll see you there now, lads. Thanks
It's
very
a great
much.
shot.
A great
and
shot,
like
yeah.
it's that 18th in Portmarnock, it's 51 metres, and it's all of it.
That's
but
all of it, yeah.
it's intimidating with the clubhouse right
Yeah.
behind it. You think,
Yeah. Come on, I'll
but
get
it's
that
a-
up. Unfortunately, Linda's had a bad day at the office.
yeah,
Plus
it's
17,
tough,
yeah, she
yeah,
was
it's tough.
13 over after.
And she was nervous going.
She
in
was,
That this would
she
happen,
was.
but isn't she fantastic to
Yeah.
keep it going?
Absolutely.
That's the trick: is never give up. Get it out. Oh no! Hit through it. Hit it
Yeah.
hard. Just hit the sand.
You would just love to go out there and play it for,
Yeah.
if you could, Alan
Hit
Hanlon
that
and
hard.
could. Yeah, she just has to follow through with it.
Yeah.
Come on.
Oh,
It
it's
hit-
out. Oh.
It
Okay.
hit the lip.
She hit, yeah,
and kicked.
took off.
Yeah. And you know what? I had watched her playing the first because she was Amy's partner, and
Yeah,
and
they did
she
well
hit a
yesterday.
lovely ball into the first to about 10 feet,
Yeah.
and rolled it past and knocked it in for par. And I thought that was a nice start, but
Yeah.
coming up around 3, 4, 5, the
Mhm.
shot started dropping there.
And it doesn't take much for your head to take
Yeah, so
over.
that hit the
Oh,
fringe
what
and
did she hit? Yeah.
came
and
over
kicked
this
off.
way,
You see
yeah.
this kicking off the back of that hill as well.
now are we getting a ruling? Liam Leahy from the Lakeside Club?
Yeah. Well, she's not out of bounds there, is she not?
No.
No. What's the ruling? Or he's
Excuse
just
me.
calming her down, maybe.
Yeah.
I think, come on, keep going, girl.
Don't say she is out of bounds. And is she going back to the bunker to play
Oh,
five?
is that out of bounds? That's not out of bounds. It's not marked.
Oh, Lord. Oh, was there a bit of controversy for us to look at?
Yeah, I don't see
Well,
any.
if she's out of bounds, she's going back to the bunker to play
That's the
five.
ball's in her hand now, isn't it? But I don't see the markings to say
Well, Liam Leahy is the
he's the he calls it.
official.
So
So. Oh,
he's calling her back, is he? No, I think.
is that Damien Creevely getting it, having
Yeah.
it? Top insane.
It feels like a very harsh judgment.
It really
doesn't
does,
it?
and I'd say
Because I
for
didn't- I
for
would-
Linda, it feels like God.
Oh,
Can we
yeah.
just finish? Oh, what are we doing now?
I imagine there should have been a marking to show you
Yeah.
out of bounds, and there's nothing there. So, to me, that doesn't read out of bounds.
Louise, playing partner.
Yeah. Well, Louise, just keep your head there and don't get distracted by
Yeah.
what's going on, because she has a putt for it too. That's going to be really important for them as well. Ah,
We just got confirmation there, and it was out of bounds. Well? It was out of bounds. So
okay.
there is a line there. We can see it
We
on
can't see
camera.
it. Oh, well, that makes more sense.
So
Okay.
that means Linda will be dropping in the bunker for 5 and playing 5.
Jeepers. Can this 18th get any harder for her? I mean, that's a
It-
huge
it
punishment
is
on
really
18.
It
God
absolutely.
love her.
you know, when you wake up in the morning and you're saying, "Now, was this how it's going to pan out for me?"
Yeah, that's tough. That's very tough.
And you know what,
She just
Suzanne? I
caught
think
that.
if it was you playing for yourself, we'd all be okay with that.
Oh, absolutely.
But when she's three ladies in her county next to
Yeah.
her, and you're going
And
back
an
in there now,
audience.
and a big
I mean,
audience.
like, how hard can it get? Well, good for her.
Yeah.
And I hope this comes out clean for her.
Absolutely.
So because it went out of bounds, she now gets to place it back in the bunker. Does she
I
place it?
still
Does
believe
she
she has to
drop it?
drop it
Yeah.
from.
Oh, she's placing. Is it a drop or a place?
She's placed anyway, I'd say. Come on
Mhm.
now. Nice and easy.
She'd be afraid of it now. Yeah.
Oh, God.
Jeepers, God love her. Come on,
I
girl.
actually feel her pain. I know,
Yeah,
I-
like that's everybody's nightmare,
Yeah.
isn't it? I mean, and it can happen to anybody. Come out the side if you have to. Like, play it safe, you know,
Yeah.
bring your course management into play
Yeah.
here.
I think the podium has gone for Offaly anyway, so I think
Yeah.
if someone could tell her that.
Oh yeah, she's not doing this. Well, this is come
No.
out sideways.
God love her.
Yeah, she's coming out sideways.
Yeah.
It's the right thing to do. Just get the ball
Yeah,
out
because
of the
that
bunker.
could keep happening. Yeah.
I mean, you know, once you
No.
feel like that in the bunker, it's not coming out.
Yeah. And it actually is totally that, Suzanne, the feeling, because
Yeah.
you know, if you can commit to follow through on
Exactly,
it will
no.
come up. But once you quit, and you
and
continue,
she's quitting now because she just went out
y-
of bounds.
'cause you're
the
afraid
last
to go
time.
there, yeah.
Yeah. And what a lovely person to have with her. Louise will
Mm.
be nothing but encouraging to her. So
I don't know, could the gallery give her a clap or
there we
something?
go. Yeah.
Yeah, give her a clap.
Jeepers, that's a tough one. Oh, it's just one step away from us all, isn't
Yeah,
it? Really.
yeah. I do think she's there in 7, but even though at this stage we don't need to.
5 in. She was playing 5 from the bunker. She took 2 in the bunker, and then 1 outside.
Yeah.
So she's 8 there. Come on, chip it in, girl. Chip it in.
That would be something
8th
else.
shot, yeah. Go. Come on,
Good.
come on.
We can hear a bit of applause anyway for the
Yeah.
gallery. Hopefully you can see it. I'm sure Louise that putt there for the birdie, yeah?
She does, yeah. And
so
I
she's-
just
yeah,
hope she'll
yeah.
stay focused, and she will.
There's actually a good break. We've seen that one missed all morning
Yeah.
on the low side, left to right.
Positioning of this pin is tough. It, you know,
Mm. Well, it wasn't for you, no.
close my eyes and hit it.
No. Anyone that sees you have to watch it this morning.
Oh, really?
Suzanne hold it from the front of the green for it too. If you could give that now to poor Linda, wouldn't that be something?
Honest to God,
Yeah.
it was not the game though.
Yeah.
You know, a couple of feet back, and I was in that bunker. Get
Get
it.
in. Oh,
Ye-
oh, yeah.
jeepers. Oh,
Well,
God.
that just sums that up anyway.
Everybody wanted
yeah.
that to go in.
Yeah.
Oh, I think we've a 10 there. Oh, well done for keep going, and she did it.
Now,
Louise, get it together. Focus.
this is for birdie. Yeah,
Yeah.
it feels a while ago, but it is.
Yeah. And tough for Louise to stay focused
Yeah.
during that, you know, because
She's got to play this on the left-hand side. She is
looks
aiming
like
there
she's
anyway.
aiming, yeah.
No,
She
can't
has
play.
it.
Ah, she got
Get
it.
in.
There you go.
Good girl.
Oh, God. 59.
Well done. Psychologically staying in the
Yeah.
50s today
Yeah.
is a good thing. Well done. She did very well there to stay focused.
And
That was a, you know.
It was. Ger Ward, they were waiting, watching that for a while, so Geraldine is +1. It looks like Dublin, Suzanne.
Doesn't
It
it?
looks like Dublin's.
$50 it's a tricky distance
Yeah,
to finish
it
with.
is.
Particularly with that bunker. It's all consuming, that bunker in front of it, you know. But Ger will be well used
Yeah.
to that. I mean, it's 18th on.
That's a fine ball.
Yeah, it's a
Fine
good
ball.
shot.
Excellent.
So another chance here for Dublin.
They've hit 4 great balls in, haven't they?
They have.
The
All
four,
of them.
th-
All
all 4 of them put it
pitched the
in
greens.
and
yeah.
to the back of the green they did. Yeah.
Yeah. Hit it well. And there's a lane. Oh, she hit. Oh, I thought she hit it.
Elaine had she struggled at the start. Suzanne, what do you think there, just Eve, as I'm watching this,
Mhm.
making all 4 ladies' scores count? You know, in the men, like they have 6 for 5 in both sessions.
Look, to be honest, I'd love to see the ladies go back to a 6-person team, and then the very same as the men. It's very hard on.
Would we get
4.
as many counties?
I believe they can, and I also
Yeah.
believe that there's a way of, if you can't field a team in your county, and you genuinely can't, what's wrong with going into the county next door who also can't field a team
yeah.
and blend?
Like in football, I suppose.
Exactly.
Yeah, and
There's a
club,
way to do
yeah.
it. It's not a definite no. I
I
think
just feel having the 4 ladies scores all having to count, the pressure on one lady,
Yeah.
if it's going bad at the start, when you could be at different levels, like they're not all 4 senior players.
And you see, we'd have that in Louth, where they're not all senior players.
They're not all senior
and for the one
players.
person who doesn't score well on the day, it's the most awful feeling. They're
Like,
devastated.
I'm just thinking if, I don't know, my 3 teammates were 3 under, 2 under, 1 under,
Yeah.
and I'm coming 14 over, and I'm all that hard work, and I'm taking it
Yeah.
all away. It just
It
maybe that
demotivates you,
3
you
for
know.
4. I
Yeah.
totally agree with the foursomes being
Yeah,
two sets of foursomes.
yeah, I think.
It's a good idea.
Yeah.
But like
But-
even Linda there now, I know it's not going to be down to her,
Mhm.
but like obviously with her bad luck, after you're going to go down the places now and
Yeah.
stuff. And Elaine's Tipperary score here is she's
Yeah.
+2. I did see
17,
+17.
yeah. That's the last one.
Oh,
That's
okay. I was
+2.
wondering. Okay.
Okay, so
okay.
good.
That
good.
makes a difference. So all we have coming in after this, guys, is Breda White
Breda and Amy.
And it's great to see such a good crowd around the 18th for the ladies. If Mark Johan could do a good job now, we'd all be in good form. Yeah.
Yeah.
We are calling Dublin? Okay, so Mark,
Dublin
our roving
Kildare.
reporter,
That's gone
is
right.
agreeing with us for Dublin.
Good putt.
Oh, sorry. I on course director is the word he's giving me.
Well done.
He's going Kildare, Cork, second, third. Okay,
So
so
Dublin, Kildare, Cork is the.
and you're thinking Tipperary might miss out. Okay. Yeah. So
Ger Ward now for birdie.
Birdie.
See if she can get back to level par. It's an important putt again.
it was harsh, Mark. It was harsh to watch. God help.
Tough.
It- Yeah.
No.
Get in. Oh, what a
Yes, good
finish.
putt. Very good
Level
putt.
par for Ger
Dublin
Ward.
girls finished well on 18.
Yeah. Do we have her there? You put it into us for after 12 we had her, yeah. Yeah. So, these Dublin, Cork.
Dublin, Kildare, Cork. Yeah.
The Tipperary one, yeah. Amy Galvin, +1, playing the last. So she's come back well. We had her 3 over after 12. Okay.
Oh.
Amy comes up short. She's in
See.
the first cut.
See again that back nine catching people today. Totally different from yesterday.
Totally different.
And
Breda-
also the wind dropped.
So Breda's +5 playing the last. So we are not confirmed yet, but we are confirmed that we believe Dublin are our champions.
Yeah.
And good ball from
Good
Breda.
ball.
That stopped where it
Amy's
landed.
just short there. Two great players.
Two great players, that's right. So Amy was on the Irish team that won up in Lucan. So
the
convinced
Europeans.
the Europeans,
was a super,
yeah.
And she had a great weekend
Yeah.
to play there. And in fact, they all did. It was really amazing to watch.
Amy, Tara, and Chrissy is
Mhm.
great team.
And Breda doing well. She's had an injury recently.
Oh,
with
it's
her-
great, yeah.
With her elbow, and she was telling me yesterday, so it's coming
See
on.
her back.
So she's happy then.
Is that the Irish towel that you had that weekend, Suzanne?
Yes,
Yeah.
the little. That's exactly it. Yeah,
That's it there now. Yeah.
that's the Lucan footage.
That was your team, wasn't it? Did you manage that team?
No, Ger Holland.
Oh, Ger Holland managed that
Ger
team.
Holland was great manager with that team. Yeah.
So, Amy. Bridget's just going to mark to the side, is she? Or give it down? So, Amy chipping. And leaving the flag in. She turned it around well in first because she was 3 over there, as I said after.
She's got a couple back on the back.
So this is for chipping for a 54. Release. Go on.
Go.
Okay, she'll have a little bit of work to do for her par.
They're all just slower.
Yeah, just a
it's
bit
just so
slower,
frustrating.
Yeah. So you can see the men's in the back at the 6th hole there. John Farland, the bunker on 6,
Yeah.
representing Limerick.
And I'm looking, the wind's picking up again there.
I think that flag is moving.
It is,
nice
isn't
direction,
it? Yeah, and the trees are beginning to. Once the rain holds off, it'll be an exciting afternoon of play.
So Breda has this 20-footer for birdie to try and get back to 4 over par. That's a good putt. Yeah, just
Hard
broken
luck,
the
hard
side.
luck, yeah.
We try and keep the scores.
So Breda finishing 5 over. Oh, Amy missed the par.
Oh, so Amy bogeys the last. But I don't think it's going to affect them either
No,
way.
No,
I think Amy
I
knew
don't
that.
think so. And she's possibly aware of it
She's
too.
possibly disappointed.
Yeah.
Yeah, a bit. But she's smiling, which is good. So that's the end
She'll
of the
be
ladies,
cool.
but we're just going to try and get you confirmed on the podium, 1, 2, and 3. So, as we're looking here, it definitely looks like Dublin are champions.
It does.
We're
I
just
don't
waiting for
think
the
they can-
last cup to be confirmed.
Yeah.
There is a lot of hugging going on there with the Dubs, so I
Yeah.
think we can take it as granted.
Yeah, it's looking like a win, all right,
Yeah.
for Dublin.
So yeah, it
Yeah,
definitely is
yeah,
alright. So
yeah.
Tracy Smith, Jen Mahoy, Louise Grace and Ger Ward.
Well done, girls. Great playing,
Great play.
particularly on a weekend like this. It's been very mixed weather we've had all seasons,
Absolutely.
and they held it together.
And then we're just looking for our runners up. And our third place for the podiums.
Been very close for second and third, aren't we?
Yeah.
No confirmation yet.
Great relationship between Dublin Jansen ladies are all supporting each other.
Yeah,
great
they're a great,
Yeah.
great combination, and they work well together and encourage
Yeah.
each other. And you know when the Dubs are out there.
Yeah, and that's good.
Yeah,
It's good.
yeah.
It's good to, yeah, absolutely.
So our live coverage will continue at 3 o'clock today with the gents.
Yeah, Suzanne, it looks to me
What
like
have we got?
Kildare are going to get second and
Cork
Cork are going to
third.
get third by a shot to Tipperary, and Offaly will come 5th with Meath.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's to be confirmed, but it looks like Dublin probably will have a 7-shot win over Kildare, Kildare a couple of shots over Cork, and Cork a shot over Tipperary. But that last one
That last
is,
putt.
is unpredicted,
Yeah.
what we predicted. Oh. So I think I'm going out on the course
Yes, I think
to
it's
watch
time
the
to.
pitch, and we've done our bit. I know Frank Nocton's coming in. Suzanne, of course, are you staying here?
I know I'm on the course.
We're on the course.
I'm
So I
out
think
there.
you've heard us for today, and it was a pleasure working with you all.
Yeah.
And
again,
Congratulations to Dublin.
definitely, and Tipperary and Cork,
And
if we're right.
Exactly.
Okay, thanks a million. Bye.
Bye.
We're picking up the action in the Gents Inter-County Championship at hole number 6, a downhiller. This is Sean Goggin, former national stroke play champion from County Louth. Plays out of the McBride Club. Tough enough hole, Philip. Philip Warner's with me.
Yes, it sure is, John. Downhill, and I suppose breeze picking up again, so does add to it. Anything long as you might have just seen there does kick. That ball is fine there now, but you could be very unfortunate and end up a couple of yards out the back. An awkward chip back with a flag position that's not very favourable.
This is another national stroke play champion, Damien Fleming from the Deer Park Club. Not too far away from a hole in one there by Damien. Class, the spin working slightly against him, but he'll have a 3-footer downhill for birdie.
Yeah, Damien obviously successful in St. Anne's earlier in the summer. Absolutely exceptional play from himself, and obviously bringing that form right throughout the season as he always does.
That off-lead pitch finding just the extreme front edge.
Just taking a replay, talking inches here from going straight in the hole.
Could have been in twice, really, couldn't it?
Yes, it could have. It certainly could have. But that's Damien's norm now at this stage with the standard he sets. I believe his average this year alone is 8 under per round from his scores that are returned. It's just a crazy stat to even comprehend.
Staggering, Philip, isn't it?
It sure is. It sure is.
Kerry and Louth probably not quite up to their normal standard. Certainly yesterday they were further back than we would have anticipated.
Certainly, John, yeah. And I think that was the big kind of element that we had discussed this morning, was just how surprised we were at certain teams not performing. And, you know, look, I suppose that's where this 2-division sort of competition format helps out, where, you know, these guys, they're competitors, they want to be playing for something. Obviously these guys are, but not the prizes that they might have been after from the start of the week. So we've got a putt here from about 18 feet up the hill. It's very unlucky, just dives at the hole. So yeah, and then obviously the ladies, we had a big swing in the ladies section earlier on the afternoon. Dublin, obviously.
Extraordinary, really turned around that Offaly, went from being first heading out to being 5th overall.
Yeah.
And Dublin, fair play to them, congratulations, first win since 2016, but perhaps not having to do as much as they might have expected to turn it around.
Yeah, absolutely. And to be fair, you know, Tipperary also went out and gave them a good run for their money as well. But yeah, I suppose the big story obviously being that Offaly just couldn't back up Saturday's performance, which was, you know, I'm sure there's a lot of people shouting out there for them. It was unfortunate to see, but I suppose it just gives an indicator as to where pitch and putt is going in Offaly. It's in a good space from a ladies' point of view.
I'm sure they'll take huge encouragement from it, even though it didn't work in their favour today. Damien for birdie for Kerry.
Easy as you
Safely
like.
hold.
Yes. He does the same thing over and over, rinse and repeat.
If it works, don't change it.
Yes.
Not the greatest of chips from Sean Goggin. He'll have about 3.5 feet for his par.
Be just outside the left edge, maybe. Yeah, it's just dived at the hole.
Fooled him, I think. He went straight at it.
Yeah. Tidies up for par. So plenty of players out on the course, as you can see. The Division 1 groups are well into their rounds, and we suspect that we will be staying with this group for a few minutes before moving on to a new hole. Damien with that usual pitch. Yeah, we haven't got a picture of that green, but didn't look too happy there, John.
Didn't seem to be 100% satisfied, no.
No.
But then he has a tough task, Master.
It's probably only 6 feet.
It's a burning ambition of Damien's to win the Intercounty Championship. They've been close. Kerry, they've had a second and a couple of thirds in recent years. They probably won't replicate that this time, but they really do want to win it himself. And Jason O'Regan have been campaigning for a long time. And it'll have to be 2026
By
now.
the looks of it, yeah. And like, I suppose from my experience from meeting Damien and seeing him particularly in St. Anne's, he is extremely passionate about Kerry Pitch and Putt.
Hugely so.
Yeah.
I mean, he remained as the chairman in Kerry and chairman in Deer Park for long after he moved across the county bounds to Cork. So he put in and continues to put in great efforts for pitch and putt in Kerry.
100%, yeah. And I suppose when you've got the calibre player that he is alongside Jason as well, who had a fantastic run as well in the National in St. Anne's earlier in the year, it just goes to show that Kerry is in a good space, and obviously those guys are really working hard in the background to bring through the next crop.
Brilliant, yeah.
So we're back to the 6th here. We have another group joining us now in just a moment. So just finishing up on the 5th hole. Just while that happens, we'll try and get you an update on scores from Division 1. I think, John, the surprise from this morning probably would have been Westmeath. Would you agree?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, 10 under in their foursomes. A lot of people were really surprised by that as we join
Very
up.
impressive.
Yeah, and they're currently joint third with Dublin in the overall, as we see a bogey putt converted there.
Surprising, Westmeath have won it just once. And even I wasn't around in 1978 when they won it down in Tullamore. You'll be surprised to hear they won it in a playoff against Cork when Cork were going for a 5 in a row. But that's Westmeath's only win. Now, they have won Leinster titles, and they were third on the podium in McDonough a good few years ago. But I think it's a new crop in Westmeath, and they're delivering.
Yeah,
and
certainly.
that 10 under in foursomes was exceptional today.
Yeah, absolutely.
Toughest form of the sport and in the toughest of conditions.
Yeah, absolutely. And we can just see now that flag in the background. It is really starting to get windy. You can hear it whipping through the commentary booth here as well. So no doubt those conditions will have a part to play with our winners later on. Obviously the news this morning that it's the gap now for Cork is 5 shots rather than the 11 that we initially started out this morning with. It's going to go right to the wire, John.
It sure is. It's interesting because Cork came from 8 shots behind last year on Saturday night to win it on the Sunday in Bagnallstown. One wonders is it going to work in reverse this time.
Absolutely. As that pitch comes up short.
Well, short.
By the looks of it from our cameraman, seems to be in the bunker. Yeah, I was speaking to Stephen Shore a short while ago, just before they decided to have their team meeting, and his words were is that we're right in this, and you know we'll go for everything in this round, and rightly so. Obviously, you could see yesterday Derek O'Driscoll spoke about how well they performed, particularly on the last 7 or 8 holes. They were 16 or 17 under for 21 holes between them, whereas Cork were only 9 under. So a superb fight back, which has obviously put them into contention. Whereas if that hadn't happened, we might have been looking at a foregone conclusion here. But it's all to play for here in Lakeside this afternoon.
They're massively keen to right the wrong of last year when they were down after the Saturday play and down in the Eamon Birchall Trophy, which they won. Obviously played impressively on the Sunday, but they see themselves with much loftier aspirations than that.
Absolutely.
That's Anthony Galvin coming up just at the front edge for Offaly.
You can just see that ball in the bunker there as well. Seems to be plugged a little. Plenty of spectators as well, which is great to see. Always brings in a big crowd, the Inter-County Championships.
Yeah, that lie doesn't look great, Philip, as you said.
Yeah, I suppose it is, you know, the sand as well, with it being wet, just makes it awkward. You know, you have to get the wedge right underneath. You're nearly just looking to just take all sand and hope that the ball comes flying out. You won't generate as much spin with the sand being as wet too, so don't be surprised if this ends up out the back.
One benefit being, I suppose, the pin is at the back, so
Yeah.
he might get a chunk and run. Well, that's
A little bit heavy.
Unlucky.
Yeah. There was a very controversial raked bunker in St. Anne's a few weeks back, where we had plenty of frustrations where
Yes.
somebody was left with a ball in a bunker that wasn't raked properly, but that seems to be done okay. So
Well, Jason Regan was taking no chances
Yes.
there. He was raking it on behalf of his fellow competitor, but he did it very expertly.
yes, you see the Brawleys popping up the range, just starting
Line's
to-
back.
Yeah. So anywhere close, won't be looking to go past the hole. It's a good effort, yeah.
Good chip, still a
Little bit of work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Outside the circle of friendship, as they say. Winner of an Inter-County Juvenile Championship in 1990, Jason O'Regan. He probably wouldn't want me reminding him of that. In a place called Dunlops in Cork, which is sadly long since gone. It was attached to the Dunlops, or
Okay.
to the Dunlops factory.
Very good.
Lovely course it was too, but long since gone to Progress's March, unfortunately.
Plenty of courses in the 90s that would have been established through that form in terms of some form of work. You know, obviously McDonough has associations to the Army as well. I believe obviously Mellow's up on the Army Barracks up in Galway as well.
That's right.
So it seems to be a big team in pitch and putt, isn't
Oh, it
that
is. We had Cadbury's in Dublin. Roadstone obviously was attached to the Roadstone factory, or GSC. There was Player Wills attached to the Player Wills factory in the South Circular Road there. So lots and lots of courses that were attached to factories, etc.
Yeah. This putt should be outside the left. Just hit that well. Just hit it through the break, through the line. That's all. Line was right. Just not great for pace. Again, that one's just outside the circle of love as well, as you mentioned, John.
Jason, just in the polo shirt, probably feeling it a little bit. The weather isn't great.
Someone get that man a jacket. Just dives at the hole.
We've seen a lot of short putts missed, haven't we?
Yeah, absolutely.
More than you would typically see at a championship of this level.
What would you put that down to, John?
Subtle breaks, I think, on the greens. I don't think I'd be faulting the quality of the greens. I think it's just misreads more than anything else. Not taking the break or playing too much break. But I think mostly they're being missed on the low side, so not playing enough break. Even that one was only just falling in on the low side.
Yeah, absolutely. No, the greens have really held up well. Just you can see it. A lot of people are kind of, you know, just trying to have putts fall in the hole, and you know, they're just not adjusting properly if they're looking to do that. You know, nobody wants to have 2 or 3 foot back, so I think that's another factor as well for people missing putts. So we see a good
Jamie
pitch
Blake,
here. A good pitch from Jamie by the looks of it.
and from Tralee.
Pin high, just a little left. 4 under, gone well in his final round.
Yeah, he's in a rich vein of form because his sister won the All-Ireland stroke play in McDonald, the junior stroke play there a few weeks ago.
Super.
And he won Castle Island Scratch Cup, I think, on the same weekend. So there was a double family celebration.
I'm sure, yeah, there was a party in the household to celebrate that.
And I think Jamie won an inter-county championship here in Lakeside at some stage during his juvenile days.
That's a good ball, just to spin again.
Spin again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So for those at home, obviously looking, I've seen one over par there. There's plenty of people have been over par today. It's been a team, and I suppose that's just down to the nature of obviously the foursomes format earlier, when you're playing technically alternative shots, the simplest way to put it. And then also, you've got your singles where you're coming out onto a course that really is, as I mentioned earlier on, a proper championship test. You've got greens, as you've seen there. You pitch your green. You've just got too much spin on the ball, and that's obviously down to the moisture in the greens and all the rain that's been there for the last couple of weeks. But I suppose it's just awkward to control with so much spin, John.
Definitely. The guys who can just bring it stone dead down, pitching in the pitch mark and staying there, they're the guys who do well in these conditions. Yeah. Some guys can do that. John Walsh in the Cork team is one. But obviously the guys are putting so much spin on the ball, as you say. Derek, I think a lot of the pins are actually at the back as well. So the ball spinning off the front means guys are left with long putts or long chips. So, it's just down to the conditions.
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
They're coping reasonably well in the main.
So here's another chip coming up.
Pin is out, so he must fancy it.
Mr. Nocton has just joined us in the commentary booth. I think he'd be happy with your round, Frank? Tricky. That's the words Frank has said. So Frank will be joining us here now in just a second. As the rain does start to come down, we've got a birdie putt here. Again, just outside the left-hand side of the cup, I would imagine. That's travelling, it needs to pull up.
Gave it every chance, but
bit of work to do, John.
Certainly plenty of work to do.
Super. So again, there is a break in this too, so he needs to give it as much respect as possible. Just misses on the low side. So there's the drop shot, back to level par. And this is a par putt, I believe.
Yep.
So again, he would have seen what that putt will do. It's trying to break to his right. So I'd imagine left lip and firm would be doctor's orders here. Oh, okay. That looked like it broke the other way, John.
That seemed to break right to left, yeah. Won't be happy with that.
Yeah. I think as well, John, I actually spoke to Declan Multeeder, who's a greenkeeper in Newlands Cross Golf Club, and he was saying that also a big factor of all the rain and the moisture is that the holes will start to elevate out of the green.
Yeah.
So
the
that
edges,
may have been a factor there with that break.
Quite possibly.
Yeah. So we're going to have a quick substitution. I'm going to jump out here now, and Frank Nocton from the Mellows Club is going to jump back in. And we may link back in later on with you, so I'll leave yourself, John and Frank to take over comms from here.
Good to be back with you, Frank. How did it go for you out there?
You
this
know,
afternoon?
for the first 10 holes, I was really holding it together. Lovely. I was 1 under. But again, though the depth perception around here is really awkward. You know, I went into 2 bunkers and bad score. So listen, I ended up with a 57. It seems to be a popular score among our team. We've had a couple of 1-overs, and listen, for the lower rated counties, it's just plain extremely tough. And what Philip said there about the hole rising up, that is a definite factor, especially for the short holes. So you're going at it, you want to pop it in there, and if you hit a watery one, the hole is just gonna go left or it's gonna go right. So listen, there's nobody to blame but the person behind the putter. But conditions have been very tricky. There's been a lot of moisture on these greens, a lot of fertilizer. It's very tight knit, so when you hit a ball along a line, you know, the grain on the green that you can't really see is going to be a factor as well. A lot of leaves out there, a lot of pines, and you'd nearly want the old vacuum cleaner out, which is there for some of the putts.
Certainly looks difficult, and the rain and wind is back. I mean, you must have played in some dry conditions, did you?
Yeah, we had dry conditions for the entire second round there now for the singles, but we had the kind of incessant rain this morning.
Yes.
So, you know, I think it's been fairly fair all round. But, I mean, I'm looking out there, and there are seasoned players out there as well. Well, I suppose seasoned is the wrong word. You know, very good players out there. Because there's a lot of us seasoned out there, but mightn't be that, you know, brilliant at the putting end of things, and they're struggling. So, I mean, I've seen some of our best exponents of the game missing short putts out there too. So, listen, there's nothing to be ashamed of. 57 isn't a bad score.
It's very respectable. This is a tricky one now. Various grades of grass to come through, and a pin fairly close to the back edge. So, bump and run.
Yeah, the problem is here, like if you try to get cute with this, you're just going to end up on the front of the green. If you try and get too powerful with it, you're going to go off the other side. You just want to land it just on the fringe there and let it bump in. Now, that's the way I would play it. I mean, if he's brave enough to flop it on the green, there it goes. Like, that's exactly what I was saying, right? You know,
So pretty good contact.
Not
He
bad.
just probably played it a little bit harder than he needed.
but that's the length now that everyone's missing out there. Do you know, they are real testers. Like, on your home course, you're probably knocking 9 out of 10 of them in on a round. But here, I think the percentage is significantly lower, you know.
Philip and I were remarking on the number of putts that were missing. This now should be a fairly straightforward chip.
Yeah, he's going up at the hole, so he can have a go at this. Yeah, very
It's
good.
well played.
But the camber there as well is real help. You know, you can pick your spot. Oftentimes you see players stand behind the ball, and it's like they have an imaginary ball and they're about to throw it. And when you're throwing that imaginary ball, you're imagining maybe a bucket, and you want to get it into that. But if you land it in that bucket, you know you're going to run on to the hole, and that's what a lot of. Here's Angus here now.
Good chip.
On the
And
way,
in.
and that's
Super
Angus
chip, Angus.
Coughlin is a
Angus Coughlin,
lovely
a
player.
fine player,
Mhm.
former Leinster champion. Won a pairs tournament. We were talking about the pairs tournament in San Sabria earlier. He and his partner did well in that a few years ago. Very keen player and a strong player for Offaly.
Yeah, that breaks off the left there, and you've seen a few people miss that putt, and that's what I was talking about there. He was in not a great position. He had a fairly good chip. He gets his 4, and if you can't stop that bleeding going around here, that's the difference between, say, getting a 2 under and having 3 over, and that is basically it in a nutshell. You know, and I just think the conditions are contributing to that quite a lot. I mean, the greens are holding up extremely well, to be fair, considering all the water that they've had on them. I mean, when we were going around in the doubles this morning, it was nearly squishy underfoot at times, you know, and they've really held up very well in considering.
Tremendous. And the amount of traffic, I mean, so many rounds played. I mean, what is it, 150 odd players playing, 3 rounds in the ladies and 4 rounds in the gents, so it's a lot of traffic through the greens, and they've held up extremely well, as you say.
And you see, especially on the, like, I mean, we're looking there down the arrow, I think it's the 6th hole there.
Yeah.
So this is a tricky hole because when you go at the pin here, see the way the bunker, just at the apex of the bunker there, mightn't, you think, but that is so in play. If you underhit it slightly, that's going to catch your ball and you're going to go in there. The miss here is long and left because you've loads of green then to pitch back on. Long and right is extremely difficult because the green is cambering away there to the left. So the miss, you see a lot of people bailing out to the left, and you see a lot of good balls going on the left of the pin there, and they just spin off the green down. So if you're a player that gets any left or right spin, right spin is the one you want here.
Darren O'Connell from Offaly, former national stroke play runner-up in Tullamore, and a great servant of Offaly Pitch and Putt, and a great servant of Tullamore Pitch and Putt as a chairman for many years.
I think he was a bit short there, actually. It looked to me as if
Looked
he
like he
might have
was.
caught it. So it goes to show you, like, these very experienced players, And there's a lot of wind up there, as my father used to say. There's a lot of wind up there, and there certainly is,
Well, he followed your advice. Long left.
Yeah, that's the bailout there, You can see there where the players are walking off as well. If you end up there, say down it's very squishy, and even though you have lift clean in place, it can be tricky enough to find a nice place to put the ball, But
Yes.
without the lift clean in place, it would be extremely difficult out there.
Porrick is long as well.
I think it's probably better for the course as well if you have the lift clean in place as well. You don't have lads taking too much chunks out of things, and it's probably a little bit more gentler on the course. And of course, when it's this wet, it is a vulnerable. It is. There's places on it that are very vulnerable, as I was saying. Like you see where the players are walking off the green, and it's just getting a bit squishy underfoot there. But funny enough, even all the rain, the bunkers are playing very well. It's the way the rain can almost put a film of compact down on the bunker if nobody's played in it for a while, and they're stood up very well. They look great as well, and you see in so many courses nowadays they don't have any bunkers at all because they don't have anybody to maintain them. So it's nice to see them. I mean, listen, it's a part of the course. If you don't like bunkers, don't be in them.
True. Yeah, something we discussed this morning actually, that a lot of courses have taken all their bunkers out or some of their bunkers out because of the problems of maintaining them, as you say. And I think it helps the aesthetic of the course. Nicely maintained bunkers do set holes off, so I'd like to see bunkers, and the bunkers here where they are excellent.
In Mellows now we have quite a few bunkers. Actually, I'd say some more bunkers than a lot of courses, but our bunkers are big in pitch and putt terms. Around our 18th, we have a bunker it must be 20 metres wide.
Yes.
And it's 5 or 6 metres. It's 20 metres long and about 5 or 6 metres wide. And there's a man that comes in there, Jack McCormick. He played at that one.
That was a topper, as we used to say in
Yeah.
Cork a long time ago.
Yeah. But so he comes in and he takes a shaving off the bunkers maybe twice a year. Now the only thing is, he's taken a bit of a shaving off them. They'll be as big as the Augusta bunkers in 10 years if we're not careful, because they're getting a bit bigger. But you know what? They look great. There's nothing like a nice bunker.
I think they help the aesthetics of the course hugely. Warwick Sarsfield, World Cup winner. That's a well-played chip.
Yeah, that's
Still a little bit of work to do for par.
and it's going to break off his right there now. So, listen, he hit the right shot. It's coming up the hill. That's what I mean with that miss back there. If you miss back there, you can come up at the hole, which makes it so much easier. I mean, it's way easier. You can have a little run at it,
It's a lovely chip as well. He took the aerial route, probably pulled up just slightly quicker than he hoped, but it's good shape.
It's brilliant to see the crowds here as well today.
Fantastic gallery, isn't it, Frank?
Absolutely fantastic. And it's just a great experience for players that have never played in an All-Ireland like the National like this. Can be a little bit intimidating at first, but you do get used to it. But the galleries are lovely and very generous too. If you hit a good ball, you're going to get a bit of applause, and it's a nice thing. in our game, you know. And I think the coverage has been great too. I've been looking at a little bit of it there in my downtime. And the boys are doing a great job out there, especially in the wet conditions. It can be a difficult task, you know, and they've done great.
Doing a great job. That's a brave putt by Darren O'Connell for bogey.
And I'm just getting a look here at some of the scores, and just it's off his left here now. And see that?
That was a push,
Yeah.
right off the blade.
And that's what you're seeing out there, you know. I mean, but it goes to show you anybody can miss anything.
Yeah, you would have said he was in great shape for par there.
Whoa.
Oh,
Bit of
Porrick had a bit of a lap of honour as
Yeah,
well.
I love a crowd pleaser myself, John. You know yourself. I
Well,
like to raise a few pulses.
Porrick likes to crowd please as well, yes.
So that's a lovely vista there, isn't it? And the sunshine. See that blue
Beautiful.
thing up in the left-hand corner?
Yeah, we
That's
thought we weren't going to see any of that
sky there.
today.
And that big light in the sky. I rang the guards there, told them I saw a massive light in the sky. I didn't know what it was. Not too bad. That's the bailout.
That's the
That's what
bailout.
lads are
Yeah,
doing.
you
You know,
called
they're
it.
going to bail there every time. And you can see that wind. Look at that. She's a howler. That wind is really coming up.
Jason Quigan, yeah.
There's Jason now. And he played so brilliant in the National Stroke Play, didn't he? He was
Wonderful.
absolutely
He was
fantastic.
tremendous
Oh
at
my
St.
God.
Anne's.
Some of his putting and scoring was just off the scale. It was
And
great to watch.
still, Mr. Fleming chased him down and beat him. But
But Damien was.
Jason lost no credit whatsoever in that performance.
I
And
mean,
it shows that he's going to win an Irish Championship someday. He's
Mhm.
won Munster Championships already. He's going to win an Irish Championship someday.
Mhm.
He's aiming quite far left here, isn't he? So
Mhm.
the wind is up.
Look at that. It's gone though.
Wow.
It's gone. That's the thing,
That
you know.
really didn't deserve that, because
No.
my take on this course is that you'd really have to be pitching into the centre of the greens, because they're run off side or side. But that one seemed to pitch pretty much in the centre of the green
Yeah.
and still spun off.
Listen, there was 3 of us hit in there. 2 of us did that, and everybody was gone off the left, you know, and that was just the way it was. But even that time with the Nationals, you know, I mean, Frank Deneen really wasn't.
Super shot.
Frank Deneen wasn't in it, but he came with a wet sail. You know, with lovely. I mean, some of the scoring there was just off the scale, wasn't it? Really.
Tremendous. And
You
St.
know.
Anne's is no bargain, no picnic.
Oh my
It's
God.
a serious test of pitch and putt, but
Mm.
the scoring was just phenomenal. Now, Damien would be very familiar with it. He lives close by, even though he represents Kerry. He lives in Tower in Cork, which is just a hop, step and a jump from St. Anne's. So Damien would know it well, but nevertheless, to produce the volume and the average per round scoring that he produced was just incredible.
But I mean, for the guys in that area, I mean, it's a hotbed for pitch and putt, really. You know, there's a lot of courses around there, and I remember when we were doing the match play in Airy earlier this year. I stopped up at a crossroads, and there was a sign for Airy and a sign for Furban and a sign for Clara, and I was just thinking, you know, where we are in Galway, there's a sign just for an hour and a half everywhere. Whereas if you're there, you're exposed to so many different courses, and so much competition. It can only bring your game on, you know.
It's
I
how
mean-
the sport developed, really, 40s and 50s, by having courses adjacent to each other. You're right about Cork. Kildare is the same way around Newbridge. You've got Royston, you've got Atgarvan, you've got MacDonough, you've got St. Bridget's, all within kind of shouting distance of each other. And that means they can have leagues and they can have regular inter-club stuff, which really brings every club on.
Is it true, John, what I heard one time? They used to say that pitch and putt was the poor man's golf. Is that a true statement?
It was referred to as the poor man's golf, yeah. But ironically, the people who started it in Cork back in the late 30s, early 40s, they were people of kind of, you say, the middle class. They were people from Cork. It was the time when you only went to short distance on your holidays, so they were going from Cork City down to a place called Fountainstown, which is a seaside resort about 15 or 20 miles from Cork, super cheap there. And they found this place in Fountainstown where there was a putting green, and a few intrepid guys decided, well, we'll make it a bit more challenging. We won't just do putts, we'll start to take short shots from further away. And that's what started Pitch and Putt. And these guys were doctors, dentists, bank managers. They were the guys who started it. But it did have, certainly when I started my involvement in Pitch and Putt back in the 70s, that was what it was referred to. It was the poor man's golf. And golf, I suppose, was way less accessible 50 years ago in Ireland than it is now. It was the preserve, I suppose, of the people who had a family connection to golf or had the money to get into golf clubs, and Pitch and Putt was a natural substitute for the people who couldn't, and consequently it developed. I never liked it as a term, I have to admit.
It comes across as a bit condescending and demeaning, maybe a little bit, but it was out there. It was a term I often heard it said. I often heard my father used to say that was the poor man's golf, and he'd hear I was going off playing Pitch and Putt. But he liked to play it himself. He used to come to Oranmore, and we used to rent the clubs. And I remember back in the day, I'm not as old as Methuselah, but I remember in the 80s. Yeah, I remember in the 80s, you would be queuing up for clubs and queuing up for a game. That's the way it was. Really something back then. But again, as I said earlier, I mean, we're not just here to talk about exactly what we're seeing. We're here to talk about a little bit about the game as well. And in Galway, we're really seeing an upsurge, which is what we want, you know, especially even in August when we had the weather. I mean, I'd say we just had one of the course was full constantly. That's what you want to see, isn't it?
That is definitely what you want to see. And I think I said earlier, like, it's not all about this is wonderful. Obviously, it's the showpiece of our sport, the top class. But really what we want is people enjoying Pitch and Putt as a recreation. And whether they want to play it competitively, if they want to play it for fun, if they want to play it for social, we're available for all and many more of the above. So it's really about enjoying Pitch and Putt. As many that are playing it recreationally, the better.
As the great comedian John Kenny used to say, enjoy yourselves, lads. And that's what he said. That is. And let's not forget, we're here because the game made us happy. Right, it's smiles and miles. You got to get out there. Get out there. Number one thing is you've got to enjoy it. Every shot can't be a pint of blood, and if it is a pint of blood, you're not going to enjoy that. I don't think you will anyway. So, even though it was a little bit stressful today, we still enjoyed it. And as long as we're enjoying the game, we just want to. The competitive level, it's not for everybody, right? That's not for everybody. But you know, if you enjoy the competitive side of it, yeah, I think it's a good thing. So we're just looking at some of the inputted scores here as well, and at the moment I'm seeing Cork there, a 5-shot lead. It's hard to know exactly what's going on out there, but what do you think,
well, that 5-shot lead is after the completion of the foursomes. Cork haven't started their singles yet, but it does mean that Tipperary made up 6 shots of their 11-shot deficit overnight to be just 5 shots behind going into the singles. So,
and we saw a few of them. Yeah, we saw a few of them when I was in here with you. The couple of chip-ins.
That's right.
They had a 2 and Cork had a 4, and like, you know, there's a handful of shots right there, you know. And you can't take anything for granted. Even like we were talking to Frank Deneen on our group last night, and he said it ain't over until it's over. And there's nothing surer than that. As I said earlier, there's many's the slip between cup and lip, you know, and that can happen. So we saw it before. You know, we've seen it before.
Saw it last year. Kerry were 8 shots ahead on Saturday night, and they didn't deliver then. Well, they didn't deliver because Cork were superb on the Sunday.
Yeah, that's not a bad miss there either. You know, he's going to have that uphill putt there.
We're back on the first now, looking at the group. Westmeath, Cork and Dublin. This is Stephen Murray from Old County for Dublin. 46-metre first.
Another lovely course, Old County.
Named, I think, for the man who revitalised Lakeside Pitch and Putt course in the 1970s. It dates from 1965, I think it is. And it thrived for a few years, and then it lapsed for a few years. But Charles O'Brien was the man who with others obviously, but it was his initiative that got it going again in the 70s, and I think this whole, they call it Charlie O'Brien in honour of him.
Just look at that wind. I mean, that is going to play its role, isn't it?
Really whipping up now, isn't
I
it?
mean, look at that hedge back there in those trees. That is blown. If I had any hair, it'd be blown all over the place, I can tell you that much. But that's going to have a significant, even on the second hole there now, that's going to be blown right down the gunnel of the, and that's a 53-yard pitch, that second hole, and it's definitely playing a lot longer than that with that wind. And it's a left to right wind into that, so, you know, you're going to be forced into maybe shaping the ball a little bit, and that's going to be great to watch.
Brilliant.
So he's coming up at this, so it does break a little bit from his right and come down left, so you know he can be a little bit aggressive here. You want to be bouncing the ball maybe just after the fringe and let it run out to the hole. Easy. There you go.
And
Just can run a little bit off you.
Eager.
Yeah, it's not too bad there. You'd fancy him to get the one back, you know. These guys are the top guys in our games, you know, and you know, when you watch the likes of Kieran Earls and Damien Flemings and your Jason Creegans, they don't seem as worried about the one back as us mere mortals down in the lowly westerly counties.
Stephen Murray there, top class greenkeeper as well. That's his profession. He works in Palmerston Golf Club in Kildare, and he helps out lots and lots of pitch and putt courses with the course maintenance. He was heavily involved with Lucan when they were preparing the course for the European Team Championship. I saw him in action a couple of times when I was up in Lucan. He can cut a green in jig time. Very impressive. This is David Sexton from Fermoy. This is a lengthy one for birdie. Just slightly short of pace.
And you've actually been seeing that quite a bit, this lot of lads. That's the apprehension that's out there. It's like a boa constrictor wrapping himself around you, and you're just slightly, you know, you just think, oh my God, if I hit this too hard, I'm gone, you know, and that is the worry. Here's Michael now. He's the greenkeeper here, like as we were saying, and he's done a fantastic job here. Didn't play yesterday, but I had a feeling he'd play today. I'd be disappointed with that. Flags there of every county.
Nice
Flying.
touch, isn't it?
It's lovely, yeah. I got a beautiful picture of that earlier. My mistake there. Your man is like Michael's twin there, isn't he? He's just like
He's
him.
a little like Michael Fallon, you know, it's Meath man.
Yeah. He just got a little bit. That must be the white noise I'm getting from the 57 I hit there. My heart was in the right place, John. That was
Absolutely
a tricky one here. Tricky.
Bit of break on it, even though it's a 2 or 3 footer.
Yeah,
Safely in. Not the old county man.
So that's the first tee there. You can see it. And one of those trees must have, that tree on the right there, I mean, you know, because I'd say in the Storm 01, there was a lot of damage done like that. I never saw damage done like I saw to some of the golf courses around the country. After, so I'd say even in some of the pitch and putt courses, it was absolutely dramatic. And we were out in the west of Ireland, so I think we got a lot of it out there. But our pitch and putt course in Mellows, we have no trees. There's nothing there. It's just, there's no shrubs, there's no grass, there's no flowers. It's just, it's grass, and it's a pure. It's reminds you like of a links when you're out there, you know. And it's nothing like it actually. It's a little bit easier to maintain than the likes of your rock lodges and here, you know. There's a lot. There's Michael now. So I don't think he does look quite like him, doesn't he?
He does look like him, yeah.
They like each other. But there's some dramatic trees in this course actually. Absolutely gigantic ones, aren't they? Amazing.
Huge. It's Darren O'Connell's bogey putt as well after his bladed chip. He recovered well to get a bogey from there.
I said to my buddy one time I got a good four, and he says to me, "There's no such thing as a good four." I'd say the course is going to need a little bit of rest after these. I mean, it is a lot of traffic, isn't it? Especially even with all the boys practicing over the last couple of weeks as well. What's your opinion on that? I mean, would you be saying, you know, close a course 2 weeks beforehand, or I mean, you have to let people have a go, don't you?
I think you have to let them practice up fairly close to the event. No problem with it closing down around the Thursday in advance, but I think prior to that, because counties pick their teams quite late, so sometimes guys don't know they're playing in the intercounty till right up close to it, so I think you got to allow some time for it, but no problem with closing it around the Thursday, because these courses need to have a rest, particularly in soft conditions.
So this is Michael. This is the man that looks after
This
the greens
is
here
the Michael Fennell, yes.
in Lakeside here, and a great player too. And he didn't play yesterday, but I had a feeling he'd be taking out the 58 degree today. Be disappointed with that.
It's well through the green.
There's not many big here, actually. There's a lot of people short, but not many big.
I think in general the miss has been short on most holes from what I've seen anyway.
Yeah, that's a good ball.
That is Chris Gallagher,
That's a good ball
veteran of many an inter-county campaign for Dublin. Has good few good gold medals in his show. He was threatening all sorts that he was going to drop one of the guys, but they played so well earlier this morning. Yeah,
fine chip in. It was around this moment, actually. There was another chip in shortly after that, and there was a two-shot swing on another hole, and that is really one of the significant moves that Tipperary made in this kind of charge to try and overhaul Cork. It's going to make it for interesting play now over the next 9 holes, you know, and when we get Cork going now in a little while as well, and it'll be interesting to see. And just for people watching in now that are new to tuning in today, we're using a lift clean in place here, because when the ball hits the ground it can plug and you can get a mud ball, and so you just put down a tee, pick up your ball, clean it, and anywhere within a few inches of that tee there you can put the ball down, no penalty for that. So Michael here is chipping back in. We've seen this chip now a little bit earlier. The shot is just to drop it just on the fringe and let it roll out into the hole. Wouldn't surprise me if he knocked it in. Yeah, it's a great shot there. Nice and no pressure 3. That's what you want, isn't it, to start?
definitely. Don't want to forfeit a par and one.
And you know, when you do that, say you chip up and you leave it to, say, a foot, or you pitch off and you stick it to the pin, it just takes you can breathe, you know, it takes the pressure out of you, you know, and it's a real release valve, I suppose you could call it, and you can just walk up there, tap it in and walk on. It's a fairly straight putt.
It's just short of pace.
You got to keep the pace up there, or it will go left, you know. It will go a little bit left, but you got to keep the pace up on it. He's putting with the glove on. I don't know. You don't see it that often. People like the touch of the putter, you know.
It's unusual for putting, certainly. In fact, it's unusual for pitch and putt in general to have
you
the
don't
glove.
We have a guy up in our place, he wears 2 gloves. I'll mention no names.
No names.
But we call him Johnny Two Gloves.
Johnny Two Gloves. There's a guy on the PGA Tour, isn't there? Tommy Gainey, Tommy Two Gloves. Yeah.
They're actually first cousins.
Yeah.
You'd love the 2 to start, but there you go. I see the big blade putter there. The mallet putter, they're all the rage now.
They're all the rage, yeah.
I reckon, I was listening to Paul McGinley the last day when he was commentating on the BMW, and he was saying something like 85 to 90% of professional golfers now are using that type of putter.
It's a huge
So-
statistic, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, that tells me that they're putting better with that putter. And I think actually it's over the shorter ones, you know, your foot and a half. Now, it might sound like a lot, like a big putt, but I saw one of the greatest players that ever picked up a pitch and putt club today miss 2 of them. So anything can be missed. That's the thing. Anything can be missed. And when it's windy and you're standing up and you're getting rocked around and the putt means something, and there's a little turn on it and it's only a foot, listen, I've seen 100 of them missed. That's the way the game is.
George McGreel getting ready for another singles round for Dublin in the inter-county.
And just a little word as well about Templemore here. We stayed in the Templemore Arms last night and the hospitality was absolutely fantastic. And
Brilliant.
a big shout out to Dan Ward there in Templemore Arms. The hospitality, the food, the crack, the music was just brilliant. And they're welcome. And even this morning they got up earlier because we were out early. They got up early and they made us their breakfast.
the
Which
breakfast.
couldn't have been nicer, you know. And that's what you get around this country, though. You get a lot of nice people, you know.
You did well to get into the Templemore Arms. I thought I was booked out.
Well, in actual fact, I'll tell you, a little birdie. We were booked into the Thurles, into the Hazes Hotel in Thurles, and a little birdie told me that there was a few rooms came free. So I rang up and I told them that I was married to Elaine Gray from Templemore. And she said, "Oh, jeez, I know Elaine well." And I said, "Well, listen, I need a couple of rooms for 7 big lads." And she sorted us out. She
Brilliant.
squeezed us in there, and it was just so convenient because we were out at 8:30 this morning. And, you know, if you were coming from Thurles,
Yeah,
it just
it's
would
15
put you
or 20
under.
minutes, isn't it?
It would just put you under a little bit, you know.
Yeah.
But we were able to relax and do our thing this morning, so that was great. We're getting into the meat of it now here. That's a great shot. No, he had more stop than spin, and that's really what you're looking for.
That's what you want, into the centre of the green, stopping fairly dead. That's what gets the score done here.
So this is the leaders now. Pitched it right at the pin there. And just look at that now. They see the camber where it just rolls off to the edges. You see that actually in a lot of clubs where they put in winter pins. And you see a lot of people rolling up. But these ones, like, they're just, the greens are so pure, you know. Yeah, not bad as well. More stop than spin there as well, which is what you're after, really. It's one of the easier opening holes in pitch and putt.
Yes, it is.
I would hazard. No, I'm gonna pose this one to you, John. I would say the easiest hole, opening hole in pitch and putt, is Lucan. Now, how about that?
Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily disagree with you there.
Maybe
I suppose it's a
easiest.
little claustrophobic, is it, in Lucan, where you've got the second hole very close as
Yeah.
well? But certainly in terms of a pitch, I think,
I think it's the most
it's
gentle
easy enough.
start to
Very
a
gentle.
game
Yeah,
that you could have.
yeah.
You know, and I just think now, of course, when in the white heat of the intercounty when we played there a few years ago, the course was absolutely fantastic, and the crowds there when you go out to the singles, and they're all sitting outside and having a great time, and you're just there. It's the most beautiful opening hole. It like if you compare it to some of them, you know, like you look at the opening hole there in Clog, and you can't even see the green.
Yes.
You know, there was, I'd say, 4 people on that green when we played the Leinsters there a couple of weeks ago, out of the whole day. So that'll tell you, you know. And the first hole,
Castleton and Meath, even though it's a downhiller, it's practically the maximum distance. It's really intimidating. Now you
Yeah.
can see the green from the tee, but it's a lot of shot for your first shot of the day.
opening hole, Tullamore, blind shot, opening
Yeah.
hole in Costume. You don't think it's 70 metres, and next thing you're behind the tree. So listen,
Yes. Breaking from George's left here, about 15 feet for birdie. Dublin need lots of birdies, I think, to get into this. And that's going to leave him a tricky one back for his par.
And it was still rolling. I'd say mark that quick and pick it up. But as you say, this could be Dublin are a good bit behind, so they're going to have to run at them.
They're really going to go, and you can see it there with those putts, the first 2 putts from Chris Gallagher and George McBeal. They went after the putts. They
They've
didn't
been told.
hold them, but they went after them. They weren't short.
They've obviously been told to. The problem for Cork is if they start to protect, they're going to get into a bit of trouble. I think you can't protect.
You can't protect.
You got to
no.
move. You got to keep going.
Got to go forward. Owen Shannon, he's new on the team this year, although he does have one intercounty winners medal. He won in 2007 in Lakewood. He's got a juvenile intercounty win as well. He'd love to pick up another medal here today.
But I mean, John, you would imagine with the experience on the Cork team that wouldn't be a trap that they could fall into, you know, that they will just go on with their game, and at the end of the day, you know, let the game come to you. You know yourself, if you push too much at this game, you could be in trouble. But
they're
they've got
hugely
enough
experienced
experience
in scratch cups and all of that to know what to do. I mean, they've got in Cahill, Murphy and John Walsh, they have the all-time 3 highest intercounty winner medals. The other guys aren't quite as experienced in intercounty terms, but boy, they have serious experience in scratch cups, etc. Dahi Sexton's a Munster champion in the past, and Owen Walsh and Owen Shannon pick up a lot of wins in scratch cups around the Cork circuit, which is not easily done either when you've guys like Delaney and Murphy and Walsh campaigning in the scratch cups, so they'll know how to get the job done. Yeah,
And I suppose when you have people like Frank Deneen on the bench, you know, managing the team, I mean,
6-time intercounty
Yeah.
winner in his own
Yeah.
right as a sub and as the manager.
Listen,
that
John,
will keep you on your P's and Q's.
John, I'm going to come clean, right? I rang him. I said, is there any bit of Galway in you? So, you know, have you a few lads up there with a bit of Galway in you? But I don't know. Listen, you wouldn't. I mean, it's not a thing that would concern me too early, but you can see Dublin there. They're trying to make a move, and listen, that's what they have to do. There's John Ross just going through the picture there, and another experienced player. There's a lot of experience out there on show today, and as you say, a lot of people who've won a lot of national titles, played in World Cups, played in European Championships, and you know, that's the kind of thing you want to call on when you're under the gun. But we're after watching the first hole there now, John. We haven't seen much lighting the place up. People are missing the putts there all sides.
Putts are not
There's
falling.
John Walsh there now. They're not really falling there. I've not seen it anyway. No, these boys will probably prove us all wrong, and good luck to them if they do. But it's great for the boys now. The big, you know, the sun is coming out there. The conditions are so much different for this morning.
It's incredible.
Talk about a
isn't
yin and a yang. I mean,
Yeah.
it's just
it?
unbelievable.
In just a few hours.
Yeah, I mean, this morning it was, as the Conamadoman said, it was that real wet rain, you know, just incessantly falling down on you. There was no hiding from it. Even under the trees, it was dripping through the trees to get you. So it was that type of rain, and yeah, it's just lovely now to see it so clear and so beautiful now. And as you can see there now out at the course, behind the camera there's an awful lot of people there. And as the last groups go out, they're all going to start following them out. And it's a great way to play the game when you have people out there to support you as a player, you know. Yeah, that's the mist there now. Everybody is lots. I'd say 70% of players are just pitching it on the front of the green there, and it's rolling back on them, you know. Tipperary on the tee now.
Anthony Culhane, man of immense experience.
46 metres. And it's playing all of them. I think, John, if I'm not mistaken, that's good ball.
Perfect. Beautiful shot.
The 46 metres, isn't that to the front of the green? That's what we were
46 is the
told here.
forward edge of the teeing ground to the centre of the green if it's
Yeah.
conforming to the rules.
Well, it's funny you say that now because I was asking that question today, and I got a consistent answer of that they did a recent scan, this GPS scan, and that it was to the front of the green.
Right.
And
Interesting.
now I asked a few people that, and I'd love actually some clarity on that. So if anybody wants to stick it in the comments, if there's anybody watching there, and they know the answer to that, we'd love to hear that one because that would be significant. I'd like to know
That's a
that.
significant difference. Well, I've always worked in the premise that it's the forward edge of the teeing ground to the centre of the green, which is what it
Yeah.
says in
That's
the
what I
the rule
always
book.
thought. That's
Yeah.
what I always thought. But
These
it'll
days,
be-
with the, as you say, with the GPS or the watches that you can use now, the Garmin things, it should be possible to be very exact. Mind
Actually-
you, a lot of the pins, as you said, are at the back of the green. So in actual fact, it's 46 plus here. If it's to the even if it's to the centre of the green, it's 46 plus because the pin is another couple of metres towards the back.
And that's what I was saying here. Like a lot of the people they're bouncing just where he's preparing the pitch mark there. They're bouncing the ball there and it's coming back. And I think a lot of us who play a lot of pitch and putt. When we look at 46 metres, we have a dial in
Yeah.
what we play. And I think, if we said 48, you'd play a different shot, wouldn't you? You'd like to
would.
be today. You'd like to be going over the pin, landing the ball because it's going to spin back. That's really the ideal shot. He's got quite a long putt here. It's one of the longer putts. Say it's about 25 feet, and it's going to break from his left. But it's one of the more flatter putts here on the course. But to get it there is the thing. It bobbled up. Oh, it's a good putt.
Close.
I think that middle bobble there might have just threw it off its line a little bit.
Yeah.
And listen, it's inevitable you're going to get a few bobbly putts with all the traffic that the greens have had. It's just the way it is.
Yeah. Similar line for John Walsh from fractionally closer. And he's missed it on the opposite side, and it's just gone on that little bit extra.
It's just gone on the
That
knee,
doesn't make it attack.
the knee trembler
The
length,
knee trembler,
I
yeah.
call it. It's enough to make you think about things. So this was a great tee shot, and you'd love the old reward of a birdie here to start off, and this would be good for Tipperary, just to get them moving. He's using one of the older style putters there, blade putter you call it. That's enough.
Yes, dead weight. Good
It's not
start
how-
for Anthony Culhane.
It's not how, it's how many. As my father once says to me, there's no pictures on the scorecard.
True for him.
So John to tidy up here. And these are the ones that kill you if you miss them, but I wouldn't expect him to miss one, but I've seen them missed all day long. They're momentum killers if you miss them, You just want to get them in the pole and move on. So there's not many more to go out now. It's a replay here, right to the death. It's inevitable the ball's going to bobble after all the traffic the greens have had. There's
Definitely.
no criticism there. That's just the way it is, And if you hit a good enough putt, it's going to go in. And I must say the starters here as well, John. I was saying it there last night. I met Davey in the Templemore Arms. The starters have been doing a very good job here because there hasn't been many delays out in the course. You need a starter that has enough patience to let guys go, finish their hole and tee off the second hole and then call the boys on. You can get too enthusiastic and you end up with bottlenecks, and that's been one thing. The only place there's been a slight delay maybe is on the eighth hole there, where it's the 70-metre pitch, and then you've got the 63-metre pitch then on the ninth. That's very understandable because some lads can go left and go right and can be just a little bit tricky, But on the whole, I must say, very well organised, very well done.
Well, credit to Pádraig O'Shea, who was the principal starter, the National Competitions Coordinator, and Liam Leahy from the local club here, who was helping out when Pádraig was taking breaks. And yeah, I think they have it off to a tee. Don't send people out too quickly.
Yeah.
So don't have a logjam, as you say, at number 3 or number 4 because you've
Ah.
sent them out too fast.
The
Which
two
has happened
boys.
in the past.
They've done great, but I always say when I come down here to Lakeside, when you see Liam coming, all you're going to get is a big smile by. I never saw that man with anything but a smile on his face, and it's a great thing to see, and the enthusiasm. I mean, that's the lifeblood of the game, isn't it?
Brilliant to see, and absolutely concur with that. Liam, he's an absolute gent. Biggest of welcomes always to Lakeside.
Yeah, we haven't seen many putts hold on the first. Tipperary got one there on the last group, but the people have seemed to have been happy enough to take a 3 and move on. That's a good ball.
Lovely tee shot.
Again, that's what you're looking for. You're looking for stop more than spin, aren't you? Do you know? You just look
Stopping it dead is the key in conditions like this.
let it drop like a teardrop. That's on the green. And when you're on the first tee box, the nerves are tingling a little bit, and it's nice to get one off the box and just get it on the green, give yourself a putt. Yeah, but this, he's doesn't look great there, but he's got the lift clean in place, so I wouldn't be too worried about that. So the forecast for the afternoon and going on now for the next, it's going to be about an hour and a half left of this, maybe 2 hours depending on how fast people play. The forecast is that the wind is going to get up a touch, and that's going to have a bearing on the way things go, especially down the course. As I was saying earlier, they're the 8th and the 9th. They're tricky holes without the wind, and you add a wind into them, and that just changes the parameters a little bit, doesn't it?
Does indeed.
He's just repairing their pitch marks there, and the greens really bounce back so well after you do that here. It's a credit to Michael here, the job he's done. I'm just looking out of the comedy booth here now at the old ruins of the old church there, and there's a lovely crowd around. A lot of the players have stayed behind as well from the lesser counties just to support the other players.
What a chip that was.
Lucky and unlucky.
Lucky and unlucky, I suppose, yeah.
In equal measure, I think. He got a bit of a break, he held the ball up, but it could have went in as well. It was like a little genuflection there. Just had a little kneel down and came back out again. So this is a makeable putt here, just off his left. It's about 22, 23 feet. The pace is everything here.
Which you didn't find.
No. And I would hazard a guess that there's a bit of nerves behind that there, because on an ordinary day you're just gonna have a go at that, but what's at stake definitely has a bearing on what you're doing out there. It has to. I don't think you're human if it doesn't. Another one left short, and we're just seeing that on the screen here today. I'm not sure what it is. I think it could be a little bit of nerves, as it is the first hole. I think when you get into it, when you get down to that second green down there, it's quiet down that end of the course. There's nobody down there. Just up here, there's a lot of noise. There's a lot of movement. Just to tidy up now, get his par and move on. And no ceremony there. That was a Xander Schauffele type of putt there, wasn't it? I
Yeah.
never seen a man like Schauffele to bang them into the hole, did you? And I mean, and then if you're ever looking for an example of somebody who's struggling with their putting, if you ever look at some of Zalatoris' misses on the tour, you see we come back in a figure of 8. Putting is I always felt that putting was a bit of an art, do you know? And when you saw the likes of Ballesteros and people like the real artists with the putters, you know.
Yeah, I think McIlroy's putting has improved since he took that maxim on board, that it's an art rather than a science. And he's just putting with a much freer swing now, and consequently is holding a good few more
I mean,
putts.
the putt last weekend was just incredible, wasn't it?
The one
I
for
mean,
Eagle on 18
my God.
was just sensational.
I mean, the roar from that crowd, it was like something. I never heard anything like that at golf before. I don't know about you, but I never heard anything like that. But to see the
Certainly
kids,
nothing outside a major
No.
than that. The crowds were just extraordinary. But he had a putt on 13 then earlier on. The one that did a kind of a 360 around the hole
Yeah,
and
to
then
come back
fell in
in.
the front side. That was just incredible as well. From
Yeah.
much shorter distance. I mean, the Eagle putt was a long putt. The other one was a short putt that you'd expect to get. And it looked like it was going in. Then it looked like it was staying out. And then it fell in. It was just sensational.
the amazing thing that I took from it all was the amount of children that were there. I mean, I don't know about you, but I don't see that at other tournaments. I mean, they must have. I mean, I think they were allowed to come in for free as well. I'm not sure. I could be wrong about that now, but it's great to see the kids because, like as I said earlier, you know, if we're not promoting the game, this game and golf to kids, they're just going to be fields in a few years' time. You know, you've got to maintain that because, you know, we're moving through, and they're coming up behind us.
I think Golfing Ireland would have been absolutely thrilled with that, to see those kids, because those kids are sold on golf probably forevermore, and hopefully we'll get some of the backwash from it as well, because we talked about the coaching in schools earlier. We're doing great work, and hopefully it'll reap the benefits. John Ross Frangall.
Great player. Great man in the game, actually. No, it's a good ball. Nice bit of stop there. Bounce forward and just stopped on the second bounce. And so many of us will do that on the second bounce. It's just going to whiz back off the green. But yeah, he's put himself in good place there. Oh man, no.
Stephen O'Reilly, his good year is continuing. Fantastic at Lucan in the European Team Championship as part of the Ireland 6 that got the win.
Yeah, he'd be
Slightly
disappointed with that.
short, yeah, he'd be
Yeah.
disappointed with that. They've got to go for it as well to try and make up those 5 shots.
Here's Ray now. He had a difficult Scotch foursomes, I would say, this morning. You know, there was a few putts missed, and I'm sure he really is gunning to have a good score here. Fantastic player, and he's done it all.
He's done it all, and he's anchoring. I think the national mixed foursomes. He hasn't won, but we'll
The
give
only
him
thing.
give him that. I
Oh
think
my
he's been
God.
second, but he hasn't actually won the national mixed foursomes. But anything else that's available to him, he's won in the sport,
And several times.
several times over.
Yeah, the cabinet must be full. And a gent.
And a gent
Into
yeah,
the bargain.
Yeah, very much so.
I had a good chat with him down at the match play this year. You know, we're just discussing the type of clubs he's using, the ball, etc. And always very accessible, very nice, very amenable man. And you see him as well, the amount of work coaching he does with the younger exponents of the game now as well. And, you know, words of encouragement for us older fogies that mightn't have it as good as others. A very nice fella, and great for the game. John Ross will be well aware of Dublin's position, and I suppose everybody that goes out is going to be told, you beat your man, you beat your man, and if we all do that, we're going to do X, Y and Z. So I suppose you can only beat what's in front of you at the moment, you know. And
It's a good way of thinking
that's-
about it, yeah.
yeah.
You beat your man, and that'll take care of itself, yeah. Short of pace, Stephen. Surprising.
Everybody is short there,
Yeah.
aren't they?
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting to see now. This is one of the flattest putts from the angle that he's coming at it. Now it does break a little bit from his left, maybe a cup out, but it all depends on the pace you want to hit it. The slower it gets to the hole, the more it's going to move. So depends on, I suppose, the kind of garamba that you might have about it. Are you going to go for it, or it's only the first hole and they are in the lead? So and this is Ray Murphy here from Cork. The Tipperary slogan there up at the top. There we go. Just
Wearing the Sunday red. Well, he has to today, but he wears the Sunday red anyway, a bit like Tiger Woods
Tiger
when he's
Woods,
playing in
yeah.
the big championships. That's short of pace as well.
yeah, I just think this green has seen its fair share of
Yep.
balls over the past month, and I'd say, all credit to Michael. He's made them in brilliant and rude health, but I'd say the amount of traffic today has just it's just lifted a little bit on the tired side. There's a lot of spike marks there and a lot of traffic, and I kind of fancy John Ross for this putt here. It's not the side that most golfers and pitch and putt players like to come in from, but I fancy him.
Don't think he'll be short anyway. No, pulled it.
Yeah, and we've seen very little fireworks on this first green,
Anthony
have we?
Culhane really takes the biscuit.
Yeah,
The only one to make a birdie.
we've seen very few fireworks on this first green, and when you stand on the tee box, you're saying to yourself, "This is a birdie, an
Looks
opening,
straightforward, as you say.
an
as you
opening
said earlier.
birdie hole," and you just want to make your three here and move on, And speaking of moving on, John, they're going to be moving the cameras now in a minute, and I'll be moving on myself. I'm going to be.
Oh,
There you go.
disappointing 3 putt by Stephen.
Mm.
Well, Frank, it's been a pleasure working here in the booth with you.
Yeah, well, thank you
It's
very
been a
much,
great
John.
experience, and
Yeah.
thanks for all your help over the year.
No
Glad you're
bother.
back fighting fit after your slight accident.
Yeah, well,
And
listen.
safe home to go, and
Mhm.
thanks for your time.
Yeah, and thank you very much, and especially to the boys here, the engineers, the cameramen. They've done a fantastic job, and I'm not sure. I think it might be Philip or Derek that's coming back in, but I'm just going to say to the almanac beside me, thanks a million, John. Your knowledge is unsurpassed, and keep up the good work, and hopefully we'll get to do this many, many times in the future.
Hopefully, Frank.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. Bye bye.
active, like I'm here about 25% on the battery, but 700 watts for the Yeah, there's no one here yet. Grab a second one while you're there, pal, yeah? I'll grab that for you in a bit. Yeah, let's try and grab it.
You're very welcome back to the afternoon session here in Lakeside Pitch and Putt. Myself and John here in the booth as we join up with a couple of groups on the 12th. This is Darren Keogh of the Royston Club. It's not a bad ball. Seems like there's a bit of a struggle amongst most to score this round. I suppose that's probably to do with the long weekend, and I suppose getting towards the back end of Sunday's action, you couldn't really. That's a super ball. It's nearly a hole in one. That was probably as close as we've come, John.
Pretty good from John Cahill.
And he'll get back to level par there now with that. Had a look.
His son was celebrating his first ever hole-in-one there in Fermoy a few weeks ago. John said many in his time, that could have been another one, but yeah, he'll settle for the 2. 1 over after 11 wouldn't be what he's looking for, and he'll be delighted with that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I suppose I think he's laughing away to it. He can't believe it hasn't gone in, but to be fair, it's an absolutely excellent pitch on what is a hard hole, 60 metres, but I suppose looking from where the camera's positioned, it does look fairly straightforward. It's just about your distance, and it's downwind as well, so it can make it slightly more awkward, but he taps in there, and that's John back to level par for this round. Cork just need to be really, really careful. Stephen Shore was one of the last Tipperary players that I had seen a score after 9 holes for. He was 3 under at one point, so with just 5 shots in it, I've seen John Walsh as well, seems to be just 1 under through 6, so the Cork guys really need to get their foot on the pedal, because Tipperary are breathing right down their neck.
They sure are. Looks like the reverse of last year when Cork came from behind to get ahead of Kerry. That 11 shot overnight lead now is being really eaten into.
Yes, absolutely. And Westmeath are going well as well. It seems like they've, from what I was last checked out with the manager Mick, he said that they had all their players under par. One of their players started with a bogey on the first, but after that have gone on to get 2, 3 and 4 under par, and obviously 6 under here as Darren Keogh lines up his putt here. This is for birdie. It's not a bad effort. Not a bad effort there from Darren. He'll tap in for par. Kildare are just struggling to score at the moment in this round. Ian Dillon over par. Daniel Condon level par, as is Darren Keogh. And this is to tidy up for par for Westmeath. So, haven't heard much from Dublin, but I'd imagine they would be still in the mix as well at the moment with the way things are going. Level on the same score as Westmeath going out. As you can see the tree blowing there seems to be a real wind starting to pick up now. This morning it was there, but it seems to be ever more persistent now at the moment. That's big. It's a good ball in. We have Tipperary up here, 1 under par.
James Cleary, man of immense inter-county experience. Played here the last time the inter-county was played in Lakeside 20 years ago. He's been 3rd and 2nd in the All-Ireland stroke play. European Championship winner with Ireland, so his experience could be invaluable now in the last 7 holes for Tipperary.
Yeah, he's hit a good ball in there, John, and I suppose he'd be kind of more odds on to get that putt. Colm Yates was long there from Rochard Bridge. He was substituted in.
Came in for Jack Buckley, didn't he?
He did indeed.
Overnight.
And it seems like that's paying dividends, because he has started really well as part of the team this morning that shot 10 under, obviously in the foursomes, and then also had a really good start in the singles here. He seemed in good form. I was speaking to him up on the 8th hole where there was a little bit of a delay due to the length of the hole and just taking players a little bit longer to finish. He was in good spirits after just holding a birdie on 7. He'll be looking to try chip this close now.
Chip that could get away from you very easily, couldn't it?
Yeah, very quickly, John. I think, you know, I haven't seen him chip before, but I would imagine he'll be looking to just try and clip the apron and let the ball release up to the hole. Maybe aiming up a ball or so to the left.
Yeah, it definitely needs to land in the rough. If it lands on the green, it's going to go way down the front, isn't it?
Yeah.
He's played it well.
Just as you've called it, yeah. He's left it just short of the apron and it's released well to the hole. A little bit of work still left to do, but you'd imagine he'll tidy up there for par. I think there's been a couple of commentators' courses this morning with those sort of putts being wished in before they've been finished off, so again, just having to give everything the greatest of respects, and again, Westmeath are in contention here to finish 3rd, which would be an absolutely fantastic achievement.
Yeah, it would be their best result for decades in the National. They were 3rd, unluckily beaten by Cork in the 5th card in 2000, and I think that's their best result to date. They've done well in Leinster, they've won a couple of Leinsters, but not the National.
Yeah.
It's a push from Gary Healy.
Yeah,
Won't be happy with that.
Gary winning the McDonagh Scratch Cup earlier in the summer.
Class player. Second in the All-Ireland Stroke Play and Leinster Stroke Play there a couple of years ago to Sean Goggin, and an intercounty winner in the past with Dublin. More
than capable of having a day in the sun when it comes to a national. I'm sure down the line plenty of days still ahead of him.
Definitely.
There's Tipperary here. Chance for birdie. He's missed. Oh, yeah. Actually broke away from the hole as it got there.
Not happy either.
No.
Places Pitch and Putt in Larkspur Park these days. Used to be in Hillview in Clonmel, and nowadays Larkspur Park in Cashel, but a class player has been for a long, long time.
Yeah. Colin tidies up for par there, so again going very well this round. We'll be looking to really kick on, and the way things are going, Westmeath are in the driving seat for that 3rd spot, particularly in this group. 6-shot swing as things stand. Great to see some good crowds out on the course there this afternoon, despite 4 seasons in the one day. The sunshine's come out, there's been plenty of rain, plenty of wind. Again, so again, still on the 12th hole here. So we're just waiting on some clarification, but it looks like, from what we're seeing on the gents leaderboard online, Westmeath have really made some inroads on both Tipperary and Cork. So we'll get some confirmation on that as soon as we can. As you can see, Dottie here from Cork, 1 over par. Don't like to use the term, John, but the wheels starting to come off here a little bit for Cork.
They do appear to be. Surprising that John Cahill and Dahi Sexton both 1 over par after 11. John obviously equalised it at 12 with that close range birdie that we saw.
Yeah.
But Cork know that scores like that don't get the job done on Inter-County Sunday.
Absolutely.
So they'll need to get their skates on for the final 6 holes.
Yeah, and to be fair, it's not like Dottie and John haven't been hitting greens. I'm not specifically sure about John, but I've watched Dottie out on the course for the last 45 minutes before popping in, and he actually was hitting. I think he only missed 1 green, and he was just short of it. And he's just not hit his putts. That's been his big problem, and I suppose it's probably been his downfall over the years, is his putting. Would have played with him out in Spain in the doubles last year, and his problem, as he said to myself, was he had 4 putters in the car. So seems to be an ever-present issue, but still an absolutely class player. And on his day when his putting is right, certainly up there as one of the best players in the country. Chip down the hill here. This is for birdie, but just short. Should tidy up for par. So, as Mick said earlier on, the Westmeath manager, that substitution column coming in today, that was tactical, and it seems to be paying dividends so far, as it looks like Westmeath have taken the lead outright in the overall championships here. Birdie putt here for Dublin, and that's converted middle of the hole, back to 1 under. Things really starting to heat up here in the next couple of minutes. So that sort of player that'll go on a run of birdies, no problem at all to him. Once he gets his putting going, he just steps back there, allows that gust to calm down.
Yeah, he did it in McDonagh last year at the World Pitch and Putt Tour event, didn't he? He absolutely caned it round in the last round to get up into the podium finish.
That's right, yeah. Was there that day, it was exceptional. It looked like the hole was 4 times the size of what it actually was when he was putting. Every putt looked nowhere else but the hole, and he's converted there. So Dottie back to 2 under, level par rather.
We paid the big bucks for it.
And this is a par putt for Westmeath. Stay at 3 under, yeah, middle of the hole. So there could be a real shock on the cards here, as we've got 1 more group coming through here, I believe. There's 2 actually. I don't think many people would have had Westmeath leading at this point on Friday evening.
No, even this morning, I would have said most observers would be saying between Cork and Tipperary.
Yeah, it certainly looked like
with a squeak for Dublin.
A 2-horse race, yeah. Exactly. Dublin may have been the outsiders, but again, it just shows how good this game is in terms of formats and how it can all change in an instant. There's Carl from Old County. He's going well here, 5 under par. That's an excellent ball. Again, the spin, just like many a player today, just catching some players out. There's Daniel Condon, still sitting at 1 over par. That's a good ball from Daniel. Daniel more than capable on his day. He turned senior 2 or 3 years back after having a good run in the match play. He has gone through a bit of a change with his swing and a couple of club changes, but seems to be getting back to himself now. And obviously representing Kildare on the senior team this year is a big achievement. I know he set that out as one of his targets early in the year. He loves travelling up and down the country playing in scratch cups most weekends as well, so one of the up and coming guys over the years for sure. So 2 very realistic birdie opportunities coming up here.
Well, nobody knows these greens better than Michael.
Yes, that's right.
He's also a sub today, isn't he? Brian Cahill played yesterday, so Michael came in for Sunday's play.
That's right, yeah.
But, he knows this place very well. Cares for the greens, makes a superb job, and they've held up well in such tricky weather conditions. We enjoyed his chip in there this morning on the 8th hole.
Superb. Absolutely superb, so it was. And you could see as well, even at that stage, they knew what that meant. They regard every shot as important, no doubt about it, but
a lot of fist pumps between himself and partner Anthony Culhane then.
Yes.
Yeah, so they knew how important it was.
Absolutely.
Clawing that deficit back against Cork. But they now have a deficit themselves to claw back.
Yeah. So he needs to be aggressive up the hill here. He'll be hoping that the ball stays on the intended line coming out of the apron. You just don't want to see this leave the ground. It's a good effort, it's just unfortunate. Might have came up out that putt a smidgen early as he was making contact with the ball. But again, tidies up for par. No harm done there. This is Carl to get a 6 under. Been around the game a while now. It's also gone close in the McDonough Scratch Cup. A couple of prizes in the senior grade. Not taking the overall, but one of his favourite courses according to him, and he converts that putt very well indeed.
One of a very strong contingent of all county seniors that do so well in championships and scratch cups.
Yeah. Oh, they're quite
and they support each other as well.
Yeah,
they're competitive, but they support each other. Carl was there in Navan there earlier in the year when Stephen Murray was winning his Leinster match play championship, so Carl was there to cheer him on, so it's good to see.
Yeah, absolutely. That putt just goes by for Daniel.
Pity.
Yeah. Again, there's just some breaks in these greens that are not expected. I've seen a couple earlier on up on the 5th green. The hole is about 3/4 of the way up the green. You would think that it would be breaking from left to right, but done the total opposite. Had a lot of us bamboozled.
George McGreel coming up short left there. He'll have a chip up the slope.
Also in the mix in St. Anne's a few weeks back. I think he had a great chance, just his putting dried up in the final couple of rounds. We've nearly had a hole in one there, but
Beautiful tee
excellent ball, yeah, absolutely excellent. That's Cottle O'Toole from the Ackgarvan club. Cottle also stepping up to the senior team for Kildare this year after playing and competing with the intermediate team last year. He's had a really good season. Won a couple of scratch cups already in his very brief time in the senior grade. It's a fantastic swing of a club. 60-degree wedge and makes it look all so very easy. A good ball there from 60 metres, but for birdie. So just looking at the Cork team for 9 holes in the singles, John Cahill was 1 over. David Sexton was 1 over. Owen Shannon was level par. John Walsh was 2 under. Owen Walsh was level par. So that's what we've got so far coming in from the Cork team. Dublin, George McGreel was 3 under. Carl Murphy, obviously we've seen, got to 6 under. He was 4 under after 9. Gary Healy was 1 over and Stephen Murphy was level par. Then the Westmeath scores as well from what we've got in so far. Sean Dinnigan was 4 under after 9, as was Jack Buckley. Pat Malone was 1 under and Mark Newman was 3 under par. Jerry Coyne was 2 under par. So obviously the Westmeath team have improved on that since, but as things stand from what we're hearing on the course, it's Westmeath who are in front.
So these start putts for Owen Shannon need to start going in.
Yeah.
You know, it's a very difficult one downhill, probably breaking right to left.
Starting to probably quicken up as well with the breeze whipping around the course, throwing those greens out. So pace needs to be right here. Just came up a little bit short on the low side.
George McGreel fluffed his chip, so this one is to remain at -3.
More than capable on his day, John.
Definitely.
Yeah. Just at the hole, it looked in every single roll bar the last. Rather unfortunate. That's a couple of players that this hole is, or this pin position has caught a couple of people out on. So this is to just drop the 1. Yeah, that's fine. I believe this is Cottle for birdie. So that's him back to level par. It's a good pitch from Cottle. So maybe just a very brief break whilst we wait for the next group to come through. And any further updates that we get on the course we'll bring to you as soon as we can. So John Cahill, John Walsh rather, is making a bit of a move into his back nine. He's 3 under par. He does need his teammates to start getting some birdies on the board as well.
Second one clear, so I'll be changing my back.
Justin McKeown is level par in this group. And then we also have Tipperary here at 4 under.
That's Anthony Conhane from Tipperary Hills. You mentioned Michael Cunningham, the Westmeath manager there. Philip, he's a member of our commentary team, but he's just texted in here to say that he's too excited to commentate today.
Couldn't blame
So
him.
he's obviously getting really excited about how Westmeath are performing out there.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Rightly so. Like as we said, not many people would have had Westmeath in the mix for the overall position in this competition. You know, some very good players in their own right. As I see a good ball in there, just got a bit of a surprisingly firm bounce. Yeah, John, it's one of the counties at the moment that has got a lot of competition internally as well. They play right throughout the year. They've obviously got their winter competitions as well that they play right through. So I suppose that obviously has Westmeath Pitch and Putt in a good position at the moment. It's a good ball there from John into the green. It's an opportunity to get the 4 under.
Definitely, and work that people like Michael and others there in Westmeath are doing are developing lots of juvenile players as well.
Yeah.
You had Pippa Cuff from Kilbeggan winning the National Girls Stroke Play Championship there a couple of weeks ago, and you had Tommy Weir from the same club coming 3rd in the boys, and Gemma Cuff, that's Pippa's sister, she was playing on the Westmeath team and she's just out of juvenile, so that's very encouraging. And Jack Buckley and Mark Newman, they're both comparatively young players.
Yeah.
So obviously the future in Westmeath is bright.
Absolutely, yeah. And to be fair, I've played with the 2 younger guys as well, and you know, 2 really experienced players given their age, well ahead of themselves from a pitch and putt point of view, given how young they both are. And you know, you can just see the maturity that is there already. No doubt that they'll go on and win, you know, national titles sooner rather than later with how well they play, you know, week in, week out, up and down the country. Always in the mix at scratch cups as well. So yeah, as you say, Westmeath Pitch and Putt is in a really good place at the moment, and quite literally on the day here, as they've seemed to have taken the lead. John is obviously trying his best, as are all the Cork players, but John seems to be getting the birdies on the board, whereas the other guys aren't.
Slippery enough putt for Anthony down the hill, probably breaking slightly from the left.
Yeah. Again, just with putting from this sort of position, mentioned it a lot during the finals in St. Anne's, it's just a little bit more unpredictable than obviously being on the green. So you're kind of looking to see what this ball does immediately off the club. You ideally don't want to see it jumping. That seemed okay. It just dives at the hole. Yeah, it's a really good effort. So Stephen Shore looks to have finished his round, and we will get you those scores as soon as we can. Stephen was going fairly well after 9. Just seeing him head straight back out to the course there. Seems to be a really good team spirit around the Tipperary team at the moment. This is Justin McKeown from Prosperous. Putt for birdie to get to 1 under. Justin, one of those players who's an absolutely excellent player in his day, probably just doesn't have the time to commit as much to pitch and putt as he would like, and as you can see there, more than capable of holding putts from that sort of range.
National Intermediate Stroke Play champion a few years ago up
That's
there
right.
in County Louth.
That's right, yeah.
Played extremely well that day.
And again, he's one of those players that can really go on a birdie spree at a moment's notice. So this is John for 4 under if he gets it, which just rolled by. So should remain level par, and he's done the right thing and just thrown a marker behind that ball. And we're going to spin up to the 18th just after this, I believe. John tidies up for par. So you're very welcome back. Just giving you a brief update on the scorings out on the course. Tipperary are actually leading the outright overall competition, and we believe that's a 5-shot lead at the moment. Now we're still waiting on some scores to come in. As you can see there from your pictures, John Cahill is putting on 18. Cork really need to pull something out of the fire, but at the moment it looks like it's Tipperary's to lose. Westmeath are just updating some scoreboards here for you now in just a second. It's good to conclude. As you can see, flyover of the hole just gives you an indicator as to what's ahead. That bunker is all trouble. You want to stay away from it. Seen some scores there earlier on that were really unfortunate. That's just down to being in that bunker. We have a couple of people out on the course that will update us as the scores change, if they change, as the rain starts to come back down. Oh, we're very close to a hole in one there. That's nailed by Gary Healy. That's a great shot. Tipperary are 3 on the bar here. Sounded good. That's a good ball to the middle of the green. Bit of spin, put up the hill. That 18 green, you can't see it where the cameras are, but there's a serious crowd starting to gather there. Things are getting really tight here at the top of the championships. As the brolly start to prop back up. Colin Yates, he's dropped a couple of shots since we've last seen him. And that's just a bit long as well, as the rain really starts to pick up. The president's running for cover.
Goals last year were Cork benefited in reverse, eight behind overnight to Kerry.
Yeah.
And got to it in 1 in the Sunday morning foursomes, and then skated away in the singles to win it comfortably. And this year, with an 11-shot lead on Saturday night, you really would have thought they would have won, but obviously not. And you're right, it would have been about 20 shots if Tipperary hadn't made that last 9 surge last night in the singles. That got them to within 11 shots. And that obviously forms the foundation then for what they've done today.
Yeah, absolutely, John. I think, and to be fair, even this morning with the preview, it seemed like a 2-horse race. Now Westmeath.
Well, I did have a Cork man and a Dublin man with me on
yes,
that preview.
Absolutely.
So naturally there was going to be a bit of bias, but it did look like it was between probably Cork and Tipperary, with Dublin having a squeak would have been my read of it.
Yeah.
But Westmeath
have been brilliant today,
really
John.
Have been brilliant.
Yeah.
So hats off to them as well.
Absolutely.
Even if they don't quite get over the line, they're going to be on the podium.
Yes.
And that's good. for Westmeath and pitch and putt in general.
Yeah.
Uh,
Absolutely.
Tipperary would have been really disappointed by their performance in Ardnacrusha at the Munster Stroke Play, where Limerick led the field of Merry Dance. Really,
Yes,
and
they
Cork
did,
were
yeah.
second. Tipperary would probably have been disappointed with their performance there, but they're obviously building up to this,
Yeah.
and they'll probably.
Colm obviously done some great stuff in Rochford Bridge as well over the last couple of years since he was made chairman. Seems to be a really good guy. Some really positive words spoken about him from Kildare Patriots today.
An excellent course,
Yeah.
Rochford Bridge. Kind of a rural, rustic feel to it, even though it's very close to the town of Rochford Bridge. But looks like a fine course and a fine club.
Yeah, some very tricky holes up there as well. So no doubt they'll be looking at hopefully hosting some serious championships over the next couple of years.
Good finish for Gary.
Yes, an
53.
excellent ball, yeah. And Gary again, a good day. Maybe he would have been hoping for a couple of more, but
Couple more.
yeah, I suppose that just goes to show it's a really challenging course when players, some real good senior players are, you know, from the Cork perspective, struggling to break par, and then also, you know, you've got Dublin as well, where they've had a couple of players get just under, but again, that goes back to the conditions. Perfect. Yeah. So you can see the mat there, wet from that very brief but heavy shower. Just makes things a little bit more awkward. Winds dropped again. That's a good ball there. A little bit unlucky with the spin, but that's a realistic birdie chance from just off the edge of the green. George sounded good from the tee box, from the commentary booth, and it is, yeah, and that's been a popular spot there today, particularly earlier this morning. Plenty of balls spinning back off to the left-hand side of that green, as you can see it there on the pictures. Plenty of players were chipping for twos from that position. There's Dottie. That's a really good ball from,
Nice finish from Dahi.
yeah,
Might
excellent
get
ball.
it back to bar.
I think if you'd have said that this would happen this morning, you might have been laughed at, John.
I think so.
Yeah.
Frank Deneen would certainly have laughed at you.
Yes, yes, yes. That's true. I still can't believe what I've watched in the last couple of hours. My personal opinion, I thought Cork were going to run away with it with the way things were yesterday. But again, credit to Tipperary. They dug deep earlier yesterday, and then obviously today have really, you know, put it to Cork. Not many people would have thought that this would have happened, but here we are. It looks like it's going to be Tipperary's day. Some great pictures in the background there with the sun beaming down on the course again.
Beautiful
Oh.
surroundings, lovely mature trees. It really is an excellent course.
Yeah.
And a wonderful town park amenity for the town of Templemore, with the Athletics Club and the Gaelic Club and the
Popular fishing place
Lake.
as well. Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah.
man-made lake for fishing and woodland walks, etc., etc. All the wildlife. So it's a wonderful amenity to have within a stone's throw of a town centre.
Yeah, absolutely. And well utilised by the locals. You can come here at any stage and you'll see that's an
What a putt.
absolutely super putt there for birdie, which is under par for the day. 2 under par. Well done to George. But yeah, anytime you come down here, the course is always busy. There the local areas are being used. There's always fishermen at the lake. There's always people walking through the park. So it's great to see. And again, look, just looking at these images here, this course is always in fantastic condition. So credit where it's due to the team looking after the greens here. Seems like it's on a good line. Very unfortunate.
Really unlucky.
Yeah.
Pat. Yeah.
Maybe just hit it a fraction too hard, that was all. But again, tidies up for par. Now, Dottie for birdie. We'll just break slightly left to right as he sees it. So breaking away from the hole as you see it. I'd say maybe just left lip and firm, travelling at the hole. Okay, so another update from on the course. And John, would you like to break the news to our spectators?
Well, this could be wishful thinking from our colleague Frank Deneen, but Frank has just texted in to say right now Cork and Tipper tied because Anthony Culhane took a 4 on the 14th.
Unbelievable. Another change to an ever-changing afternoon by the
Ever-changing,
weather, by the pitch and putt. It's unbelievable. So we will get some confirmation on that very, very shortly, but again, it just goes to show even a single bogey and it just changes the complexion of everything. And John, would you be in a position to clear up if we've got a tie at the end of today's play? What does that look like then?
I'd imagine the discard scores come into play.
Yeah.
There was a discard score yesterday in the singles and a discard score today.
Yeah.
I'd imagine they'll come into play.
Absolutely.
We've had various ways of breaking the tie over the years. There was a playoff in 1978, and in other years it was the discard score that came into play.
Okay.
So I'd imagine it'll be the discard score, but we
will try clear that up.
Have to clear that up with the NEC.
That's Kildare, Dan Condon. Dan seems to have turned his round around after being over par for 9 holes, so good on Dan. Sounded really good off the tee. And that's just hit the front of the green, that's fine.
Yeah, he'll settle for that.
Yeah. Put to get the 3 under, he'll be happy enough with that. As well as that, it looks like Dublin are actually closing in on Westmeath for 3rd place by the way things are going. So a lot of changes here in the next couple of minutes. We'll get the updates as soon as we can. As that's an excellent ball in there from Carl. Carl had a really good afternoon in the singles here, to be fair to him. He's got a putt to get the 6 under. And just to clarify, yes, as John mentioned, the drop scores would be brought into the equation should we have a tie here. And as things stand, we don't have those, but we will try get them to you as quickly as we can. But a chip in could change everything here, John.
Absolutely. I'm sure we'll have a few twists and turns before it's all done.
Yes, absolutely. As there's a really big crowd starting to gather on the course here toward the concluding holes. Carl's just having a look at his putt that he has upcoming for birdie, as well as this putt here as well for Tipperary. This is huge in the scheme of things. Could hear a pin drop outside. Such is the tension. It's like Dan to go first. It's just broke at the hole. It's a good effort. Good response from Dan though to finish 2 under par for his singles round after being 1 over for 9 holes. So again, there's a little bit of luck involved when putting from off the green.
Yeah, 3 different grades of grass to go over, so he's got to give it some pace. But
looks like there's an old pitch mark just in front of his ball as well, if I'm seeing that correctly, so that might interfere. He's probably just going to have to be aggressive with this and hit it. So he backs off there for a second just to have another look. Cork are 1 ahead, so this is huge. One would assume he knows what's at stake here. It's a good effort. It's going to come up short at the hole though. That's a little bit unfortunate. So it's all changed. 10 minutes ago we were saying Cork were out of it. Again, that just goes to show
Cork's last 3 on the course must be doing some damage on the back 9. The
Big
2
centre.
Walshes and Ray Murphy are still out there.
Yeah. Carl just misses there for his birdie. But a good round for Carl. Done really well.
Very impressive, breaking 50 today was very good.
Yeah. So here's Owen Shannon on the 18th. And we'll get his score now in just a second. They're just filtering into us as we speak. Again, every shot is very important here on the way in. Sounded okay. But that's short and that's trouble. He's in a lot of trouble there.
A lot of work to do from there for par.
Absolutely. Has that spun back into the bunker, I wonder?
Certainly spun back. It might even be short of the bunker.
Yeah. There's Cottle O'Toole. Okay, just a effortless swing. Just a little bit too relaxed. Again, is a fine player, and his younger brother Patter is obviously taking the pitch and putt community by storm as well in the senior grades. He's won a couple of competitions in the junior grade, now gone into the intermediate grade, and he's probably fairly on his way to senior very, very quickly. So great success as a juvenile.
He excelled as a juvenile, yeah, won a lot of provincial titles. Then he was very impressive there in Navan in the Leinster Junior match play earlier in the year.
Yeah.
So he's racing through the grades. I'm sure he'll be senior before long if he's not already a senior.
Yeah. I believe he's playing off 4 if I recall correctly. So yeah, he's very much on his way, and a lovely young chap as well, like his brother. That's just coming up short there, but that's not as bad as maybe what Cork have. Just looking there, that ball is left, yeah, so it's not in the bunker, it's just on the left hand side of your screen there as the guys approach the green. So this is not as bad as initially it looked like, but there's still a lot of work here to get up and down for Parjan.
Sure is. And Owen is, but he's not completely new because he did win one inter-county gold medal with Cork back a number of years ago in Lakewood. Hasn't been on the team in recent years. Was on a winning juvenile team as well. So he'll need all his skill to get this one tight to the flag for his par.
Yeah. No doubt.
Probably loft it into the rough and bounce it forward.
Yeah, sure. Chipping out of grass this long, it's certainly going to release. Yeah, that's fine.
Pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Might have liked it about half as near again.
Yes. George with a chip from just short of the green, looking to knock this close. This is much more straightforward than the previous chip we just seen.
Beautifully played.
Yeah, very well played by George. Now, Cottle will be looking to knock this close. In fact, he gets
That's
it.
the way to do it.
Brilliant. Yeah, straight in the hole. More than capable. As you see, takes the putter out there. Probably would be his strongest part of his game is his putting. We're just getting updates by the minute thanks to a couple of people out on the course. Obviously, Mark Johan, course coordinator this afternoon. Frank Deneen is also providing us with feedback, as is Rory Fortune.
That's a super par.
It's really
well done,
important.
Owen Shannon.
So John Walsh has just dropped the shot on the 17. So as things stand, it's all square. With, I believe we've got one more group to come in. So it really is all to play for. And again, if we do have a tie after the conclusion of play here, it will go to the next. So Tipperary have just gone one ahead. We've had a birdie on the 17th. So Tipperary are one up, and there was a huge shout on the course for that just a moment ago.
That was for a birdie for Anthony Callahan against the John Walsh bogey.
So a 2-shot swing. That's absolutely huge. And we've got, this pitch is absolutely massive in the grand scheme of things. And it sounds like it's a good ball. That looks good. That is not a bad leave. So John needs to really whip up some magic. We've got Justin in between. This is Justin McKeown from the Prosperous Club, and he's one under here. So everyone can just take breath whilst Justin pitches. So that's not like Justin usually. Usually a very strong pitcher. Leaves that out to the right.
He's a dub like yourself, Philip, living in Kildare, isn't he?
He is indeed. Yes, he is indeed. Many of us there now. We're nearly like our own herd of sheep. John.
No, didn't waste any time there, John.
Did not. That's a
And
good ball.
It's a good ball. It's a chance.
So that has to go. And it's pretty much on these couple of putts coming up in the next minute or so.
Well, we still have
Have we another
Owen
group coming in?
Walsh to come and Ray Murphy to come.
That's right, yes, we do have a couple more groups to come in.
So, time for a few more twists.
Yes, true, and in the last half an hour we've had 3 or 4, so I wouldn't rule out many more happening in the next 10-15 minutes. As the phone lights up, we've got some more updates. Just give us 1 second. Cork have a kick-in birdie on 17, so that should draw them back level as things stand, as we know it. It may be different out on the course, and again, we're just waiting, to be fair, Rory Fortune. So, this is a big birdie putt coming up here. And I'm sure if this goes in, there will be an almighty roar from the... Yeah, it's just dived right at the hole, but again, that's just down to leaving the rough, well, it's the fairway technically, but again, putting through three different lengths of grass. It can go anywhere, John.
Can indeed.
So this is for birdie. I'm not much of a betting man, but I'm sure John knows what's on the line here with this. So Cork have birdied the 17th. It's all square. So John has this putt to actually put Cork into the lead. So probably breaking from...
Looks to be playing for
Just
left as he
outside?
looks at it. No. I think there was a
That's
misread.
caught many people out today,
It has,
hasn't
yeah,
it?
we've seen that misread a few times.
Yeah. So that's really been an eventful couple of minutes. We're just drawing breath here. Any further updates we'll let you know as soon as we have it. But the next group, we've had Cork birdie 17, so we've got another group on the 18th ready to come in. I'm sure. So the feed you're getting is what we're seeing at the moment as well. So we'll try update you as soon as we can on who's coming in here.
This is Owen Walsh for Cork. Played so well in Bagnestown last year.
He's absolute... Oh, it's actually skipped through the green.
Jumped through the green,
Yeah.
pitched fairly deep in the green and didn't get any check, so it ran over.
Surprising given how much we've
Yeah.
seen balls stop on a dime all day.
Just that bit too deep into the green.
Yeah.
This is another Rochford Bridge man, is it? Oh no, it's Chip man first.
Sounded good. And that's
Fine pitch.
a good pitch there given the circumstances. There's at least 100 people on the 18th green. Within the vicinity of the 18th green, which is really nice to see as these championships come to a conclusion. And there's another good ball in as we take in Justin McKeown's chip again. Straight in. After one bounce, bang. Superb. Yep. Rightly smiling. So, 20 minutes ago we were talking about Cork having potentially thrown this away. They certainly haven't won it yet, but it looks like they're in a good position to take home the title. John's just having a quick look here at the scores as we just watch the guys look after their housekeeping with repairing their pitch marks. So again, an important chip, needs to get this absolutely spot on.
He probably has to play this onto the green itself.
Yes.
Anything short would probably stick. Breaking from the left, I would say. He's a deadly chipper. Chipped so well last year in Bagnallstown.
And that's just finished on the right hand side of the cup as he sees it. That's an excellent effort. I tell you, if I could pitch like that myself, John, it would be an easy game.
I'm with you.
Yeah. Anything within 3 or 4 feet there, I'd have been thrilled with myself, but that's absolutely excellent. Just takes the pressure off.
This man is a bit of a scratch cup specialist, isn't he? Mark Newman.
Yeah.
He's been playing really well on the circuit during the year.
His game is really seeming to have taken off to another level. I played with him in Wexford a couple of years ago, down in Enniscorthy, and he had said he was going through a bit of a swing change, which was very apparent. He holds right down on the grip now. It just comes up short.
Yeah, he's got an interesting style, but certainly effective.
Yes.
Now this is a new man on the Tipperary team, Joseph Danaher, but a class player, obviously. And this could be so important.
This is huge. This is to bring it to level again, isn't it, John? He's missed it on the high side. That's unlucky. So we've got one group left, I believe, coming in. I believe so. So we do just have a very, very, very brief pause in play. We're told the last group on the way in is actually playing the 16th green. We're going to try take in the 17th. So we've got Cork, Ray Murphy. There's the patrons taking in the action. So we're so we're led to believe. So that's Stephen O'Reilly. Yes. So that's some 3-ball, John, isn't it? Yeah. Stephen O'Reilly up first. So they're just pitching off on the 17th green here. Okay, so as things stand, we're all square, but going back to the additional scores that are dropped this time round, it would be Cork that would come out on top. So Stephen O'Reilly, I wouldn't put it past him, given how he's played this year, to come up with something magic, and he's just produced a great ball which has just left the green. Now it's not in a bad spot, it's still just on the apron, John, but it looked absolutely nailed from
Yeah,
first
it
viewing.
just reinforces again, you have to be into the centre of these greens. In fact, on this particular hole, you've got to fade at the right side of the green.
Yeah.
Because the spin takes it across the green, right to left.
Our colleague John Ross Crangle from Dublin, not with us today because he's playing, as you can see. It's a good ball in. And he's starting to get out a little bit more. John obviously had a bit of an injury hit season earlier in the year, but it's good to see him back out
Great
playing.
to see him back.
Yeah.
And obviously he'd like to join us as well, but invariably he's involved in the business end of championships, so
yes.
he does more work on the promotional side of the commentary team than the commentary itself, but he had valuable insight to give there at the European Team Championship in Lucan.
Yeah.
He's obviously a former European Team Championship winner himself, so it was great that he was able to join us for that. And wonderful to see him back on the course.
Brilliant. And Ray has left that in the bunker.
Nah, it's just over the top of it.
It's just over the top of the mound, so even the best of the best.
Homer nods, as they say.
Yes. Ray hasn't, as you can see, he's not been at it today.
And there's his son Cian biting his nails in the background.
Yeah. Cian's an absolutely fabulous player
He is
himself.
indeed.
Yeah.
And doing great work as competition secretary in St Anne's Club as well.
Oh, his head's going to blow up now when he sees that. So, we haven't got a very clear picture on Stephen Riley's ball, but it looks like it's just off the edge of the green. Now, as I said, I wouldn't put it past him to go and birdie this and birdie 18, and obviously Ray's in what it seems to be a spot of bother, but nothing that he can't get out of with par.
Well, the pin's out, so he obviously fancies it.
Yeah. Again, in many people's eyes, the best player to ever pick up a club in our game. And he's left that close. Should kick that in for his tree. So, yes, Stephen, obviously with the opportunity to clean his ball, gets to place it back down. We can actually see the top of it now. So, we'll get a great view, thanks to our cameraman, as to what this putt's going to do as it's happening. You can see the crowds in behind as well. There's some top players in that as well, taking in the action. So Stephen knows that this has to go. Maybe slightly left to right, John?
I would think so.
Yeah.
And up the slope, or up a little slope.
And he's missed it.
You read it right, it did drift up. Yeah.
So that's a par. So Stephen needs to birdie the last. And if he doesn't, it looks like Cork are on their way to a successful weekend. After, I suppose, I may have got the impression that it was slipping away about 40 minutes ago, as John Ross lines up for birdie. He does convert. So, of course, Dublin are in contention for a medal here as well. So Ray has a little bit of housekeeping to do just to tidy up for par. Not been at his best this weekend, according to some of the Cork players, the spectators rather. But I suppose even the best have their off days.
Even the best have their off days. He probably doesn't owe Cork a whole lot. If
Not
he
at
wins today, it's his 18th inter-county championship win.
Unbelievable, even just saying that.
Incredible.
Yes. So there's John providing the update in the air to Ray, letting him know what he needs to do. And look at that now, that's an absolutely brilliant image.
Great scene.
Absolutely packed. 18th green. So all square with the last hole to play.
Couldn't ask for a better finish, could
No,
you?
absolutely not. Absolutely not. So, some of the Tipperary and Cork players just off to the left-hand side there, Stephen Shore and John Walsh, obviously providing their playing partners with the updates. So, I'm very sure they know what's on the line here as John Ross hits a pitch in,
Mark.
which just...
Yeah,
these-
pitched on the green,
yeah.
just jumped backwards slightly from the
Okay.
pitch mark.
So this is even this on the tee box is huge, isn't it? I suppose Stephen could put massive pressure on Ray here.
Yeah, great to have the opportunity to go in first.
Yeah.
Knock it in close and say over to you.
Absolutely. He is more than capable of nailing this because he's been in excellent form, particularly this year. Obviously representing Ireland. That unorthodox swing. It looks like he's just left it slightly short, but it's again there's a putt there, an
It's a
opportunity.
chance.
Yeah. Now, so the out of sorts apparent Ray Murphy, he'll go and put this to 2 feet, and that'll put me in my place.
Out of sorts, Ray is a match for a lot of people.
Yes. Couldn't meet a nicer guy in the game either, which is, really nice to say about someone who's got such a high calibre of game. And that's a good pitch.
Beautiful
So,
tee shot.
yeah, under the pressure and under the circumstances. Again, I don't want to say this is a foregone conclusion. It certainly isn't, because Stephen could go and smash that into the hole, and then all of a sudden the pressure's on Ray. So, again, like on the tee box, Stephen will have the opportunity to go first. Regardless of what happens in the next 2 or 3 minutes, it's been an absolutely fantastic weekend. Obviously, coverage was provided yesterday in a great extent by Derek O'Driscoll, our partner, our colleague rather, and he done a great job with providing the last 40 minutes of yesterday evening's action, where it all really came to a head and has left us in the position where we are now, of course. So, well done to Derek. Obviously, well done to all the teams, regardless of what happens in the next few minutes. I think the game has been a great benefit for all counties, regardless of finishing positions, based on how the weekend has gone. This one usually tends to be the kind of curtain being brought down on the season, but obviously we've got the national Scotch Foursomes in October, a little bit later than usual.
Plenty to come. The season seems to get longer
Yes.
every year. We've got an interprovincial out in November.
Yes.
We have those postponed provincial intercounties in
Next
Leinster
weekend.
that are on next week, I think it is.
That's it,
And then they will be playing off against their Munster counterparts later on in the year. So lots still to come.
Lots to
All
come.
the grip and the short grass and all those scrambles. Cork introducing a scramble this year called the Cork Classic,
Brilliant.
honouring a great journalist of the past, the late Vincent Allen. The trophy will bear his name. That'll be well worth a visit. It'll probably attract people from all over the country.
Yeah.
So still lots of pitch and putt
Lots going on.
to go.
Yeah.
Few international ones as well.
Yeah,
The
absolutely.
pairs out in Saint-Cyprien. There's a pairs in France next weekend. La
There is.
Rochelle Sud. John Ross-Crangle is going out there with Keith Redmond. I think they're the only Irish pair I saw in it, but
Brilliant.
that'll be good as well. So still plenty of action to go.
Absolutely, yeah. Looking forward to the Spanish as well. I'm heading out there myself, hopefully for a bit of sunshine.
That'll be a great experience, Philip.
Yeah.
Yeah, hope you enjoy that.
Yeah.
I'm sure you will.
Now, so this is huge. Stephen O'Reilly needs to hold this push.
Oh.
It's just slipped out.
Just missed on the high side.
Yes.
Fantastic effort.
It's a great effort. He's very unfortunate. So that seems to... Now we will obviously have that double checked, but it looks like Cork are going to take home first place this evening. And Ray Murphy will have got a good indicator as to what the ball will do at the hole with the putt that Stephen just hit. So Frank Deneen standing up.
Team manager.
Yeah. I think he's just knock it up there. Apparently it looked like that was the shout, so Frank's smiling. Obviously leading the commentary team as well. He's done some great work over the last few months, so credit to him, and obviously his managerial role as well with the Cork team today.
Definitely.
Yeah. So good on you, Frank. I'm going to say Ray gets this now just to put the icing on top of the cake. Bang.
He does.
And there we have it. Cork are your winners, and that's what it means to the best player to play the game. Absolutely fantastic scenes, and congratulations to the Cork team. Ray Murphy.
26th title, extending their lead at the top of the all-time Roll of Honour.
Absolutely unbelievable.
But great credit to Tipperary. What
Yes.
a fight they put up.
Yeah, 100%.
Magnificent performance by them as well.
Yeah. John, been a great weekend.
It's been a pleasure, Philip. Thank
Yeah.
you so much for your help. It's been really enjoyable.
And yeah, look, safe to say Pitch and Putt was the winner today of all the action that we've seen. Hopefully you've all enjoyed the coverage of the action for the last couple of hours. We will be obviously back in a couple of moments with the presentations. So from Lakeside, myself and John signing off for the next while until the presentations are done. Thank you very much for tuning in, and we will be back very shortly with the presentations.
all, thank you all for attendance to the presentation. Same as the president, honorary members, patrons. We had a patron here earlier on. We still have one. Captain or president of Lakeside Pitch and Putt, Bridget, Captain Noel. I won't say Chairman Lee, but he's talking. But you're all welcome to the presentation. I'm going to ask, we're going to keep things as short and sweet as possible. I'm going to ask our President, Bridget Shelley, to step forward to accept the host. Mr. President, I speak on behalf of the club.
It's all look a bit like her, but they're lovely.
Put on the different hats. So, as chairman of Lakeside Pitch and Putt, Mr. President, we were delighted to host the competition. Patron, I've already mentioned, fine turnout of people. I'd like to thank you all for obviously it's turning up with the prestige event, so how else would you do this was? But first of all, I would have to thank a few people. The ground staff. The weather conditions we had was horrendous for the last week or more. And a special word of thanks to Michael Fennell, Noel Stapleton, Alan Maher, Anton Maher, done a small bit myself, and the Sea Brigade I had help out. Every little bit helped. It was a team effort, a club effort, and it was brilliant to see it, and the fruits of it was out there over the weekend. And as chairman, I'd like to thank each and every one of them. To the wonderful ladies in the kitchen, our president, Bridget, our sister Pat, Mary Quinn, stalwart of the club, Claire, Sharon and her daughter Sharon, and Linda. Better not forget. The trouble is when you start mentioning, you always leave somebody out. It's not intentional, but Linda has been a past member and great help out, and Tina O'Shea, absolutely brilliant to have them all here over the weekend, and Linda Quinn, or I keep calling you Linda. Sorry, it's my apologies again. She's looking at me. She's wondering what's going on between yourself and Linda. It's just our sister. Thank you all very much. It was absolutely fantastic. And again, as I said, like everything else, Michael O'Brien, our club treasurer, and great work, Brother Ollie, was outside there, the car park, Shayla Shrine, Guan. It's absolutely Tommy Quinn, no, the lads above the ninth, you know, they're all club members, and I'd like to thank them all, because that's what you need to network to host a competition like this. And I know it did me proud to be part of it. I hope it did everyone justice as well over the weekend, and thank you guys very much. I think I should stop now before I make a full foul of it. Quit while I'm ahead. Thanks very much. A little plug for the competition that's coming up shortly within the club. The McMurray tournament is coming up here in a couple of weeks' time. So anyone that has a spare weekend, but looking at the calendar, there's not too many of them around. So well done to everybody, and I congratulate. I'm glad we Tipperary had. I'll have to congratulate our own team on a fine performance. Special congratulations to Cork team. True battling qualities, guys. Well done to. And I wish all the ladies great performance in the ladies as well. There's one or two of the ladies scored there. Any team would love to have it there towards the end to speak about time with the men's, isn't it? So well done to everybody. Fantastic. Well done. I'll move on and I'll introduce President Mr. Davy Redden.
Very easy for me need to follow that because I think he's covered everything. But just all I want to say thank you to is on behalf of my own team that worked with me here over the weekend. Corey, Rita, the non-executive officer over there, Liam Niels, we'll employ him after the weekend, I think, and Liam, of course, with the rest of the staff here for the course. For all of you players, thank you very, very much for your cooperation and working with me over the weekend and the team. There was mistakes, there will always be mistakes. If we don't make mistakes, in my opinion, we're not human. We have to make them. There's nobody perfect in this world. So thank you very much to all of you for working with me over the weekend and the staff. Also, don't forget the streaming boys, because if anyone that couldn't get here today that missed it, they will get it on YouTube, I think, within the next 24 hours or so. Or you can have a look back at yourselves when you're out there. If they missed any part where you needed to powder your nose or do something like that, you can go ahead and do it. The bigger picture is that there's another successful competition for 2025 for me as president, another successful competition, which I am very appreciative to, as I say, for all your help. Because it doesn't run smoothly unless we have you people working with us as well. So let's try and work together. To our sneaky cameraman that was there this morning, I thought he came out of one of the bins there inside the door, but to John Plunkett, always around the place, he'll catch things that the boys possibly maybe missed. I don't know whether they will or not. Because you might see some things later in one of his YouTube programs where there's something happened that you didn't see. So you know where to go. John Plunkett is the guy to look for. Just on the horizon, the calendar is still very, very busy. Right up to, I think, the 1st and 2nd of November, which is very, very long for the calendar. Next weekend, we have the National Inter-Club qualifying rounds. We have the rerun of the Leinster Inter-County, because again in this country, 99.9% it's raining, and we got rained off, so we have that on. At the moment it stands in Inniskeen and back to Clog for the juniors starting at 11 o'clock, because we have to wait in Clog until Father Mulcahy said it's okay to go ahead and play, because he is mass at 10. So the juniors will be there from 11 onwards. Inniskeen is where it stands for the intermediates. There's also a ranking competition in Bruff, where our Vice President will be in charge of that. So I have no problems to know that everything will run very, very smoothly down there. So just keep that in your calendar for the next weekend coming. Then I think we have maybe a break for a weekend or two before we're back on the scene again through the months of October. And again, we'll be saying to you, thank you very much for your cooperation, because that's what it's all about. Calendar is very, very packed. I don't know if we can change it. We might try. What do you squeeze in? What do you squeeze out? Where do you start? Where do you finish? The fixture committee are looking at that intensively all the time to try and get it right for our enjoyment. So I'd like to thank Stephen Murray, that's one of the guys that's here, and the chairman of the fixture committee, Michael Vaughan. Anthony Malone is with him as well. I think there's one other guy with you. Lads, thanks very much, because I understand exactly what you're going through to get it all looked after. So thanks very much indeed. The last thing, just with the courses that put their courses up for today, for example, for this event, and all the other events that we had, thank you. Because without them, we couldn't have them. So simple. That course out there today and yesterday was a proof of what the pudding was at the end. It wasn't easy, it wasn't hard. Some fellas might say it wasn't hard, they came in between. But it's been in brilliant condition out there. And the boys that work every week there and every month and all year on the course, behind the scenes, they never say anything, but the course is ready for you when you come in here to expect it to have a good course to play on. So thanks lads very, very much. So with that thought, I leave you, and just a safe journey home to every one of you. I'll see you again shortly. Thank you very much.
Sorry, just a little omission at the weekend, and from year to year, a number of people would have passed on law, but this weekend in particular we've lost two associates and former associates in Lakeside, Conor Cawdy, former member, and Tommy Murphy, a Rosgray, which member of our band, and was a member here for a while. And I would also look for a minute's silence, including Nick McGuane, the Limerick County Board Chairman, which supported a lot of the scratch cups here as well. So I'd be pause for a minute's silence there, please, in memory of the guys and everybody else, the odd of all other people. So some didn't want to let it pass through. Captain, please. Thanks very much.
In the ladies B section, the runners-up were allowed with a score of 461. Captain Barbara Murphy. Suzanne Jordan. Mary Agnew. And Marlo Everett. Smile, Dave.
Thanks.
Cheers. The winners of the ladies B section were Meath with a score of 459. Captain Kathleen Garrity. Ursula Dowd. Margaret Riley. Paula Lynch.
Thanks. Our soul. Happy anniversary. Thank you.
Okay, officers of the NEC, thank you for running this great competition over the weekend. Also to Lakeside for hosting on a beautiful, crispy condition Cork playing. Also to Meath County Board, especially to Joe, our manager, and John for looking after us. Thanks
In the ladies A section, third place, Cork, Captain Eleanor Walsh. Irish Sexton. Sarah O'Neill. And Mary Murray.
Nicola.
Runners up for Kildare with a score of 446. Captain Repositioning. Marion Courtney. Cara Dillon. Marion Janet Kelly. And substitute Martin Pure.
Squeeze in or squeeze out?
Yeah, either way. Thank you.
Dublin, Captain Siobhan Keeley. Tracy Smith. Glenda Hoey. Louise Grace. Geraldine Ross.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, first of all, I'd like to thank the NEC for running the intercounty this whole weekend. Thank you very much. To Lakeside, to everybody involved, from the ladies in the kitchen and people, everybody here when we come down to practice, and the course. The course is in immaculate condition, and there was a lot of hard work put in, so well done to everybody involved. I'd like to thank everyone who played, all the girls that were playing today and yesterday and all the lads. Well done to Cork. I'd like to thank our own Dublin County Board, Skinner, he asked me to mention him. And to all the other members and to everybody else in the county board for looking after us so well. Always. Thank you. And last but not least, the team. What can I say? Absolutely brilliant. All through the practices and all, we had great crack, and they put the work in. And when it came to the singles, they were absolutely amazing. So, well done. And well done
We'll go to the men's section, and in section B, in third place, Wexford, Captain Dean Brunel. Dylan Hudson. Rory Fortune. Derek Murphy. Dave Allen. Dan Flower.
Here's a bit tighter, Dan. All right, Liz.
Thank you.
Thanks, Liz. Well done, man.
Runners up. Meath, Captain Joe Price. Paul O'Rourke. Alright, they've all gone away apparently.
He had to do it all on his own.
Right, and the winners of Section B were Limerick. Hey! Thomas Hanley, captain.
Good chalky. Good double, lads. Good double.
James Ryan.
Good man.
Dermot Toohey. And Kieran Larry.
Good Kieran.
First of all, I'd like to thank Liam and all my teammates for setting me up with this one. I'd like to congratulate all the winners, to Mike Finn and his team for the course outside. This was amazing. All the staff looking after the kitchen all day and stay at home.
One second, you start the speech too early.
Double. Right, Tommy, race me. Well done, boys. Well done. See you all, John.
Third place, Dublin. Captain Stephen Murray.
All his fans are in the way.
Chris Gallagher.
Hey!
Gary Healy. Carl Murphy. George McGreen. And John Ross Crangle.
Thanks.
The runners-up, Tipperary, Captain Michael Fennell. Anthony Culhan. Ryan Cahill. Joseph Danaher. Stephen O'Reilly. James Cleary. Stephen Shaw.
Tipperary, here they go.
God. Yeah. Squeeze in a tiny bit. Good man.
We did, lads.
Thank you.
Winners of the Active Cup for 2025 Cork, Captain Franklin, John Cahill, David Sexton, Owen Shannon, John Walsh, Owen Walsh, and Ray Walsh.
Yeah.
Just a word of warning for you. Frank is going to make a short speech.
Ladies and gentlemen, members of the NEC, distinguished guests, it's a fantastic achievement to play in such a wonderful course, and I'd like to thank every member of Lakeside for their presentation of their course, and for all of Tipperary for a fantastic event. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank the NEC of our game for the presentation of the event. It was extremely well run. Thank you so much for all the volunteer work that's put in. I think that there's been tremendous change and improvements over the NEC over the last couple of months. I think it's a feature of continuous improvement that we need to strive for, putting the players first and putting the clubs first, and I think that's very important. So well done to everybody involved. Cork County Board and the members of the Cork supporters groups and our ladies and everybody else as well. It's a true privilege to represent Cork for the team and for myself as well. So thank you everyone. We also remember the supporters who are at home, the likes of John O'Leary and Mairead Manning, who I'm sure are watching in. We also remember other people as well. I know it's Shane Murphy's birthday as well around now too. So this is a family of pitch and putt, and it's important that we remember those people who are with us too. It's very easy to be a manager of a team of the calibre of Cork. Some managers are given light bulbs, some were given glorious chandeliers to mind. So it's vitally important that we do that too. And I have to congratulate the players, and I know it means so much to them: John Cahill and Di Sexton and John Walsh and Owen Shannon and Owen Walsh, and especially for somebody who's won so much in the game, to see his reaction on the 18th is hugely important for the likes of Ray Murphy as well. And it shows the passion. Thank you to John Looney as well. He's been an inspiration for us too. And you know, we're all players and we play as a family. Congratulations, huge congratulations to Tipperary. You have to beat us, but you know, well done, great effort, and thank you so much. And well done to the ladies, Dublin ladies, and all the other prize winners as well. We can go forward with this, and it is an important moment to represent your county. It's important for people to do that. The effort that goes in to make these teams and to go forward with it are hugely important. Thanks to everybody. We have a great family game. We have a great game, pitch and putt, and let's promote it to the health. Thank you.